All right, today we are starting our orchestra series, and I'm going to be working as usually reverse chronological. So our first piece is from a couple years ago. It's called Burial Rites, and it's by Canadian-Ukrainian composer Eugene Astapov. And before I start, I want to say that I'm going to do this series every other day. I think listening every day, while a lot of fun, is becoming a bit unmanageable for me, and I could use the days in between to really focus on more professional matters. I have, I imagine, at least 70 orchestra scores with recordings that I could find. So I'm going to be spending like half a year on this, really. But I think that's okay because there's lots of orchestra repertoire to get to know, and for some composers and like for conductors, certainly this is their whole world. Orchestra music is all they know, and I think that's a pretty great thing. I got this score from workshop I did with the Winnipeg Symphony Orchestra, and this was a piece that was performed at the Winnipeg New Music Festival in January of last year. And I got a lesson with Eugene. He didn't conduct his own work in this situation, but he is a composer-conductor. He was working with the Esprit Orchestra in Toronto, last I heard. You can see that it's sponsored by the RBC Foundation, the SOCAN Foundation, which is the only really big performing rights organization in Canada. It's sort of like the equivalent in the US would be ASCAP or BMI. And I think there's a private supporter as well, Sophia Gomez Gibbons. I apologize if I'm pronouncing any of that wrong. And the instrumentation, so if you're programming this, here's what you need to know. It's 2-2-2-2, 4-3-3-1, and then strings and harp. 3 percussionists. Percussion 1 plays vibes, 5 tom-toms, tam-tam, tambourine, bell plates, congas. And then percussion 2 plays tempo blocks, crotales, triangles, suspended cymbals, crash cymbals, marimba, 4 octave. And percussion 3, triangle, rototom, suspended cymbal, chimes, tambourine, wind chimes, finger cymbal. So a lot of pitched and unpitched medals, and I think the first percussionist has the most non-metal instruments. Some more interesting percussion instruments I'm observing here are the bell plates, 3 of them, and the use of finger cymbals and rototom, I think, is a unique addition. The piece is a tribute to the memory of a late student of Eugene's who passed away, Marcus Gibbons. So this was an extraordinarily talented young man who Eugene taught for over 7 years, from the age of 10. He was a very bright and gifted musician, and he was a pianist primarily. Unfortunately, he passed away from a rare form of cancer called Ewing sarcoma. He says it's a mosaic of memories and a collection of mental photographs and impressions. So it is a very personal work, obviously. The 17 minutes are, the piece's runtime are a metaphor for his 17 years of life before he passed away. So I don't want to show too much of the score as it is copyrighted, but if you want the full thing, you can just contact Eugene through his website. Today I'm going to take the opportunity to listen to the Esprit Orchestra version. which is conducted by Eugene. This is a full recording. It's a little bit shy of 17 minutes long, and it was premiered, this recording's from April 23rd of 2023. So the link to it is in the description, and I'm happy to kick off this series with some Canadian music. Okay, all right. I guess I'll start with like the thing I want to talk about the most, which is like this is take it with a grain of salt, because the last time I heard this was a year ago. But I think this performance, the third movement, was almost a completely different experience under Eugene's conducting. Like there was more of an urgency and like intensity. The strings and at the beginning were like much more staccato and like on the verge of breaking their tone kind of. The pizzicato stuff was like super like violent almost, and the impression of the third movement was just much stronger. Like I felt with that last gong hit, I guess. I really felt like a certain emptiness and like a sudden ending, which I did not get that impression when I heard it live last year. Like the traumatic event being told through this music is much clearer when you really push to that ending like that. And yeah, it was just this is a very good recording. Some general remarks that I wanted to make. I think that if you like Valentin Sylvestrov, you'll really like the first movement of the piece, and you might like the rest of it too. But I think this first movement is really indebted to Sylvestrov's pieces. I'm thinking like meta music, this sort of like layered, like quasi-tonal music that sounds almost like a piano with the damper down kind of thing. And everything blurring into each other. And I strongly associate that type of writing with sort of memory and the human psyche. So I think it was a good way to open the piece, because he does say it's supposed to be like a mosaic of memories. So I wanted to mention that. And I also think that the percussion really stood out in this recording. He really brought out a lot of those high metal timbres, and I really liked the combination of vibraphone with high harp. If I was going to steal something from this piece, it would probably be that. I guess I'll get back to you all in 2 days, and hopefully this turned you on to a up-and-coming Canadian talent. I think it's great that Eugene is such a great conductor as well as a composer, and I think it's important that Canada has composers that can also advocate for composition in the conducting sphere. And because I find a lot of conductors or some can forget that our discipline is hard. It's a lot of work, and it deserves to be appreciated at least at that level. So it is a discipline, So yeah, that's my little spiel, and I will see you with the next upload. Alright, so this morning I'm going to listen to an orchestra piece by Julia Wolfe called Pretty. And I also saw this piece at the Winnipeg New Music Festival in 2024. Feels kind of weird to be visiting it because I just wrapped up the 2025 festival here. So yeah, this piece is called Pretty, as I said before. Here's the full score. It's from Ricordi. And this piece is pretty recent. It's from 2023. The instrumentation is 2222-4220, timp, 3 percussionists, harp, and strings. And percussion 1 is responsible for vibe, drum set. Player 2 is responsible for xylophone, marimba, guiro, hi-hat, 3 cymbals, snare drum, low tom, and player 3 is responsible for glock, vibe, medium cymbal, and bass drum. And all 3 of them also have to play a drumstick, which is mounted, sort of to imitate the sound of hitting 2 drumsticks together, I'm assuming. So we have multiple vibes, drum set, which is obviously borrowed from popular music. The drum set in question that player 1 has, in addition to like your snare and kick and hat, there's 3 toms and 2 cymbals, so I guess probably a crash and a ride, but it doesn't specify. So yeah, and this piece was commissioned by the Berlin Phil, Houston Symphony, Philadelphia Orchestra, and St. Louis Symphony Orchestra. So it was a joint commission, which I think orchestras nowadays are doing more and more. It's a win-win kind of thing, right? If you don't have to spend as much money on your commission, and you still get to play the piece. You might not be the sole person to premiere it, but I don't think audiences really care that much. So, yeah, 24 minutes of orchestra music is expensive. Let's face it. Julia Wolfe is a post-war generation composer, so like born in 1958, and we've had a lot of composers born around that time because it was just a good time to be born, and it was easy for composers of this generation to become successful. I think it's safe to say. If you're born around the 40s, 50s, I mean, that's a really, in America too, great time to be an artist. So she became friends with Michael Gordon and David Lang, who are 2 other minimalist composers, and all 3 of them attended Yale. And then along with them, she founded Bang on a Can, which is like a contemporary classical organization with a focus on like popular music fusion and also minimalism. So that's what Wolfe is kind of known for, and at the time it was really like 1986. Minimalism was really cutting edge and it continues to be obviously a pillar of New York's music scene. I think that's enough. That's all you really need to know about Julia to appreciate this piece, at least. So you can understand why. There's a drum set and lots of percussion. I'm curious to see how the harp's going to be used. And yeah, it's a nice lean instrumentation too. Double winds and reduced brass. I think it's very likely that this will be performed a lot. I saw it performed by the Winnipeg Symphony Orchestra. If you want to listen to a recording along with me, it's in the description to this video. And if you want to stick around for my opinions and thoughts, then just continue watching the video. Okay, yeah, so I apologize for the dramatic lighting today, but this is another early Sunday morning session. This definitely jogged my memory of the performance last year. This was by the BBC Symphony Orchestra, and really huge performance. Wolfe definitely knows what she's doing. She knows her way around an orchestra at this point, I'm gonna just see if there's any program note on this because I have a feeling of what she was going for just based on the title, but I just don't want to speak for her. So, yeah, it's about how the word pretty is related to womanhood and implies attractiveness without any rough edges or strength or power, in Julia's words. And she talks about how it's used destructively, and the etymology of the word she gets into a little bit. It's actually more, it used to mean cunning or crafty, so it has morphed into something much softer. So I guess her idea is to harden the word more. I think, like, while it is very raucous, it sounds like a lot of other Julia Wolfe pieces I've heard. But I think it's a good sentiment, a good way to introduce people to the piece, invite listeners in, and certainly there's a lot of elements of this that are anti-pretty, you could say, but there's like more of them towards the end of the piece. I actually think that there's a very steady incline in like intensity, so the ideas get more and more raucous, you could say, and more inspired by rock and roll, like towards the end of the piece. I'm thinking after the introduction of the drum set, then you get the really loud stuff, which honestly I kind of wanted more of. I wanted to sit on those things longer than 10 measures, you know? I wanted like minutes of that stuff, but I guess the composer's taste was a bit different. She often oscillates between 2 or 4 chords at a slow pace, and it reminds me a lot of like Pink Floyd or Mike Oldfield. That's sort of like progressive rock from the 60s and 70s. It definitely has that sound, like especially there's a section where it was a bit more sustained tones and lots of staggered brass entrances and slow swells. That just sounded like something straight out of a Pink Floyd album, like Metal or Dark Side or something, which, you know, is kind of nostalgic for me and something that I associate with my teenage years. I love the siren idea, the like ramping up of these glissandi in the strings, and having that as a layer, as one of the sustained layers, and having obviously this more ostinato like constant straight 16ths or straight 8ths thing. Those two elements really come together very well, and you know, it's nothing fancy, but it works, right? So yeah, I think realistically the next piece should be Corey Reader. A lot of these scores that are written within the past 5 years, I just have no access to recordings for them, and it's not the fault of the composers, it's just sort of the way that the orchestra world is. A lot of these are like student pieces from workshops or reading sessions which I was a part of, and then this piece by Mazzoli and Lazik, I just couldn't find them, so I guess they haven't been professionally recorded yet. Alright, so today I'm going to be listening to a short piece by Lauren Greenberg called Bonds of Cosmic Origins. It's for orchestra, it was written in 2022, and I heard it live at the Winnipeg New Music Festival of 2024. And the instrumentation is 2222, 422, 4231, harp, timpani, 2 percussionists, and strings. So a little bit about Lauren. She's currently a master's student at NYU Steinhardt, and she wrote this piece to commemorate her experiences in her undergraduate music degree at BOCO, Boston Conservatory at Berkeley, I believe. And she's Canadian originally, hence why I saw a premiere of her work in Canada. Yeah, so she's from Toronto, has worked with the Winnipeg Symphony Orchestra and Scarborough Philharmonic Orchestra, Yarn Wire, some other like chamber groups like Splinter Reeds, and she's in the very early stages of her career and has had the opportunity to study with a lot of big names in the field already. Aon Young Lee, Marty Epstein, Timothy McCormack, and Victoria Chea. And Kevin Lau and Saman Shahi. The recording we're listening to today is from, it's going to be a student orchestra, I think. The Composer's Orchestra at BOCO. I remember liking this piece, but I didn't really listen to it with the score like this before, so maybe I'll have more comments on that. We did this workshop together with the Winnipeg New Music Festival, and I wasn't aware that she already had a recording of it, but I guess it's a pleasant surprise, because the recordings we got from that workshop, unfortunately, we're not allowed to post them to social media or for promotional purposes, but that's kind of the norm when working with orchestras. If you want to have access to this recording, it's in the description to this video, and I'll see you in 8 minutes, it looks like. Okay, yeah, so before I give a few comments here, I forgot to list the percussion when going over the instrumentation. So the reason why there's 3 trombones is one of them's on bass, and first percussion is bass drum, glock, xylophone, and cymbals. Percussion 2 is triangle, mark tree, crash cymbals, like cymbals as well, and snare drum. And I like the use of winds very consistently throughout the piece. The orchestration kind of reminded me of like some of Stravinsky's orchestral suites. He has these really short pieces that show a lot of like use of the winds as a choir and less use of the strings. And I liked how the colors of the orchestra were used one section at a time, so it really gave you a lot of time to enjoy each different like orchestral idea. You know, there were some sparser moments like the very beginning with just cellos and triangle, and then fuller moments. There's a slower section with a really nice use of harp. The form wasn't too predictable. It like had 4 different sections and kind of led you through some twists and turns. So that was good. And I like the use of percussion overall, like using them as their own little unit. And I thought that was really fun. The melodies themselves are just very catchy and syncopated, and I think it's a very accessible piece. And I remember the audience in Winnipeg really liking this piece and being drawn to it. So hopefully it continues to have a life of its own where it's performed. It's nice and short, and I think it's a real crowd pleaser. So yeah, that was Greenberg's piece. Another person I worked with at this workshop, Tom Lachance, has a recording of his orchestral work. So I think we're going to do that one tomorrow, and then we'll keep working our way back in time here. I guess one last thing, I think it's a really this piece has just a very positive, nice sentiment, like honoring her positive experiences at music school. And I can't think of a better way to celebrate that than with an orchestra piece, because like music schools in North America at least are really centered around the orchestra, and it's some sort of like the fondest memories I think most composers have of their undergrads is writing for orchestra and participating in reading sessions and things like that. It's so important to our education as composers. Today I'm going to be looking at a orchestra score by Montreal-based composer Tom Lachance, and this was a piece which I saw live at the Winnipeg New Music Festival of 2024. So the piece is titled Blizzard Sylvestre, and it's written in 2022, and it's about 6 minutes long. The instrumentation is 2-2-2-2, 4-2-3-1, two percussionists, timpani, harp, and strings. The required or recommended timpani are 32-inch, 28-inch, and 25-inch. The percussionists, percussion 1 is in charge of marimba, tubular bells, toms, suspended cymbal, and wood blocks. Percussion 2 has a smaller setup, just vibes, suspended cymbal, and tam-tam. Some of the wind doublings, so second flute is also on piccolo, second bassoon is also on English horn, third trombone is also on bass. So a little bit about Tom. I met him at the Winnipeg New Music Festival, where we both did this workshop together, and this piece of his was performed. His profile pic is actually from that opportunity. I don't think he has a personal website yet, but when I met him, he was between degrees. I think he just finished a degree at the University of Montreal, and he was trying to get into McGill, and I think he's successfully become a composition student at McGill now. So good for him. And I think this piece was recorded first by one of the student orchestras at the University of Montreal. Yeah, it's on his SoundCloud. So the program notes are in French. I think they're also in French in the score, so I may need to pull up a translation. The program note is pretty poetic and ephemeral, so I don't want to translate it too much, because I think it's probably much better in its original language. But I remember Tom talking about this painting in his short presentation of this piece with the Winnipeg Symphony Orchestra. And yeah, he was just talking about this painting that really struck him, and I think a lot of this is just describing that experience, a whole experience of looking at a painting, its contours and colors and hues and textures. So that's the type of piece we're jumping into today. If you need a link to this recording, it's in the description to the video. That'll save you a Google search. And yeah, it's time to refresh my memory, take a little trip down memory lane. Alright, so I really enjoyed going through the score with this. I think the middle of this score differs from this recording. Either I got lost or this is a revised version, but it didn't seem like the ensemble was taking it any slower. I have a feeling that Tom might have revised this considerably. See, he even says it was reduced for the 2024 premiere here. What I find interesting, though, is I think he did write... I don't think it just was a matter of cutting this or that thing. It looks like he just wrote a little bit of new material too. And he keeps a lot of the beginning and a lot of the ending, and just cuts out a lot of the middle stuff, which is kind of interesting. It's always interesting to see like how composers work and like what sort of decisions they make to change a piece. There's some really gorgeous chords in here that really remind me of like spectral works almost, but there's also a lot of like romantic figuration with these 16th note figures and things. A lot of thick like messianic chords in the strings, and really good use of strings overall. And I really liked the ending. I think one of the things I remember most vividly from the performance I saw was this like climax at rehearsal 75, or measure 75 I should say. Just a really huge sound from the orchestra, and it was a pleasure to hear that live. I like that Tom is very comfortable where he is in Montreal, and is, you know, getting the opportunities he wants. And, you know, I'm excited to see what he makes at McGill, honestly. So I should keep up with his SoundCloud, maybe. Yeah, hopefully this was a new composer for you as well, and it got you interested in what he's working on. I think we haven't really had a lot of Quebecois composers in any of our series yet, but it is an important part of Canada. It's an important part of Canadian music, and it's definitely Montreal definitely has a different scene from everywhere else in the country. Yeah, thanks for tuning in. Alright, today I'm going to be listening to a short orchestra piece by Corey Reeder. It's titled Still Life in Brief, and it's from 2020. Corey and I were colleagues at the University of North Texas. If you want to know more about him, the first episode on his work is subtitled here, so check out that episode of his Pierrot ensemble piece, Messier. This piece is scored for 2222, 4331, timp, percussion, piano, and strings. And I believe the percussion is it's two percussionists. So vibes and bass drum for percussion 1, tam tam for percussion 2. And there's no doublings to speak of, but the trumpets are in B flat, strangely. Yeah, on some of the performance notes, like a lot of care has to be taken for everything to be played extremely quietly in this piece, and I believe I heard this in a reading session at UNT, and the conductor spent a good 3 minutes just like coaching the ensemble to play as quietly as Corey is directing them here. And I think that conductor did a pretty good job of that. But it's just something to be aware of if you want to put this piece together. Vibes and piano are to pedal all the way through the piece. And you can see when you start looking at the score that it's all these swells on long sustained tones, starting at triple pianissimo or niente, and they all sort of I think the highest dynamic in the whole piece is a mezzo piano. No, there's a mezzo forte, but really with Corey's music you should be taking all the dynamics down a couple levels, so that mezzo forte is going to be more like a piano. The program note's pretty short here. He says he is combining his interests in abstract music with romantic music. So it's reminiscent of the romantic period of orchestral writing in its colors and harmonic material. And there's something sort of dreamlike or memory-like in the piece. And he talks about some minimalist artists, such as Agnes Martin, that inspire the piece. So, yeah, if you scroll through it, and I can do that because this is free on his website. You can kind of see that the orchestration is a little bit conservative. The strings are playing almost the whole time, and they're colored by the winds. There's like a bit of a brass moment here, I think. Yeah. But it's also very like dense. Well, it is like all the individual instruments have to be split up because all of the entrances are different in each instrument. So, and there's this kind of divisi in every member of the string family. So, it's not as textural as like Atmospheres by Ligeti, but it's sort of like somewhere in between that type of orchestrating and just ordinary orchestra. If you want to link to the recording, it's in the description, and this is a short listen today. It's just 6.5 minutes. Okay, so this recording was of the University of North Texas Symphonic Orchestra, conducted by J. Calloway Seislak, and I thought it was a really good interpretation of this score, and it's really fun, sort of accessible piece that I think a lot of audiences would really resonate with a lot of audiences. There's enough texture there to grab your attention with the piano and vibraphone stuff in the foreground, and there's a lot of nice, really low, luscious string stuff, and using the extreme lower register of the ensemble. It's obviously a very serious sounding piece. There were no particular moments in the winds or brass that stood out to me, because they kind of just blended so well with the string sound at that dynamic. I will say it does sound intuitively written. It doesn't sound like process music or anything like that, or it doesn't sound extremely minimalist either. So I think his description of it being like romantic kind of makes sense. Because I can't think of any other reason to explain the harmonies that happen. He does have additional thoughts on the piece, which he wrote after the program note. So he did this piece at an extremely productive time right before the COVID pandemic, and he was able to take advantage of the orchestra readings before that happened. And apparently this was one of 5 orchestra pieces, though 2 of them were discarded, and the other 2 pieces that are from this time in his composing was Walls of Brocade Fields, which is one that I do have the score for and we can look at, and also a piece called The Afternoon Lasts Forever, which I'm not familiar with. And here he says, I'm not trying to force a sentimentality onto the listeners. He just has a deep attachment to harmony and harmonic structure. I mean, Corey has, as a bassist, has played in orchestras, and I'm sure has a love for the literature. And I get what he's getting at here, but I think he should just be himself. If he just wants to be sentimental or melancholic, I think he should be. Because that's sort of how the piece struck me. But, I get where he's coming from. It's a difficult balance, and also you don't want sentimentality to take over one's whole interpretation of your piece. You also want people to listen to it as just a thing that was made, and something that's Corey. Very straightforward listen, but definitely giving me some things to think about with his program notes there. Let me know in the comments if that rings true to you. And check out his score, check out some of Corey's orchestra pieces. They're free on his website. And if, I know a lot of orchestras are struggling out there right now, and rehearsal time is very precious. You could put this thing together in one rehearsal easily, and audiences would love it. So just do it, You don't have to show off to fulfill your your duties to your community as an orchestra. Today I'm going to be looking at a score by composer Courtney Bryan, her piece Bridges for Orchestra. I saw this piece live last year at the Winnipeg New Music Festival, and I've yet to listen to it with the score, so that's what I'm going to do today. I remember Courtney being very professional, presenting herself to the public here in Winnipeg, and this piece definitely had a story behind it, and she just seemed very chill and straightforward, dealing with people and talking about her music. So, but admittedly, I don't remember a lot about the piece. I think it was pretty far into the festival at that point, and I was not really giving it my full attention. So now I can. Yeah, it's a commission for the Jacksonville Symphony and music director Courtney Lewis, and it was written in part of the Mary Carpatin Composer in Residence program. And the Jacksonville Symphony premiered it in 2019 at the Times Union Center for Performing Arts, Robert E. Jacoby Symphony Hall. So it's a tribute to Jacksonville, Florida, and its diverse communities and the bridges that bring them together. So Courtney was acting as a composer in residence for the Jacksonville Symphony, and in this role she had the opportunity to learn about Jacksonville and St. Augustine, and the central inspiration for this piece, I remember her talking about this, came from visits to several schools in different neighborhoods of Jacksonville, and having young students improvise sound based on the sounds of their neighborhoods. I remember her talking about how Winnipeg is also a city of bridges, and I thought that was a funny parallel. So the instrumentation here is 2-3-2-3, 4-3-3-1, timpani, 3 percussion, and strings. Third oboe is on English horn. It says 2 clarinets with the third one doubling bass clarinet. So maybe there are 3 clarinets, and the third bassoon is on contrabassoon. Maybe okay, and there's piccolo. So scratch that. It's triple winds. Let's just say that, and every third wind player is on a auxiliary instrument. Simple enough. So the percussion players, let's see, it looks like the first one is on Glock, Belltree, snare, cymbal, tom, couple other cymbals and toms, and bass drum. The second percussion is on marimba, with along with whistle, bamboo chimes, cowbell, tempo blocks, and the third percussion is on tubular bells, small cymbal, mark tree, another cymbal, rain stick. So a lot of shared unpitched percussion elements, but also each percussionist has their own dedicated pitched percussion instrument. So it's kind of an interesting division of roles. It's very equal. Everybody seems to have an equal role. It starts with percussion stuff and the flutes. So, and we have that for a while before the low strings enter. Okay, I'm gonna read up on Courtney, and then I'm gonna get into it. Okay, so Courtney Bryan, I'm just on her website now. Born in New Orleans, Louisiana, and she's both a pianist and a composer. 2023 MacArthur Fellow, and did a composer in residence. Well, she is currently composer in residence with the Philadelphia Opera, and Seems like she's been climbing the ranks in these composer residencies. And yeah, let's see. Yeah, her music's been performed in Carnegie Hall, the Lincoln Center, Miller Theater, Metropolitan Museum of Art, National Gallery of Art, Blue Note Jazz Club, Walt Disney Concert Hall, Isabella Stewart Gardner Museum, and the New Orleans Jazz and Heritage Festival. And she's collaborated with a lot of orchestras: Louisiana Phil, Harmonic Orchestra, Jacksonville Symphony, which is where this piece originated, London Sinfonietta, Orchestra of St. Luke's, Chicago Sinfonietta, and then Chicago Symphony Orchestra, American Composers Orchestra, and a few others. There's also some chamber ensembles listed here, like Telea Ensemble and the Spectral Quartet, who have more experience with new music probably. As far as her education goes, she's a student of George Lewis, where she was doing her doctorate at Columbia University with him, and also holds degrees from Oberlin Conservatory and Rutgers University. So, in terms of like American institutions, her resume is very, I would say, stacked. Like this is like pretty impressive, and it's no surprise that she's been able to have a very long-standing career working with orchestras and getting all kinds of commissions. So really ideal career for a composer in America, I would say. So yeah, the whole reason I'm able to do this listening session is this recording. So on the Jacksonville Symphony's YouTube channel, you can find the premiere recording of Bridges. So this is the commissioning ensemble playing it for the first time. It's a very significantly sized work. It's like half an hour, and yeah, I'm excited to like give it my proper focus today. If you want access to this recording, it's in the description, so you don't have to look for it yourself. And yeah, that's that. Okay, yeah. So my thoughts on this. Definitely a really good premiere recording. I liked this, the way this hall sounded and the way this ensemble sounded. It was recorded really well, and a lot of things that I remember being ineffective in the like last year when I heard it at the Centennial Concert Hall were super effective in this recording. Like the Bartok pits in the basses really felt just carried really well in this hall and felt very percussive. It blended with the rest of the ensemble. It didn't feel wimpy or anything. And then there were other things like percussion things felt very crisp and bright, like the pitch percussion trio with pizzicato strings. Super clear idea in this recording. And there's like the cowbell plus woodblock moment. You can hear both sounds so clearly. And yeah, it's kind of scary how different the hall makes, like how big a difference the hall makes on the sound of a piece. And I think part of that is how colorful the writing is. Like the orchestration's very colorful and there's a lot of percussion. But I do think part of it is like she probably got to know this hall and this particular orchestra and wrote it for them. So Courtney probably just knew that this would sound the way it would sound in the premiere. A lot of the more colorful like harmonies and orchestrations, especially in the winds, reminded me of like Ravel, and I think this would pair really well with some Ravel on a program, and it does ask a lot from the listener, but in terms of like the harmonic rhythm is usually very slow, but I think the pacing is actually really good, and it takes you on a journey from one idea to the next very smoothly. And it, in terms of like the larger form, I think the pacing's good. So yeah, that was Bridges, and I think Courtney fulfilled her commission really well with this. I would really recommend this recording of the premiere, and I would recommend this as a reference material if you are trying to put it on in your own city with your own orchestra. Today I'm going to be looking at a piece for orchestra called Restless Oceans by composer Anna Clyne. I saw this piece live at the Winnipeg New Music Festival in 2024, and this is my first time listening to it since. Hopefully the score helps inform my experience of it. It was commissioned by the World Economic Forum in honor of the 25th anniversary of the Crystal Awards, and premiered in 2019. The instrumentation for this piece is 2222, 2200, timpani, percussion, and strings. And it's a very short work. It's only 3 minutes long. And the piece is inspired by a poem, it seems. It's inspired by this poem called A Woman Speaks by Audre Lorde, and composed with an all-woman orchestra in mind. I'll read the poem just since I have it here in front of me. So here goes. Moon-marked and touched by sun, my magic is unwritten, but when the sea turns back, it will leave my shape behind. I seek no favor, untouched by blood, unrelenting as the curse of love, permanent as my errors or my pride. I do not mix love with pity, nor hate with scorn. And if you would know me, look into the entrails of Uranus, where the restless oceans pound. I do not dwell within my birth, nor my divinities, who am ageless and half-grown, and still seeking my sisters, witches in Dahomey, wear me inside their coiled cloths, as our mother did mourning. I have been woman for a long time, beware my smile. I am treacherous with old magic, and the noon's new fury, with all your wide futures promised. I am woman, and not white. So, yeah, I don't know if there's much more to say about it, but this is what the first page of the score looks like. I'm gonna, since I've never gone over an Anna Clyne piece yet in this channel, so I think it's worth just pulling up her bio here. So yeah, Grammy-nominated composer, very successful with orchestras, choreographers, filmmakers, and visual artists. Commissions from the LA Philharmonic, the Museum of Modern Art, Philharmonie de Paris, Royal Concertgebouw Orchestra, San Francisco Ballet, Sydney Opera House, etc. She's published by Boosey and Hawkes, and does teach as well, mostly as like composer teaching master classes and leading workshops. Here's the real meat and potatoes of this bio here. So she's been a composer in residence with a number of different orchestras. So as mentioned before, BBC Phil, Helsinki Phil, the Symphony Orchestra Castilla y Leon, the BSO, the CSO, National Orchestra of France, Philharmonia Orchestra, Scottish Chamber Orchestra, Trondheim Symphony Orchestra. So huge career as a resident composer at all these different orchestras, one after another. Yeah, it really puts it into perspective, because this is not a viable career in Canada. We only have like two positions in the whole country. Um, but if you're in Europe, it's and the U.S. I guess it's totally different. Um, yeah, it's mostly just a list of accomplishments here. All right, so that's all I have to prepare you for this. The recording that I'm listening to is in the description to this video. And if you want to know my thoughts on it, this listen, just continue watching the video. All right, yeah, so nice having a shorter listen. I think might be the shortest piece I've listened to on the channel so far. Um, and yeah, it was. I forgot how much like stomping and like shouting and sort of like percussion things were in it, but yeah, it is the majority of the score is filled with this stuff, and it's nice to see it on the page. This sort of double staved thing here. If you were to do something like that in an orchestra piece, I think this is a very informative bit of notation. Like this would be the score to check out if you want to do performers singing, speaking, stomping, etc. Yeah, and there's just a lot of good orchestration for like loud, full sounding things. She doesn't overcomplicate any of her textures. It's often just two-part writing in octaves and with the occasional like chords filling things in. And I remember the Winnipeg Symphony Orchestra put this together really quickly and easily, and it was very effective. So I think it is very well written for orchestra just based on that. Um, I think one moment that really stuck out for me, I'm not going to show it because I don't want to show too much of the score, but the introduction of the second theme with this like clarinet accompaniment and bassoons added was really cool, and I might look at that in more detail later. So, yeah, that was Restless Oceans. So today I'm listening to another orchestra piece by Corey Reeder. This is the third piece of Reeder's that I've looked at. The two other episode numbers are below here. And this one is about 16 minutes long, written in 2019. The instrumentation is 3-3-3-3, 4-3-3-1, timp, percussion, piano, harp, and strings. And there's three percussionists. Third flute doubles on piccolo. Third clarinet is playing bass throughout. And the percussionists, it looks like percussion 1 just plays vibes. Percussion 2 also plays vibes, so a second vibraphone and gongs. And then third percussion plays gongs and tam-tam. Some of these performance notes are similar to what we saw in the last Corey Reeder piece, and I believe that was called Still Life in Brief. So pedaling throughout on vibes and piano, percussions 2 and 3 sharing the same set of gongs. I guess that's unique to this piece. And the two vibes should not attempt to synchronize their motors, so vibrating at slightly different rates. And similar to the other orchestra piece we looked at, dynamics are very subtle and quiet throughout, and there's a lot of like emerging from niente or from a very quiet dynamic, and wind players are sort of just asked to breathe wherever, and there's lots of moments where string players just have to bow wherever.
like when there's really long notes. So staggered breathing, staggered bowing. It looks a little bit more intricate and textural than Still Life, which was mostly just sustained tones. And we open with some percussion tremolos here. And the score is freely available on Corey's website if you're interested. And yeah, pretty textural looking. I don't remember what this one sounds like, but I probably heard it in a reading session. This recording is from a reading session at UNT with Jack Budenhagen as the conductor, and I honestly don't know if I was at this one. I remember hearing a couple other orchestra pieces by Corey's while I studied at UNT in reading sessions, but this one, if it was 2019, I would have just gotten there, or I would have been starting my degree right after, because I think the readings were in the spring. So it's inspired by the International Quilt Study Center and Museum in Lincoln, Nebraska. Corey is from Nebraska himself, I believe. And yeah, this is a link to the image he uses in the SoundCloud recording. Famously, Morton Feldman was also interested in textiles. I believe he was interested in Persian rugs. And I know that Corey, in his last orchestra piece that we looked at, talked about being interested in Agnes Martin, who is a minimalist painter. So similar, this is an extension of his taste in other mediums, kind of thing. And I'm seeing similar themes in his program note here of like nostalgia, pattern, and I guess like the magnitude of these things being displayed. The link to the recording, which will be from a SoundCloud, is in the description to the video. And it's about 16 minutes long, so I'm going to put on some headphones here and give you my thoughts. Okay, yeah, so this is a really solid listen. My thoughts today, I was a little bit tired starting this one because I just got off work. And I wasn't expecting it to be as droney as it was, so bear that in mind. I wasn't able to give it my full attention, but I did notice a lot of things that I liked. The scope of it is much larger than Still Life in brief, and the size of the orchestra is much larger, and I kind of like that about it. It's a much more monumentally sized work, and the gestures are a lot bigger. Like this last big swell and fading out, this huge chord, it's like it starts around here. It's like 7 minutes long, and I think that's really kind of interesting. It kind of reminds me of like Das Rheingold, the introduction, or something like that, or like Schnittke's Third Symphony, which starts with this gigantic building up of parts. And for the most part, there was a lot of individual parts, so it was very like quiet but thick, and the orchestration was very like thick and layered throughout. Things that stood out were like the piano, harp, and vibes peeking out of the texture, and I think even at the very ending here, the use of harp is very effective and low piano. So that could be something to take away from this score if you're trying to craft something similar. Is like look at how Corey uses piano and harp and these like soloistic instruments in a textural capacity. Super bassy, a lot of focus on the double basses, but a lot of things were similar. Like a lot of sonic ideas were similar to his other piece, they were both written around the same time, so that makes a lot of sense. Um, this one would definitely be more to put together, and I think this performance is uh, leaves a lot to be desired. I think they put it together very quickly, and it's a little bit rushed sounding. Not everything is as tight as it could be, but I think with enough rehearsal time, this could be a very standout piece on program in like a new music festival or something. And I think it's a very accessible piece and would work really well as like a closer to a quieter program. I think it could really resonate with people. Okay, yeah. So I think yeah, I remember seeing this a couple years ago. But yeah, he did get this performed with the New Jersey Symphony, with at the Edward T. Cohn Composition Institute. So that's good to see that the piece got proper performance and that it has taken on a life of its own here. And honestly, I'm not surprised. It's a very um, successful piece. It does what it sets out to do. And it has a really intriguing program note that just would resonate with audiences. So, um, and yeah, it's very similar to a lot of Corey's other music, but also there's not a lot of American composers that sound like Corey. I think he really has a distinctive voice. So, hopefully, it's the first of many performances of it. Today is going to be a Sunday morning session, and I'm listening to more substantial orchestra work today. It's about 20 minutes long. It's called Holocene Extinction by Canadian composer Harry Stafylakis. And this piece was written in 2017. The full instrumentation is 3-3-3-3, 4-3-3-1, timpani, percussion, one player, and harp, piano, and strings. Now the doublings, third flute doubles on piccolo, third oboe doubles on English is on English horn, third clarinet is on bass clarinet, third bassoon's on contra, and third trombone's on bass. The percussionist has a pretty big setup. We got Glock, three crotals, bowed, vibes, xylophone, marimba, just one tubular bell, the E4, cymbals, suspended cymbal, tam-tam, snare drum. And this is probably one of the cleanest instrumentation lists I've had the pleasure of looking at in this series. It's so easy to see. Yeah, as for the occasion and origin of this work, it was commissioned by the Winnipeg Symphony Orchestra, which was probably, you know, also supported by the Canada Council for the Arts. It's pretty common in Canada to have an arts council help you with your commission. And at the time, it seems that Harry was at the iPark Foundation as a resident composer. This is in East Haddam, Connecticut. And yeah, it was premiered a year later, or maybe a couple months later, at the Winnipeg New Music Festival in 2018. And I think I may have even... No, I wouldn't have been at this one because I was just graduating. I think I attended 2019, and then I saw this performed again just last year in 2024. So he explains what the Holocene epic is. In geological terms, it's like the most recent epic spanning the past like 11,000 years. And people are talking a lot about the Anthropocene epic, starting to establish it around now because we are really seeing the effects of climate change and mass extinction. But he doesn't Interestingly, he doesn't really mention the Anthropocene in here, but I can kind of see the connection. Um, and yeah, he talks about how this is we're going through a mass extinction event currently, and this would be the sixth one. Um, and it's a symphonic poem, split up into three movements. We got Eden, Arrival, and Threnody. And then Eden imagines obviously an idyllic Earth pre-humanity. Arrival involves humanity, and then Threnody is more of a personal response to the tragedy that is our the current state of the world's biodiversity, etc. Um, oh, and there is a fourth movement, Hammerfall, which is more industrial. The first page of the score looks like this. It's very clean, starting with a drone in the strings and this harp figure, some like bowed vibraphone stuff with motor off, and some bowed crotales. He's from Montreal, currently working in New York, Juno nominated. And he's been the composer in residence with the Winnipeg Symphony Orchestra for a number of years, helping curate the Winnipeg New Music Festival, which is an annual festival between 1 and 2 weeks every January. And, he's collaborated with the Jack Quartet, Roomful of Teeth, Evelyn Glennie, and other ensembles. In 2019, he collaborated with the metal band Animals as leaders, brought them to Winnipeg to perform some music for metal band and orchestra. And that's one of his more eccentric interests. He's a guitarist. He loves metal music. And yeah, just a couple of years ago, he released Calibrating Friction, which is like another crossover project with like prog metal and classical music. So if that sort of thing interests you, definitely check Harry's stuff out. I'll see if I notice anything in this piece in particular, but I'm not the most well versed in prog metal. I was obsessed with Tool for a little while as a teenager, but that's sort of where it stopped. I should also mention probably I worked with Harry because he runs this Composers Institute with the Winnipeg Symphony Orchestra, and I got to take advantage of that opportunity, which is a really incredible thing for Canadian composers. And I hope it continues to thrive. And if Harry continues in this position as composer in residence, I'm sure it will. Okay, he does have it, but it's split up into separate recordings on his SoundCloud. So I'll just provide a link to each individual recording. And it looks like they're all between 3 and 6 minutes long. So pretty digestible, I think. Yeah, so this was a pretty good listen. I think I focused a lot more of my attention on the aspects that are more metal about this and might be influenced by metal. And yeah, there's definitely some very groovy sections, especially, I mean, some of the closing stuff here in the fourth movement, but that same repeated note idea in the second movement, I think is, yeah, it's very just groovy and groove based, and I think that's definitely shows a metal influence. I think you kind of have to ignore the differences in technology and really think about what the performers are doing, right? And it's like what the orchestral musicians are asked to play, and the physicality of them playing it is actually very metal. But the sound of it, I mean, there's no amplification, there's no electronics or distortion, so it still just sounds like an orchestra piece. I guess there is that delicate balance that has to be maintained because it is a commission for an orchestra. They do want to play things that are idiomatic and reminiscent of the canon, and I think Harry does a pretty good job of not taking things too far in the metal direction. But in terms of like my favorite moments, I'll pretty much all of them are in the second movement. I think the second movement is like really metal, and I want it to go on longer. I want it to be more like an 8-minute piece. Some of the most interesting moments for me were like the quieter moments that involved like harp and celesta and piano. I really like the way he used those instruments in the ensemble. They have a little moment in the third movement, but he also introduces the celesta at the beginning of the third movement. And I think right from the start of the piece, he establishes that these sort of like more tactile, plucked string and keyboard instruments are going to have a major role in the piece. I remember as an undergraduate student, I really did want to like incorporate my band bass playing days into my music, and I really did want to make like metal crossover stuff for a time, but I kind of just gave up on it. And I think the fact that Harry's out here doing it, I think, is a really cool thing. Even if it's not necessarily the way I would go about it, it's still he's still out there doing it. So that's sort of my takeaway, is that it's pretty cool, you know.
All right, today I'm going to be listening to this orchestra piece by American composer Missy Mazzoli. It's called River Rouge Transfiguration, and it was commissioned by the Detroit Symphony Orchestra in honor of Elaine Lebenbaum. This piece was performed last year in Winnipeg, Manitoba, where I am at right now, hence why I have the score to begin with. And I think it's kind of funny that it was performed here because cutting through the city of Winnipeg is a large river called the Red River. And, River Rouge, Red River. It's an interesting connection. The instrumentation for this piece is 2-2-2-2, 4-2-2-1, timp, two percussionists, harp, piano, and strings. Incredibly clear instrumentation page, as I have noticed with a lot of North American composers. There's a definite standard. And there is a recording by the DSO of this online, which is what I'll be listening to today. I guess I should give the percussion list. So yeah, the first percussionist is on chimes, glock, crotales, snare drum, and bass drum. The second percussion has a smaller task. They just have to do vibraphone and suspended cymbal. And yeah, it's a very clean score. So I can't remember if I actually saw this one live. I might not have. So this might be completely new to me. Very successful American composer. I believe she's currently based in New York. And she's held a few residencies, one with the Chicago Symphony Orchestra from 2018 to 2021. Before that, she was composer in residence with Opera Philadelphia, Gotham Chamber Opera, and a music theater group. She teaches at Bard College right now. Before that, she was teaching at the Man's College of Music. And she founded this composition lab. I remember her talking about this, called Luna, which is for female, non-binary, and gender non-conforming composers between the ages of 13 and 19. So, definitely busy running that nonprofit and teaching and getting all kinds of commissions and premieres. She's also active as a pianist and keyboardist.
and she founded a band in 2008 dedicated to her own compositions. So that's very New York kind of approach to getting your music out there. And yeah, they have this album called Cathedral City, which was released in 2010. So that would definitely be something to check out. And in terms of education, we have Yale, the Conservatory of The Hague, and Boston University. So, yeah, incredibly accomplished. I'm excited to hear what this sounds like. I was fortunate enough to have one lesson with Missy, and we went over one of my orchestra pieces. This was at a professional development workshop here in Winnipeg, and she left a very strong impression. She's very opinionated, but also a very kind teacher and very professional. So yeah, I'm glad that at least one of her scores, which I have, has a corresponding recording, and we can actually check out some of it together. So if you want to listen to this recording, it is in the description to the video. Okay, yeah, so this is a really fun sort of post-minimalistic piece, I think. Definitely has a lot of, the sort of slow harmonic rhythm and also very colorful harmonies of minimalism. I'm not like super familiar with minimalist composers, but it feels like it's a little bit in that vein of John Adams-y stuff. But it was really fun and rhythmic, and you really do have like a rhythm section pinning the whole piece down. It has this fascinating like sort of 2/3 thing going on, or 4/3, and the performance was pretty good. I think the strings were a little bit, I don't know, just some of the rhythms just felt a little bit off, but it felt like it had to really, like, energy kept being injected into it. Like, people just weren't really locking in, but that's okay. It's an orchestra. That's just sort of how it goes. And yeah, there's a lot of like orchestral ideas in this that are used throughout the piece, right? Nothing is used too sparingly. It's all fleshed out, and it's just a lot of things that just work. Like, these occasional brass swells, but also having, little 16th note things peeking out of different parts of the ensemble, sometimes in the brass. This sort of use of the flute to like accent things, and like the upper register winds, and then like a lot of surprising amount of like long oboe melodies versus like violin melodies, right? Trading off between those two parts of the ensemble. So very colorful, and a mix of like more creative uses of the ensemble, particularly in like the percussion realm, and then more like standard, like tried and true things like oboe melodies. Yeah, they sound great. They carry it out through everything. Really good use of the ensemble. Everybody has something to do and multiple things to do. Everybody's having fun playing. It looks like a lot of fun, so I can see why it was programmed. I don't think I heard it live, but I'm sure the Winnipeg Symphony Orchestra did a pretty good job. I might have heard sections of it like in rehearsal. This sound on the chimes at the beginning is really cool, actually. So I might steal that one. Rubber mallets on the chimes. It's a really cool effect. Yeah, it's one of those pieces that is like so well written for orchestra that you could probably really just find more and more things the more you dig into it. As it turns out, most of the orchestra scores I own that are pieces from the past 20 years or 10 years are all things that were performed last year at this festival. So we can move on now to some of the some of the repertoire I have from other places, and not that I didn't enjoy what we've looked at so far, but it's getting a little bit homogenous. I want something that's a bit different in style now. So what do we have? We have a miniature by Jacques Zafra. This is going to be a super noisy modernist thing. So perfect. That's what we'll do a couple days from now. We'll take a detour to a Mexican composer. Today I'm going to be listening to this piece for orchestra by Mexican composer Jacques Zafra. It's called Todo para el último momento. This title roughly translates to Everything for the Last Minute. And the piece is a minute long. You may have noticed that my PDF here is only 4 pages. So yeah, it's just the title page, and then we get straight into the score. The instrumentation is, it looks like it's 3, 3, 3, 3, 4, 2, 3, 1, 2 percussionists, or 3 percussionists, and then strings. So yeah, the third flute is on piccolo, the third oboe is on English horn, third clarinet's on bass clarinet, third bassoon's on second bassoon's on contra. My bad, there's only 2 bassoons. Third trombone is on bass. And I'm not sure how many percussionists are supposed to be playing, but there's a significant marimba part, some tubular bells, and a bass drum. Yeah, some interesting things about it right off the bat. It opens with marimba. It's probably the weirdest instrument in the ensemble. And it looks like it gets, like, all 3 pages are very different. So it looks like we got some more like collage type things in the first 2 pages, like from one idea to the next. And then the last page is its own sort of little pointillistic thing, where everything gets scattered. And so yeah, the link to the recording is in the description, and hopefully you have time to listen to it. It's only a minute and a half. Great, so I listened to this twice, once with the score, once without. And yeah, it looks like they are doing this with 2 percussionists, because the bass drum part and the bells doesn't really overlap at all. There's plenty of time to switch. And yeah, there's a lot of like repeated note stuff, and I like this notation where the change in dynamics is on specific like notes, and really interesting use of colors and like mixed orchestration stuff. So we got on this page, for example, the marimba solo, really strange way to open it, and then that goes straight into like double bass with contrabassoon, viola, and muted horn with violin 1 and English horn, and that sort of like plays off one another. I like the use of percussion to demarcate the form, and the use of repeated notes as sort of like a overall idea. These like textures of repeated notes, like the harmony doesn't actually move that quickly, and the first 2 pages are sort of dominated by this drone in the basses, but you get this energy just from the rhythm of it and the repeated note stuff. Miniatures for orchestra are a really interesting thing. They're not common because obviously it's a lot of resources to put together. So if you're going to play one orchestra miniature or commission one, you're probably going to commission several others. But maybe I can find out the occasion for this. Yeah, I can't really find much else on this other than it was commissioned by the Michoacan Symphony Orchestra in 2013. Miniatures are really underrated by students. Like most orchestra reading sessions I've had to write for, You have to write at least 3 minutes of music, if not five, and I feel like that's not really in the spirit of a reading session. I think you should be writing miniatures for reading sessions and getting the most out of them. If your school doesn't have the time for you, then don't give them too much of your time. Like, write something short, you know. There's no way the ensemble is putting, like, the amount of work it takes to write a minute of music, right? There's no way the ensemble members are putting that much work into playing it. So it's a bit of a power move, I think. Tomorrow we're going to be looking at some Herman Romero orchestra piece from 2011.
I'm going to be listening to this piece by Mexican composer Herman Romero called Mares, I believe it would be pronounced. It translates to seas in English. And this piece he wrote for a considerable amount of time, between 2004 and 2011. I don't have any front matter for this particular score in this PDF, but you can see that it's all quarter equals 70. It's quite slow. It's about 30 pages of music, and the instrumentation is 4-3-3-2, 4-4-3-1, harp, piano, and strings, with divisi such that there's two of every string part throughout. So we got a lot of divisi, a lot of instruments in general, and no percussion. But I think this one's going to be a little bit difficult to follow along to, just because it's so many staves. One thing I remember about this piece, when I listened to it last time, is there's a super long clarinet note towards the end. Like it's pretty extreme, and it's completely exposed. But yeah, it seems like a lot of the sustained stuff. If you want to get the biography for Romero, it's at this episode. And if you just want to go through all of our episodes on his music up until this one, here are the numbers. Yeah, I think with that we can get into it. The recording is in the description to this video. It's about 13 minutes long. And yeah, I will let you know my thoughts in a bit. Okay, yeah, so interesting piece. This performance is by the Yucatan Symphony Orchestra, conducted by Juan Carlos Lomonaco. And it's very sound mass-y, obviously, and quite dissonant, but there's also something romantic sounding about a lot of the intervals and the like different chords, and some of the more like gestural motions of lines and repeated note things, especially in the brass. There's a lot of brass moments sound more like romantic, I guess. There's definitely something strange to it. Yeah, he asks a lot from the performers, just playing very long sustained tones sometimes at very loud dynamics or very quiet dynamics, in sort of the extremes of register sometimes. And you can hear that it's hard to play at points, but I think this orchestra did a pretty good job. One example is like this. There's this tuba note near the end that's like 16 seconds long, and it's fortissimo on a low B flat or something. That's not going to happen. You know, there's just a lot of things like that where, you know, it's incredibly risky writing. One thing I found interesting was it's made of these blocks of sound, but he never uses a whole family of instruments. It's just like the horns have their own block of sound, the trumpets have their block of sound, and the flutes. Sometimes he'll combine a couple instruments, so like this is a good example towards the end. This is the type of thing that's going on throughout the entire piece, and it makes me think that possibly there was some like planning involved in this, of like when things would happen in time, and it's maybe some sort of contrapuntal idea underpinning it all. I know that Romero has a lot of electroacoustic music, and it could be that it's informed by electronics a little bit. You can see that every page looks different, even though every page uses almost the entire ensemble until the strings leave at the end. So it is pretty heavy, like having to hear an orchestra this size, everyone playing together for 13 minutes. It's quite a experience, and I think it's very evocative of the ocean. Like it does make you feel like you're out at sea and there's this gigantic thing dominating your landscape and your world, and it's hostile. It's not. It doesn't care about you. Yeah. That's about all I have to say about it. Let me pull up the piece for the next session. If I can find a recording, we're going to listen to some Diaz Infante. It's been iffy on his scores, if there are recordings or not, because he's not the best at documenting his stuff, but yeah, that'll be the next one if I could find it. Alright, so this morning I'm going to be listening to another piece by Jose Julio Diaz Infante. I think we've listened to at least 2 of his pieces. I'll put the episode numbers at the bottom there. This is an orchestra piece which he wrote in 2010, and it's titled Sator Arepo Tenet Opera Rotas, which is nicely visualized on the title page here. You can see that this Roman phrase, I believe, this phrase can be read from left to right, or from like top to bottom, and it creates this nice little square. I guess it's almost like a meme, because it at the time when we started seeing this in history, it makes an actual sentence, but it also creates this visual pattern. The ensemble is 3-2-2-2, 4-3-3-1, and then timp, 2 percussionists, piano, and strings. And it's about 15 minutes long. I was scrolling through this yesterday, and it seems to have some interesting uses of the ensemble. There's moments where we have just the winds and brass for a long time. There's a solo piano moment that's quite long near the beginning. So in that sense, I'm a little bit excited just to hear what this sounds like. I don't think I've ever listened to it before, honestly. If you want Diaz Infante's biography, it's in this episode. And if you would like to listen to the same recording that I'm listening to today, it's in the video description. Other than that, I have not much to say. I guess I should also mention the first percussionist only has to deal with marimba, second percussionist vibraphone, and the timpani are 32-inch, 26-inch, and 23-inch. You only need 3 drums. And the first flute is on piccolo as well. So, yeah, pretty standard ensemble other than those percussion quirks there. I expect it to be very notey with the marimba vibes and piano. So, okay, yeah, so this is a really nice recording, and Let me just subscribe to Jose's YouTube channel here. Um, so this seems to have been performed at the International Forum of New Music, Manuel Enriquez, and it's Mexico City performance, National Symphony Orchestra of Mexico, conducted by Jose Luis Castillo. And I found this comment interesting, actually. Yeah, there was a student of his who was asking, like, so I composed a miniature for orchestra based on the Sator palindrome thing, and wanted to know your creative process. And I think his response is at the top here, where he says, like, well, it's not that rare to use the magic square. Messiaen did it, Webern did it, but in my case, I found it after I wrote the piece. So I thought that was kind of a funny exchange. I think it's easy to overthink titles, and the fact is, a lot of composers do not think of the title first. They just come to it after. And I didn't hear anything that was Magic Square-y about this piece. I think it's just a good title. Yeah, so my thoughts. I thought the orchestration was like super interesting, as I predicted, and I think it's set up in a really interesting way. He gives you some full orchestra stuff that's very dissonant, and then you get this piano figure extracted from this like sound mass thing, and then that becomes this repetitive sort of groovy thing. This is about 4 minutes into the piece, and then that sort of sets up this other world of the orchestra, which is like a bunch of soloists playing together without strings. I think he sets it up with like piano, then tuba, then bass trombone. And he plays around with the winds a bit. There's some other interesting solo moments with like horn and I'm trying to think. Like the vibes and marimba sort of work together as a unit, and they often have similar stuff that the piano has and fulfill a similar role. So that was kind of cool. And I liked that the full orchestra stuff was often not micropolyphonic, but sort of close to that. Like he took these melodic cells and made sort of sound mass textures out of them, which was really fun. The first example of it we have is like this sort of thing, where you have a lot of 5 against 3 against 4. Yeah, it was surprisingly fun and interesting, and I want to hear more orchestra pieces like this. It's very bold in its choices, and yeah, it's obviously, it requires a lot from the pianist, and it's almost like a concerto, but I think it's a really cool thing. I should say that I think this piece is actually really useful for students. Like if you want to recommend something to a student who's trying to do like something in between tonal and atonal stuff, like trying to work with tonal materials in a way that's a bit more abstract, this is a super interesting thing to share. Also, if you want to show them how to use like pitched percussion instruments basically in a soloistic way without going full concerto with it, this is a interesting like case study for your student to look at, because it's got marimba, vibes, piano, doing all that stuff. The next one's going to be a really big one. It's Speakings by Jonathan Harvey, which is one of his EarCom works, probably his biggest work that he composed at EarCom. And it's all about like spectral analysis of the human voice, so it's kind of interesting. I don't think I've given it a full listen before. I've heard excerpts of it. There's a famous like moment where I think the orchestra set like speaks, um, and I don't know how convincing it is without subtitles, but I think it says "I love you" or something like that. So yeah, that'll be cool. It also has electronics in it, so that'll be our first piece for orchestra and electronics. All right, so this morning I'm going to be listening to another piece by Jonathan Harvey. This is the second piece of his that we've looked at. If you want to like get his biography and the first listening session, this is the episode number. It was this chamber orchestra piece called Bhakti. Yeah, today we're looking at Speakings, which is a piece for orchestra and electronics, which he wrote at Earcom. Now, the score that I'm looking at today is actually a manuscript, and the front matter is typed up. It's published by Faber Music, but yeah, you can see the first page. It's in his handwriting. It's very gorgeous, and he writes right on the front here. It's dedicated to Ilan Volkor and the, I think, IBC Scottish Symphony Orchestra and Frank Madlener. His handwriting is strikingly close to mine. It's very, just a little bit messier. But, yeah. This is a more recent piece than I thought. It's 2008, and this is 36 stave paper. I believe it's tabloid. So those are quite small staves, but it's a very big ensemble. So the total instrumentation is 3-3-3-2, 4-3-3-1, 4 percussionists, harp, piano, celesta, sampler, and strings. And of the strings, you need to be able to extract a solo string quartet. The recommended number of all strings, like including the string quartet, is 15, 13, 11, 9, 7. I guess because there's a lot of divisi. There's some doublings in the winds here. We got the yeah, let's see. So I guess a lot of the players are considered soloists. So flute 1 has to double on alto, flute, and piccolo. Flute 2 has to double on piccolo. And then the solo flautist has to double on piccolo, alto, and bass. And then of the 3 oboists, 1 is a solo oboe. They have to double on English horn. And the second clarinet has to double on E flat. Second bassoon has to double on contra. Third trumpet has to double on piccolo trumpet. Third trombone is bass trombone. They're playing bass the whole time. And the percussion lists here. We have 3 percussionists and then a solo percussionist. Percussion 1, 2 octaves of crotals, medium cymbal, bongo, woodblocks, cuica, that's a friction drum, and then sand blocks, sandpaper blocks, I guess. Percussion 2, gong pitch to A, medium and large tam-tam, small cymbo, guero, and flexitone. Percussion 3, bass drum, cowbells, temple blocks, temple bowls, and kabaka. And then the solo percussionist, we got tubular bells, 1 timpano, tam-tam, hi-hat, small triangle, temple blocks, wood block, maracas, guero, and sandpaper blocks, but higher than percussion ones. So the solo ensemble is mic'd. That's what the solo distinction means. So, and the solo ensemble, from what I can tell, is flute, oboe, clarinet, trombone, percussion, harp, piano, and the string quartet. So all of those members have to be mic'd, and they're all seated in front except for the percussion, harp, and piano. And then I guess we need 11 inputs for the solo instruments, and then one stereo out of the orchestra, or a stereo mix of the orchestra. And then this loudspeaker setup should be octaphonic or 6-speaker. And obviously you need a mixing desk with 11 ins and 8 outs or whatever. 2 laptops. At Earcom they had this practice where every piece they ran with laptop would have a backup laptop. So I'm not sure how that works in a technical situation, but yeah, they have 2 laptops and 2 audio interfaces and 2 graphical interfaces, and yeah, well, that's a great list of requirements. It doesn't really explain a lot about the setup or how the electronics work. And I don't think there's anything else in this score. It's just the manuscript. So I guess it'll be a mystery. I know that Earcom has a library, and they do publish a lot of stuff online about every piece that was written there. So I would just look it up on your own time. Commissioned by the British Broadcasting Corporation and Earcom and Radio France. First performed by the BBC Scottish Symphony Orchestra, conducted by Ilan Volkov at the Royal Albert Hall, London. This was BBC Proms 2008. If we look at the layout here of the score, it looks like he puts the solo ensemble at the bottom. So he has all the electronics, I guess, cued by the MIDI keyboard at the top, I'm assuming. And then you would have winds and brass up here too, and percussion, and then strings, and he has a lot of divisi, and even here in this first page, so he lists the stand numbers, and then the solo ensemble's at the bottom. So it's kind of an interesting way of scoring it. And it seems like he just has one system per page, regardless of how many people are playing. And I guess he keeps people to their stave, even if he doesn't list every instrument on every page. So yeah, I'm going to pull up the wiki on this just so that I can better describe what Jonathan was trying to do here. So Harvey has this trilogy of pieces referring to the Buddhist purification of body, mind, and speech. And this is obviously the speech portion of that. It's called Speakings. And the idea is that the orchestra is learning how to speak. And it's like listening to a highly expressive language that you don't understand as a baby, basically, and learning language for the first time. That's sort of what he's trying to evoke with this piece. I guess he says here, in Buddhist mythology, there is a notion of pure speech in the form of mantras, which are like half song, half speech. And in this piece, the speech structures shape the orchestra with these envelopes, basically largely taken from random recordings. So we have like music that's informed by spectral analysis of vowels, consonants, the shapes of their spectra, and then sort of like transcribing that as orchestral textures using shape vocoding to take advantage of analyzing speech, breaking it up into more like constituent musical pitches, you could say. And then yeah, I think that's all he talks about technically. There's more than one movement. The first one is an incantation. The second one is like chatter. And then there is the third movement is like the first again, but it's calmer and closer to Gregorian chant. You can see Jonathan Harvey's program notes are a bit esoteric and definitely mystical, religious. He was kind of known for that. So if you want to listen to the recording that I'm listening to, it's in the description to the video. And I'll see you in half an hour. And hopefully I have some thoughts about it. This is my first time listening to it, I think. So we'll see how well I do. It's going to be a little bit difficult to follow the score because I just have a tiny little laptop screen here. I don't have this printed out, but it would be fantastic to have the manuscript. Okay, yeah, so I have a lot of thoughts. It's pretty high concept, right? It's got a big concept, so there's always that question like, okay, well, it's a very intriguing idea, but like, how do you make it musical? Like, what's musical about it? And he doesn't go the total conceptual route, and he doesn't go the total like musical interpretation route either. I think like the speech really came across when the electronics were included with the ensemble, like especially towards the end of the first movement and like around the climax of the second movement. But the whole third movement was like just music, really. It didn't really communicate to me speech at all. So, and I think the ending of the second movement was kind of like that too. So it kind of just felt like the piece kind of gave up on its concept after it did it. So, but the parts that really did go for it were really effective, and I think like having like a trombone or oboe soloist with these like kind of glisses and speech rhythms, and then coloring it with like different parts of the small ensemble and the full orchestra was really effective. Like it really felt like speaking, and it was kind of interesting how it did kind of communicate this idea of like being in a womb, you know, like being surrounded by sound. And I'm trying to like imagine what it would be like to see it performed at the BBC proms with multi-channel audio as well, and like all the amplified instruments around you and stuff. There's definitely like this sort of spatial relationship to the music that would probably make it even more effective. And I think the idea of miking soloists is really effective too, because there's a lot of, I'm sure when you analyze speech, there's a lot of elements that are in the foreground and then a lot of elements that are in the background. And I just thought it was interesting that like what got a lot of mileage was the like solo trombone and solo oboe. And obviously there is also the flute moments at the beginning of the first and third movement, but which sort of symbolically evoke the voice, and lots of cool percussion stuff. I think the percussion played a huge role in getting across some consonants and things. But I also think that the orchestra is kind of ill-suited to actually doing this, because it involves so many people that it's not mechanically precise enough to imitate speech. Like I've heard player pianos do a much more effective job of just imitating speech. So I guess it was just like a really interesting sort of halfway between concept piece, halfway between like a conceptual piece and just a normal romantic piece that was programmatic, you know. Jonathan Harvey always has a way of um, engaging with audiences and meeting commissions well, and I think there's definitely something in this for everybody. And it is pretty bold to like have the more like out there conceptual like literal stuff in the opening of the piece, you know, and then have the more interpretive stuff later. I think that was pretty bold. So yeah, that's Speakings. Next we will listen to, okay, next we're listening to some Wolfgang Rihm, Jagden und Formen, also from 2008. Alright, so today I'm going to be listening to some Wolfgang Rihm, this orchestra piece, Jagden und Formen. This was written over a period of several years, looks like 1995 to 2001, and then it had a considerable revision in 2008. That's the version I'm going to be listening to today. This is a massive orchestral work. It's like an hour long in all one movement. And let me just grab the full instrumentation here for you. 2-1-2-1, 2-2-2-1, 3 percussionists, guitar / electric bass, harp, piano, and then strings. The oboist is only on English horn. The clarinetists are both in A for the most part. First clarinet has to double on bass clarinet in B flat, and the second clarinet has to double on bass clarinet in B flat and contrabass clarinet in B flat. There's a percussion list for each performer. First percussion is on antique cymbal, vibraphone, wood blocks, 2 tam-tams, let's see what else, a gong of some sort, tubular bells, cymbal, and then second percussion is on marimba, their own antique cymbal, which is a minor second lower than the first percussion, and then 4 gongs, very large tam-tam, bongos, tom-toms, and then more cymbals, 2 suspended ones, and then the regular cymbals. Third percussion has a much larger assortment of antique cymbals, their own tubular bells, maybe they're playing on the same set as the first percussionist. They have their own set of cymbals and 6 gongs, a hanging cymbal, woodblocks, bongo, conga, and bass drum. So a lot of similar instruments in each part. This is our first piece by Wolfgang Rihm, so I'm just going to give a brief bio for him before we get into it. So Wolfgang Rihm passed away just last year in July of 2024 and was born in 1952, just after the Second World War. And he's a German contemporary classical composer, and he's a post-war European composer, so modernist, and has composed over 500 works, so incredibly prolific. He won international recognition with an orchestra piece called Morphony, which was written in 1974. And he combines avant-garde techniques with emotional individuality, and he has a couple operas that are famous. Jacob Lenz,
1977, Oedipus, 1987, and Dionysos, 2010. Studied with Stockhausen from 72 to 73. Then studied at the music school in Freiburg for the next 3 years with Klaus Huber. I think it's probably not coincidental that his fame came shortly after studying with Stockhausen. He seems to be mostly a Berlin-based artist, and if we look at this list of compositions, we can see that it's quite extensive. Mostly instrumental stuff. Got an honorary doctorate from the Free University of Berlin. Some of his notable students include Jörg Widmann and Rebecca Saunders. That's interesting. So yeah, this is sort of a nice way to peer into the world of German modernist music. The recording I'm going to listen to today is in the description to the video. I really don't know what I'm in for here, so you'll probably see a change in my mood as I transition into the post-listening portion of the video, and I talk a little bit about my thoughts on this piece. Okay, so so this one I ended up listening to the 2001 version, but the score I have is the 2008 version, so unfortunately the first 9 minutes or so of the piece are exactly the same in both versions, so by the time I realized that I was listening to the wrong one, I didn't really feel a strong urge to restart the whole session, so I listened to the older version. There are still a lot of parts that are the same, so I could more or less follow along. I think most of the sections that aren't cut entirely are just sort of expanded. A lot of the faster stuff is expanded, and it still hits all the same beats. It's just that the very ending is completely different. Well, it's hard to imagine what this newer version sounds like just based on what I was seeing, but it seemed to have less. It seemed to give you less respite towards the end. There was less slow stuff at the end, whereas this 2001 version there was like a little harp moment, very short, unison moment, some big silences at the end. So there was like more stuff thrown at you, I think, in the 2001 version to break up the intensity of it, whereas this appears to be even more through composed. Just reading up on it, it seems that the 2008 version incorporates more of Rihm's works, so there's some sort of self-quotation going on here, which escapes me because I don't know Rihm's music that well. Overall, I think I was just really not prepared for this or in the mood for it. It's really incredibly athletic sounding, and it's fast the whole time. There are slower sections, but even the slower sections are in a fast tempo, and there's enough rhythmic detail in them that it never loses that speed and intensity. And you can see it's like over 1,000 measures. 1228 is the start of the last section, so the last line of music here. The opening's very distinctive. This sort of like, I don't want to sing it, but there's like a 4 or 5 note motive, which you first hear in the second violin, which kind of reminds me of Berio a little bit. Like, so it sounds like something that you'd hear in Berio's Sinfonia, and that theme stuck out. There's a lot of other sections that were more dense with material to the point where it's almost noisy, especially like the lower, like the fast moving low stuff with basses and bassoons and marimba. It's, quite, like, it's so notey, and just hearing it from some speakers on my TV here, it's really hard to pick out what is going on pitch wise. It almost just becomes a timbral thing at points. but I like the way that it introduced one color after another at the beginning, and I think the first 10 minutes really kept my attention. It was really strong. Um, don't know if I feel a strong urge to listen to this one again anytime soon, honestly, but I think it would definitely be up somebody's alley, and I think hearing it live and seeing it live would be fantastic because you'd get the full impact of like all of these performers playing so athletically and executing this thing. I liked the introduction of like repeated ostinato type figures, like 33 minutes in. I think that was a whole new idea, and it was very welcome. And I guess if I was super into this, I would just be listening to the 2008 version now and comparing the two. But I've had a long week. I think this is where I'm going to stop. We have another piece by Yoshihiro Kanno, and I don't know quite what to expect here. He's more of a film composer, in my opinion, so it might be very tonal. So we'll see if that's what it is.
Today I'm going to be listening to an orchestra piece by Japanese composer Yoshihiro Kanno. It's called Northwest Current. This is the second piece of Kanno's that I've looked at. A couple months back I looked at a piece of his for violin, piano, and electronics. So if you want his biography, I would go to that episode. I'll put a subtitle here. The instrumentation for this one is 3-3-3-3, 4-3-3-1, timp, 4 percussionists, it looks like, harp, and strings. Third flute doubles on piccolo, or just is on piccolo the whole time, it looks like. And the third trombone is bass trombone. The percussion parts, it looks like they're just suspended cymbal, glockenspiel, bass drum, and 2 tam-tams. And I don't see it changing or anything here. Yeah, so one great thing about Kanno is all of his scores are freely available on his website, so I can freely show you some of this stuff here. There's something odd about how his music's been engraved. Like, even in the last piece we looked at, I saw collisions. Here I'm seeing collisions. So it's possible that he hand wrote a lot of these scores and then somebody else just or maybe he just input them into notation software over a very short period of time or something. So yeah, this one is on his YouTube channel, and it's from 2007. Yeah, I think I'm just going to jump into this one because it's hard to find information on it. And yeah, I mean, it's only 15 minutes, it looks like. So yeah, if you'd like to listen along, the recording is in the video description. And yeah, I'll let you know my thoughts on it. Okay, yeah, so this was a nice recording and performance. And one thing that I noticed in the score, the first percussion ends up doubling on vibes in the middle section, and the tam-tam player, I guess percussion 4, ends up doubling on tubular bells. So there's a couple additional pitch percussion instruments, mostly just in the middle of the piece. And it's a super straightforward ABA form thing. It's all just like the same octatonic scale, which I found a little bit tiring. Like, it kind of all just sounded like one harmony. A lot of the orchestral like doublings and effects were really nice. The orchestration was like kind of French and almost like Ravel sounding. So if I were to show someone like how to orchestrate something like this, I think I could use this piece for sure. And I think like if I had a student who was really into John Williams, but they really didn't know any other film composers, I'd probably introduce them to this because just because I think it is like a very serviceable concert work, and it's like keeps your attention. It's got a lot of good ideas, a lot of interesting textures and uses of like fast figurations. And honestly, even though I rag on it a little bit for sticking to the octatonic scale, I mean that's at least a strong compositional choice. It's something interesting, which I don't think someone like John Williams or Hans Zimmer would do. So in that sense, it is actually a little bit more interesting. It has like a little bit of creative integrity. That was something I noticed about Kanno's other work that I looked at was it just had very bold choices, and when there was a decision made, the piece stuck to it for a long time. So I can appreciate that about this. I think the middle section is much more interesting to me. I think it's really the more successful part of the work, because we have like this very slow building of parts. We keep adding more and more elements, and it starts with like a couple, call and response lines between like harp and vibes versus the winds. Then we add all kinds of other lines, and it all kind of works because the octatonic scale is just one big harmony, really, right? So he can weave whatever lines he wants, super flexible. And yeah, he just slowly builds for a really long time. I think it's pretty successful. As for the next piece, I think it's a Filanenko piece. We're going back to orchestra and electronics. Yeah, Alexandra Filanenko. So this is going to be another piece from 2007, but from a Russian composer. Okay, so this morning I'm going to be listening to a piece by Marc-Andre. I lied in the previous video. It turns out I can't find a recording for that piece by Alexandra Filanenko, so we're moving on. This piece is called Auf, and it's the third piece with this title. And it was written in 2007, I believe. Yeah. The recording we're going to be listening to is on SoundCloud here, and it's by SWR Orchestra Freiburg. It's about 20 minutes long, it looks like, and the instrumentation is 4-4-4-4, 6-4-4-1, 6 percussionists, harp, piano, and strings, and one thing that I need to look up here. I think this is just audio playback. I don't know why it's listed above the strings. I guess that's where it's going to be visualized in the score. Yeah, and if you look at the setup, that makes sense. So, looks like we got 8-channel audio, and a keyboard sampler on stage with a monitor. Maybe that'll be triggering the electronics, I'm not sure. And it looks like there's a slightly different setup of the orchestra, like having the basses on either side, flanking the rest of the strings, and having the cellos over here. It's kind of interesting, so that the violins are on the right and left, and the harps are also, so it's all symmetrical, and it kind of reflects how one might mix an ensemble at a mixing board. Yeah, you can see it's like a tremendously large ensemble, and it starts with a bunch of string divisé stuff in the violins. So, Marc-Andre, French composer, living in Germany, born in 1964, and He lives in Berlin. He studied composition with Claude Balif and Gerard Grisey at the Paris Conservatoire in the late 80s, early 90s. Continued his studies at Stuttgart with Helmut Lochenmann. So that is a very stacked CV. That's really crazy. He has a lot of piece titles with these ellipses. His music is published by Edition Peters in Frankfurt, and he seems to start his major opus numbers at 1992, so as he's finishing his first degree at the Paris Conservatoire. If you want access to this recording here, it's in the video description as always, and if you want to stick around, I'll let you know my thoughts on the piece. Okay, so super cool piece to go through and look at the score along with it. Obviously very indebted to his teacher Lochenmann. There's a lot of extended techniques, and it really looks at the orchestra as a sort of sound producing object. There is an electronic component, but a lot of these sounds sound electronic as well. For the most part, the electronics seem pretty subtle, like a lot of effects processing, just adding some... Occasionally you can hear like some delays and a lot of reverb. Maybe some things are amplified more than others, I'm not sure. But it doesn't seem like anything's mic'd. I think it's just fixed media. As for like the general sound of it, I think there's like a lot of really fantastic climaxes, and there's a good contrast between these like vertical sonorities, and then like the resonating effect that comes after, but also colored by sustained things. And one thing that really surprised me while going through the score was how a lot of the sustained sections were completely written out, just like at a slow tempo over several measures. And then there were other moments where just very long fermatas were used. Then there was more active stuff at like more than twice the tempo of the sustained stuff. So it sounds very textural, but if you look at how it's conducted and performed, there's a lot of variety there, and it seems to be very engaging for everyone who's performing it. Lots of fantastic effects with the like 6 percussionists playing pitched metals, bell-like things, and the 2 pianos. There's a big 2 piano moment. I think a lot of the faster stuff was saved for the instruments that have a very short attack, and I think that was a general theme of the piece, was like this idea of a very loud short attack and then sustain, and sometimes like these inverted envelopes where there's a build up in the brass or winds to another attack kind of thing. I thought it was really fantastic listen, and something that can really open your mind to the possibilities of the orchestra. Like, compared to a lot of the other repertoire we've been listening to, this is really like a different world, and I think it's an important part. It would be an important part of any composer's education to listen to music like this for orchestra. Because even though we can't all live in Berlin, we don't have access to the greatest music scenes necessarily. This is still going on. It was going on 30 years ago, and it's really cool. This might be the only orchestra piece of his that I have. But we're going to continue the trend of sort of more spectral orchestra works with a piece by George Friedrich Haas in the next episode. So stay tuned for that. So today I'm going to be looking at a piece by Austrian composer George Friedrich Haas. I'm going to just give you a brief introduction to the score here, and then we'll talk about his biography a little bit and then get into listening. So this piece is Hyperion. It's for orchestra and light installation. There's a sort of spatialized element here. If you look at this is all in German, but I think you have strings up here. In the center is obviously the audience. So strings opposite pianos, and then woodwinds opposite brass. And then if you look behind each of these sections, it says, for example, the light for the strings is directly behind the pianos. The light for the pianos is directly behind the strings. So I think each one of these ensembles is being illuminated somehow, is how I'm interpreting this. If you speak German, maybe just take a second to read the note here. The orchestra in question is very large. It's and there are 2 saxophones in the winds, so I'm going to list 5 numbers in the wind parts. Okay, so the full instrumentation numbering would be 3-3-3-2-3, 4-3-3-2, 4 percussions, 4 pianos, 2 players, and strings. Doublings, flute, you need 1 piccolo for the 3rd flute, 1 English horn for the 3rd oboe, need a contra bassoon for the bassoons. The 2 saxophones in question are 1 tenor, 1 baritone. The percussion lists here seem very similar, so in terms of pitched instruments, percussions 1 and 2 have 5 crotales each and glockenspiel and vibraphone, whereas the percussions 3 and 4 have marimba and some number of crotales. And then as for the non-pitched instruments, everybody has gongs, everybody has a couple of timpani, everybody has woodblock, everybody has cymbals, it looks like, and assortment of drums for each performer. So it's unclear to me if they're sharing these instruments. I think not, because it seems like 1 percussionist is assigned to each group. If we go back to the group here, so percussion 1 is with the winds, percussion 2 is with the brass, percussion 3 with the keyboard, percussion 4 with the strings. Right, so this axis is percussions 1 and 2, which have the glockenspiels. And this axis is percussions 3 and 4, which have the marimbas. But every instrument has their own stave. It seems like the 2 pianists just have to deal with their own grand staff and are sort of instructed if they need to move to different ones. And there is sort of like every sort of section, I mean, it's in orchestral order. You have like winds, brass, piano, strings, but each of these sections also has 2 single line staffs, one of them indicating like the lights, what's going on with the lighting, and then another one indicating the what the percussionist is doing in that particular group. So pretty straightforward layout when you think about what is happening here. So a little bit about Haas. He's another composer that was born just after the Second World War and is still living. So he was born 1953 in Austria, and his most famous work is In Vain, which is another orchestra piece. It's more of a chamber orchestra piece. That might have been a more predictable piece of his to start with, but this is the only orchestra piece of his I have the score for. So we're going to be looking at Hyperion, which was written 6 years after that. And yeah, born in Graz, and studied at the University of Music and Performing Arts, Graz. Studied with Frederick Kerha at University of Music and Performing Arts, Vienna, and took the computer music course at IRCAM in 1991. Salzburg Festival Fellowship, and I think those are sort of the big points. He's also a professor at Columbia University currently. So, yeah, he's sort of like this post-spectral composer who doesn't really go by the spectral label. He's very indebted to the work of Ligeti, and he's interested in like micro polyphony, micro intervals, the overtone series, and lots of like very highly demanding pieces in terms of like setup. Yeah, I guess like a lot of spectralists or post-spectralists, he's like doesn't really like the intellectualism of certain strands of modernist music, but he's still writing modernist music technically. More recently, his personal life has gotten some attention. He has like his wife is a BDSM educator, and the New York Times published an article about their relationship. This is back in 2016 though, so it's kind of old news, but he's sort of a fascinating figure in spectral music and in America. As always, the link to the recording I'm listening to is in the video description, and I won't be providing the score as it is copyrighted, but and also this one is like really bad quality, so I'm just gonna get like the skeleton of it in front of me and just kind of see generally what's going on. And if you want to hear my thoughts, just stick around past the little transition here. So as it turns out, the lights conduct each section of the ensemble, which makes a lot more sense than what I was assuming. And this particular recording was the SWR Symphony Orchestra Baden-Baden und Freiburg, conducted by Rupert Huber. And that was done with a light installation, obviously. I'm assuming this screenshot is somewhat like what the installation looked like. It's pretty obvious once you look at the score that this isn't conducted normally. There's like a lot of stuff that is just measured in seconds with cues from the light staves, basically. And there's only a few sections, maybe actually just two, one of them at the very end, one in the middle, that have bar lines. And those moments are really interesting, I think, because they sound very like plain and simple, and it's a moment where like everyone in the ensemble kind of locks in. I assumed, that there's going to be some microtonal piano stuff going on with the four pianos, and there is, and it's a really fantastic sound and very integral to the way the piece sounds, is this microtonal piano stuff. And I think a lot of it is important in the harmonic series sections. There's like, it must be required to tune some of the pianos to like the harmonic series or something, or maybe it's just approximated. I'm not sure. If you have four pianos, you can divide each. You can divide into eighth tones, which is pretty accurate. So maybe that's what went on here. It was pretty loud throughout. Comparing it to like In Vain, I think In Vain has more diversity of gestures, and it's more gradual and like process based. This, because it's such a bigger ensemble, it's more like sound massy, and there is like this. There are these transitions from like slower sustained stuff to faster stuff, but it's not nearly as gradual or large scale as some of the stuff in Vain. It's more like you have like 30 seconds of this, and then a minute and a half of that, and then it kind of cycles through a bunch of different ideas. Some things to marvel at in this score are the more contrapuntal moments. You can really visually see it on the page because each page takes up so much of the piece's duration. Like, some of these pages are quite long, so it's really interesting seeing the line work in some of his more contrapuntal textures. As I said before, the resolution on this is like awful. You can't read anything, so that's about as detailed as my perspective is going to get. I think also visuals can help guide the listener a lot. So it's possible that my listening experience would be enhanced a lot if I got to see the visuals. I think it's easier to pay attention to a visual for a long period of time, whereas sound, you have to make a constant effort to remember what you just heard. So it's a lot harder to sort of like remember large sections of sound. But if it's guided by a visual, it's totally different. So yeah, that's my thoughts on Hyperion, and in a second I will pull up the piece for next session. Next up is another piece for orchestra and electronics from 2006. It's Javier Torres' Maldonado piece, and yeah, that'll be that. This morning I'm looking at another piece by Mexican-Italian composer Javier Torres Maldonado. It's called Esferal, and it's for orchestra and electronics. And it was written in 2006. We've covered a lot of Javier's music on this channel already, I think about 6 pieces. The first time we looked at his music was in episode 3, so if you would like his biography, I would go to that episode. There should be a timestamp. And then the other episodes are 5, 29, 39, 59, and 62. So some other string quartets, a Puro ensemble piece, and some chamber orchestra pieces. The instrumentation is 2-2-2-2, 4-2-3-1, piano, harp, 3 percussions, and strings. So if we look at the sort of spatial layout of this, we have like the 3 percussionists at the back. Then we have first trumpet, first and third trombones separated from the tuba, second trombone, and second trumpet. So these are on opposite sides. And then the winds are also divided into 2 halves. We have the first flute, oboe, clarinet, and bassoon. Then the second flute, oboe, clarinet, and bassoon, sort of mirroring one another in their presentation on stage. And the second flute doubles on piccolo. The second oboe doubles on English horn. The second clarinet doubles on bass clarinet. Other than that, nothing too strange. The 4 horns are positioned like horns 1 and 2 on one side, horns 3 and 4 on the other. And the harp and piano are both on the same side, with celesta on flanking the other side. So this is like a semi-symmetrical configuration of the orchestra. And then there's it seems to be in like the audio is in stereo fixed media, and then the 2 speakers are positioned in front of the entire ensemble. It doesn't seem like anyone needs a monitor. Percussion 1 is on Glock, Javanese gong, xylophone, chimes, bass drum, maraca, congas, bongos, and one thing that I need to translate, I think sleigh bells as well. And then percussion 2, their main like pitched percussion is vibraphone instead of Glock, and then they have 2 gongs of different sizes, spring coil, triangle, suspended cymbal, another set of sleigh bells, and then another maraca. Then percussion 3 is tam-tam, crotals, marimba, chimes, suspended cymbal but larger, toms, maraca, sleigh bells, bongos. It's a little bit unclear why the percussion instruments are in the order that they're in. It might be the order of appearance in the score. This was commissioned for the Venice Biennale in 2006 and sponsored by the basically Mexican Arts Council, the big National Arts Council of Mexico. It looks like the first thing we hear is a low A on the piano, punctuated by the double bass, and some percussion and some low brass in unison. You know, it's an 11-minute piece. It's not the largest piece of his we've listened to, but it's a good size. And he describes it as being in 6 orchestral groups, but obviously it's still an orchestra. The largest group is the strings, and that's not anything new. Most of the pieces we've looked at by Javier that are for ensemble at least have some sort of like division of the ensemble into groups and some sort of spatialization of them around the stage. So yeah, I'm excited to get into it, and I'll let you know my thoughts. If you want the link to this SoundCloud recording, it's in the video description. Alright, so yeah, this was a fun one. It was a surprisingly fast listen. It's only 150 measures, and it's quite slow most of the time. So, and there's a lot of contrast, so it was very easy to follow. And the use of electronics was interesting. There's a lot of high sparkly stuff. The first big electronics moment towards the beginning and the very ending is very high and sparkly, and sort of reminiscent of Murray's Disintegrations, and yeah, maybe the like preferential treatment to different frequency ranges of the ensemble is a little bit indebted to spectral composers like Grisey and Murray. In his program note, Javier talks about different tempi all co-occurring at the same time and like speeding up and slowing down. And I think the desire to have that sort of like complex contrapuntal underpinning to the piece resulted in a lot of like just short bursts of sound. I think there's a lot of points in the piece where the sustained stuff is really in the electronics, and the ensemble is just like punctuating it with these little, you know, time points almost. Having listened to so many of his pieces, I wasn't hearing a lot that was unexpected of his music. It's got a bunch of things I've heard before in other pieces of his, like the aforementioned tempo stuff. There's a huge oboe moment. Ex Abrupto had a huge oboe moment like that. It's maybe a little bit more carefully planned because it's all very smooth how it transitions from one thing to the next, but there was nothing that stood out particularly for me. I mean, it's got the repeated note stuff, it's got the like building up to flourishes. If anything, the most standout feature of the piece was the use of electronics and how it was integrated into the whole piece, and how there was this sort of blurring between what the orchestra sounds were and what the electronic sounds were. I think that was very successful. Next week, I think we're still in the early 2000s. I shouldn't say next week. Next listen session, we will be doing some more Romitelli. So, okay. Yeah, I definitely didn't know that offhand. But yeah, we'll be doing some Romitelli and going back 2 more years to 2004. Today I'm looking at a orchestra piece by Italian composer Fausto Romitelli. It's called Dead City Radio 1 Audiodrome, and it's from 2004. The instrumentation for this piece is 3-3-3-3, 4-3-3-1, 3 percussionists, electric guitar, piano, sampler, I think, and then strings. This was a commission. It says opera commission by the Orchestra Sinfonica Nazionale della RAI di Torino. So I'm assuming this is an Italian orchestra. And some other notes about the instrumentation. I'm getting ahead of myself here. So third flute is on piccolo, third oboe is on English horn, third clarinet's on bass clarinet, and first percussion is on megaphone, rain stick, maracas, vibraphone, suspended cymbal, sizzle cymbal, tubular bell, just the D3, and that same tubular bell has to be plunged into a pail full of water. Okay, and then percussion 2, we got crotales, glock, megaphone, 4 electric metronomes, or I guess digital ones, and then Chinese suspended cymbal, and then heavy bell on top of a timpani. And then percussion 3, we have megaphone, rain stick, maracas, vibes, their own suspended cymbal, their own sizzle cymbal, and then they have their own tubular bell on D3, and then their own tubular bell on D flat 3 to be plunged into a pail full of water, and 2 gongs. It looks like one is on E2 and the other's on F3. And if we look at the score here, it's a handwritten score in Romitelli's hand. You can see he's got some weird things going on with note heads. He's like putting the stems directly down the center of his note heads, but it looks nice. It looks clean and neat. This isn't the best scan. It's a little bit cramped on some of the borders, but I think we'll get the gist of it. It also looks like the top and bottom of every page is cut off, but I'll work with it. If you would like to get the biography for Romitelli, I have another episode on him, which was the first piece of his I covered. So go to this episode, which is subtitled below. And if you want, if you're interested, I think we've covered at least one other piece by him, so I'll put the episode number for that one. And I'm not going to do any more research on this one. I'll just let you know what I think after a quick listen. And if you would like to listen to the same recording as me, it's in the video description. I highly encourage you to just listen along and take advantage of my opinions. Okay, yeah, so this was a really fun listen, aside from my dog whining and periodically interrupting the quieter moments. And yeah, it's very similar to a lot of the other Romitelli we looked at, but it's for full orchestra, so it's a little bit more... The gestures are a bit bigger, more intense and fleshed out, and really fantastic use of the whole ensemble throughout. It seemed like everybody was very busy the whole time, and the opening idea is very iconic, and it's this really nice juxtaposition of like more textural, modernist sounding stuff and like just a simple descending scale. And what I liked about this was it had a lot of like it was almost like a masterclass in like using layers of sustain and then layers of activity on top of it. And I think you could really learn a lot as an orchestrator from looking at it and in more detail seeing how sustain is used in different parts of the ensemble. but obviously there's some prohibitive aspects to it, like the sampler and the electric guitar, and trying to get the balance for all of that stuff. The percussion is also very extensive, and I guess the weirdest things in the percussion is like you have to have your percussion tube play timpani, basically, like borrow a timpani just to play some effects, and also you have to have like all these tubular bells plunged into water, which I don't think, maybe I just missed it, but it was not like a huge effect. So like the maracas and the rain stick and things like that were a lot more apparent. I think the megaphone stuff is really important too, and that was really cool. But that's a whole other logistical thing. It's like, what megaphones do you get a hold of? What sound are you going for? Do you add any sort of reverb to them or effects processing? I think the megaphones and little electronic elements communicated this idea of like a radio signal. I don't know if that's exactly what he was going for, because I don't have a program note, but certainly sort of like pop sounding and influenced by popular music in subtle ways. I think this could be a very good representation of Romitelli's music. If you wanted to share Romitelli with a composition class, it is 15 minutes long, but I think it's worth it because of the sort of scope of it. And I think it really captures his sound in a sort of accessible package. So tomorrow I'm going to be looking at a piece by Marc-Andre Dalbavie, which is a composer we have not looked at before. And he's also a lesser-known spectral composer based in France. So I think that'll be a really cool transition out of Romitelli into something similar but different. Today I'm going to be listening to a piece for orchestra by French composer Marc-Andre Dalbavie. It's titled Color, or Color, perhaps it's pronounced. And it is scored for 3-3-3-3, 4-3-3-1, 4 timpani drums, 1 player I'm assuming, 3 percussionists, harp, and piano, doubling on triangle, and strings, but specifically it asks for 10 first violins, 10 second violins, 8 altos, 6 cellos, and 6 basses. The first percussionist has to play marimba and glockenspiel, it looks like. And then percussion 2 has to play vibraphone, bongos, toms, snare drum, large gong, a pair of cymbals and also a suspended cymbal, and one other drum, I think. Percussion 3 has a smaller list. It's just the bass drum, triangle, and 4 pitched gongs, which are on C, E flat, F sharp, and B, notated in the bass clef, and tam tam. And I should mention the gong for percussion 2 is on the A, I'm assuming, although there's no clef here. Now, this was premiered in 2002 in Carnegie Hall, New York, by the Paris Orchestra, directed by Christoph Eschenbach. And you can see it's 1 stave per player, kind of massive score. Tempo at the beginning is quarter equals 30, so it's going to be very slow. Now, this is our first time covering a piece by Dalbavie, so I'm going to look into his bio before. I actually know very little about him going into this, so I'm curious to see the man behind the music, let's say. So, studied composition with Marius Constant and Pierre Boulez. Joined IRCAM in 1985, studying synthesis, computer-assisted composition, and spectral analysis. Moved to Berlin in the 90s and currently teaching at the Conservatoire back in Paris. And he won the Rome Prize in 1994 and a couple of other notable prizes. If we look at his works list here, it's pretty substantial. He's got 4 operas and a lot of orchestra works, mostly from the 80s to early 2000s. And he's born in 1961, and I'm assuming he's still alive. I don't see any pieces. Maybe the Wikipedia needs to be updated, but other than this one opera, these 2 operas, I don't see a lot of pieces from the past 10 years. So it seems like his composing may have slowed down a little bit. So not explicitly termed a spectral composer in this bio, but I think he would have been around spectral composers at IRCAM, and I think there's probably some influence there, just based on what I'm seeing and what I remember of hearing this piece years and years ago. And yeah, if you would like the recording that I'm listening to, it's in the video description. And this piece is about 22 minutes, so if you feel like committing the time to listening, I encourage you to come back and hear my thoughts for a few more minutes.
Okay, yeah, so this was interesting to listen to with a score. Again, it was not that easy to see everything in this score, but I could make out the general orchestration ideas. And I apologize, this recording is in 2 parts. I'm not sure, it was uploaded 13 years ago, so maybe there was a upload limit on the first YouTube video of 15 minutes or something. I'm not sure. As for the piece, it's kind of interesting. It definitely has elements that are borrowed from spectralism, or at least like sound mass type experiments in the 70s, you know. But the whole thing as a whole kind of sounds quite modal. It's there's almost like this descending scale idea throughout that keeps coming up throughout the piece, and other sort of like pitch ideas that are kind of melodic. And yeah, as for like the textural ideas, they're all like things that really work well. Like it starts with this really long pad in the strings, and then like a bunch of stuff in the foreground and the winds and brass, and there's a really long section in the middle with like a repeated note idea, this pulsation. So like you have like almost still sustained tone stuff at the beginning, then you get pulsation in the middle, and then you get these long phrases. You start getting these really long phrases that end abruptly upward in like these upward flourishes, and then they start again. And that to me was like a little bit reminiscent of like a spectral idea that's like a big chunk of music that comes back over and over again, but slightly different, and getting more and more inharmonic maybe. But I thought the whole thing was very accessible, and there was no microtonality, so you could play it very easily, I think, and put it together very easily. Yeah, there's this ascending figure idea, which comes back briefly later, and interesting use of silence and space. Yeah, there's just a lot of very simple ideas where I was like, oh, I could steal that and make a piece, or I could steal this other thing and make a piece. I could steal this, like, combination of instruments on a unison and this other texture, and it was a lot of stuff that sounded effortless. It sounded like it would be easy to copy. I'm curious how often it gets performed, because I think it's very evocative, and it could pair well with a lot of other orchestra pieces, like maybe some Debussy. It does sound very French. We have another piece by Herman Romero, in the next session, and this is an orchestra piece from 2001. Okay, so today's score is another piece by Mexican composer Herman Romero. It's an orchestra piece called Labyrinto, and it's dedicated to what I'm assuming is one of his teachers, Julio Estrada, who's another Mexican composer from an older generation. And it looks like Romero wrote this piece between the year 2000 and 2001. I think this is around the same time as some of his string quartets, which we looked at, maybe like string quartets 2 and 3. We've covered a lot of Romero's music over the course of now 100 episodes. And I don't know all of the episode numbers offhand, so I'm just going to list them in the subtitle here while I talk. Like some of his other pieces, this piece starts at quarter equals 30. He has he often uses very slow tempi like this in his pieces. There's no front matter to the score, obviously, but I can tell from this first page that the instrumentation is 3-2-2-1, 2-2-1-0, 2 percussionists, piano, and strings. And I can't give a complete percussion list because, again, I don't have any front matter. First episode in which we covered Romero's music is the one where I've covered his biography. I'm not going to go over his bio again today, so there will be a timestamp in that video if you want to just quickly go to it if you're interested. And yeah, this piece looks like it's going to have a lot of sustained tones, some interesting uses of subsections of the ensemble. There is a recording of this one on Romero's personal YouTube channel. And this recording was by the Orchestra Sinfonica de Aguascalientes, conducted by Enrique Barrios. It's about 20 minutes long, and you will be joining a exclusive group of people who have listened to this on YouTube. It has under 100 views right now. I'm assuming this picture is one of Romero's photographs. He, in addition to being a composer, is a photographer. Maybe after you hear my thoughts on it, you will listen to it, or you could listen to it right now. The recording is in the video description, as always. Okay, yeah, so this is definitely one of the more original orchestra pieces we've looked at. Maybe the most original, like, in the series so far. And it does remind me a lot of some of his string quartets that we looked at, like the long sustained stuff. The last orchestra piece of his we looked at had a super long clarinet note in it. This earlier piece has a high bassoon note completely exposed, like that moment, towards the beginning, and it is, like, it's so long that it doesn't look like a mistake at a certain point, and it seems it's obviously intentional, it's so long. But it's a really bold artistic choice, and similarly, the first, like, big entrance of the percussion is a really strong artistic choice. There's just, like, a lot of big moments, and the use of silence and time in general is just very bold. So I appreciate that about this, and it was refreshing to hear. The use of piano too, it has its own sort of, like, specific use, and everything kind of just happens once or twice. So all of these ideas, general ideas, are very almost I don't want to say mystical. There's, like, something mystical about it almost. As for, like, the pitch, I don't know how intuitively the pitch content was chosen, but it seemed to have a very, like, consistent harmonic palette that served the whole piece. And the last third of it was actually quite samey. The one chord after another all sounded very similar. Um, so yeah, those are my thoughts. I'm glad I was able to share this piece with more people. I think it needs to be heard. I think it could inspire a lot of composers and a lot of musicians in general. And it having heard his other work from around this time, it's not that surprising that he wrote something like this, but it does kind of stand out as um, just being very strange and having this sort of strangeness to it that I think is even harder to pin down than, say, his second or third string quartet, where you can kind of explain the piece in two or three sentences. This one, it is really hard to explain what makes it what it is. So, um, yeah, that's the piece, Labyrinto. Obviously, the title means labyrinths. And that's all I have to say about it. So, we're going to continue with another Mexican composer tomorrow, I think. And we'll just keep moving back into the 1990s.
Today I'm listening to this piece by Pascal Dusapin, who's a French composer. It's one of his 7 solos for orchestra called Clam. It's number 4, and it was completed in 1998 and premiered, it looks like, by the Orchestra of the capital of Toulouse. So yeah, it's got an interesting front page. This is edition Salabert, which I think has done a number of like spectral scores as well. It's a French publishing house. So the instrumentation for this one is 4-4-5-4, 6-4-4-1, 3 percussionists and strings. Some doublings here, so there's 2 piccolos from that have to be taken from the 4 flutes. The third oboe is on English horn throughout the piece. We got one of our clarinetists on E flat the whole time, one clarinetist on bass, and one of our bassoons is on contra the whole time. And the 4th trombone has to double on bass trombone. Now, percussion 1, looks like we got glockenspiel, 1 and a bit octaves, cymbal, snare drum, 3 toms, tempo blocks, and a gong pitched to D. And then percussion 2, we got tam-tam, gongs, bongos, the 3 other toms, tambour de basque, small cymbal, triangle, and their own snare drum, it looks like. Then percussion 3 is the one with bass drum, their own snare drum. They have 2 gongs, one pitched to B flat, one pitched to A, almost octave above. They have 3 of their own toms, and large cymbal, 3 like tempo blocks, and their own glockenspiel that's 2 octaves, and 1 Charleston. Let me figure out what a Charleston is. I think that's French for hi-hat. So there you go. Lots of unpitched percussion, some glockenspiels, and some gongs that are pitched. And yeah, you can see it's a very large ensemble. Now, before we get into this, I'm going to have to give a little bit of Dusapin's bio, because this is our first episode featuring his music. And then maybe I can figure out a bit more about this cycle of orchestra pieces. So Dusapin is a living composer. He was born in 1955, so he'd be nearing 70 or something. And he studied with Xenakis and Donatoni, and has some influences of Varese. And it seems that his education is not just in music. He's also very educated in other spheres like the sciences, which sort of drew him to Xenakis probably. He, I guess, was exposed to new music with a couple pieces, one of them being Arcana by Varese, which I believe is an orchestra piece. And then this other piece by Xenakis, which I'm not familiar with, called Polytope de Cluny, which is like a multimedia piece. So, yeah, the 70s is a time when, technology, like, we're not in the information age yet, so being able to hear things like that is really inspiring to a lot of people, and yeah, I think I can see how it would sort of jumpstart his career. Dusapin is interested in microtonality. He famously didn't write much piano music at all, despite being a pianist, until he wrote his piano etudes. And he doesn't write a lot for pitch percussion either. And I think one of the more interesting things about his music is he has some experience with jazz piano, and there is a jazz influence in his music. I'm not sure if we're going to hear that in this piece, but that's something notable, is there's something improvisatory and rhythmically captivating and jazz-like about what he does. Now, the 7 solos for orchestra are listed here on his Wikipedia. Seems like he completed the last one in 2009. And yeah, it's like a song cycle. I guess they can be extracted, but they can also be listened to as a whole. And he said he wanted to get away from running times between 10 and 20 minutes. Oddly enough, this one, Clam, is exactly that. It's 11 minutes long, but maybe the other movements aren't like that. And these pieces, I guess, are closer to his own traditional... they're the closest thing to symphonies that he wrote. There's some traditional symphonic thinking, according to that Wikipedia article there. So, yeah, I'm intrigued. I think this one's 11 minutes because it's slow. I mean, it's only 40 pages of score. If you want the recording that I'm listening to, I really encourage you to listen along. I mean, that's the whole point here. It's in the video description, and I'll let you know anything that stuck out to me on this listen. Okay, yeah, so despite this being over 10 minutes, I think it really flew by. And I was immediately engaged with the piece. I think, the opening idea is very strong. He uses the whole ensemble, but in this really interesting way where the brass strings and winds are doing completely different things. And yeah, a lot of it, I understand the comparison to Varese, because a lot of it does remind me of Varese in terms of its energy and the rhythmic intensity of it, and the way it uses specific pitch classes or keeps coming back to them. But it also reminded me of Chelsea a little bit, just in the way it's stuck to a couple notes sometimes, and yeah, it seems like he's really good at improvising with a couple pitches or a couple chords, and he's really good at taking those improvisations and putting it onto the page and making some sort of dense contrapuntal thing out of it. There's some interesting unison moments in different parts of the ensemble, and I think it really works for large orchestra because he's able to either tease out a bunch of different harmonies from a single instrument, or have a whole bunch of instruments play in unison and entering at different times, kind of thing. Oddly enough, there is a program note on the YouTube video here, so Of course, the piece isn't about a clam per se. It's the title's taken from the Latin meaning, which means, let's see, the form of a living being that is only fashioned by external forces. So I guess that's one way of that Pascal can like conceptualize intuition and how he uses intuition to compose. He has a more technical explanation here that the musical material detaches itself from the harmonic surface. So there's like obviously this opening I'm talking about, the like high flutes versus the natural string harmonics, which are all this high stuff is like suspended above muted brass, which sits underneath. Yeah, I think I've gotten the gist of it. So hopefully you enjoyed this new composer that we're looking at. I don't have a lot of his scores, but I do have this orchestra piece, and yeah, does seem like a fascinating composer, and certainly a big name in terms of like modernist composers in Paris in the 20th century.
All right, so on the docket today is another orchestra piece by Jonathan Harvey. It's called Tranquil Abiding, and it was written in 1998. And this is about 14 minutes in duration. It was commissioned for the Serge Koussevitzky Music Foundation in the Library of Congress in memory of Serge and Natalie Koussevitzky. And I guess that's just the dedication, but it was commissioned by the Riverside Symphony, George Rotham, and Bournemouth Orchestra. It looks like it was a joint commission by two different orchestras, premiered in 1999 on two different occasions. The instrumentation is 2222, 2200, percussion and strings. The strings have to be at least 76433 for the players. So it's almost like a chamber orchestra. The percussionist has to deal with tam-tam, 4 gongs pitched to F, G, A flat, and B flat, a mark tree, which is specified as microtonal, 4 resonating bamboo clusters, and 10 small like singing bowls and bells, and or crotales, I guess, and also claves. So yeah, interesting stuff. The program note's very short here. Tranquil abiding is a Buddhist term for a state of single-pointed concentration. A slow breathing rhythm is the basis of the whole piece. And yeah, the inhalation is the upper note and the exhalation is the lower one. Yeah, it seems to be very specific in its construction. And we're going to be listening to the BBC Scottish Symphony Orchestra this time. And yeah, this seems to be a release from 2012, conducted by Ilan Volkov. If you want the link to this recording, it's in the video description. Okay, yeah, so really cool piece. I probably shouldn't have covered this one because it turns out my score was only the first 4 minutes of music. And I forgot to mention the doublings, so second flute also has to be piccolo, second clarinet, bass, clarinet, second bassoon, contra. You get the idea. Yeah, it's a very simple idea for an orchestra piece. I was a little bit surprised how sort of conservative and almost tonal it sounded. There was like nothing really spectral about it until the very end, and it wasn't very like serial sounding the way that other works by Harvey have these like pitch cells and things. For the most part, this sort of breathing idea was in the strings, and then there were melodic ideas peeking out in the woodwinds. Sometimes that would take over a more that would enter a more climactic section. But yeah, really just like two ideas, playing around with them for 14 minutes, and I think it worked really well. And this is not like an early stage in his career or anything. 1998, he's already studied at IRCAM. He may have just started being composer in residence with the Scottish Symphony Orchestra, or maybe he wrote this piece before working for them and they just played it. It kind of reminds me of Messiaen a little bit. Some of the like harmonies are kind of Stravinskyan, but like definitely the slow tempo throughout, and this like sticking to this like breathing idea. It really reminds me of like moments of Quartet for the End of Time almost. Yeah, it definitely had like this motive throughout, which I was trying to place what made it sound tonal, but it's sort of going like T La over and over again if you're thinking in like fixed do. So that's that little like sighing motive, which now that I think of it is definitely like a very clear sighing motive. Implies a tonic. Sometimes the same two pitches are suspended over different harmonies, but that was one thing that really made it sound like quasi-tonal, and not. I mean, it's a delicate balance. It didn't sound like cheesy at any point, but it definitely sounded like those solfege syllables, just T La. Tomorrow we're gonna look at a piece by Victor Rasgado, if I can find a recording, and that will be a little bit further in the past. So we're going back to 1995. All right, so today I'm listening to this piece by Mexican composer Victor Rasgado called Alebrilles. It's a suite for orchestra in 3 movements. The only recording I was able to find of this is titled Movement 3 Rock, which actually is Movement 1 in this score. So maybe there's a mistake on this end, or maybe there's an alternate version of the piece where the movements are flipped. So yeah, orchestra piece written in 1995, and the instrumentation is 2221, 4221, timpani, 3 percussion, and strings. Now, on this instrumentation page, it technically doesn't say how many flutes, how many oboes, clarinets, trumpets, or trombones, but if you go forward into the score, you can see that for the most part it's single lines, but occasionally you see 2 notes at a time in the part, in rhythmic unison, and I think this note up here, although I can't read it and I'm not going to translate it, I think it has something to do with like the way that the parts are supposed to be read. This might have been a youth orchestra, maybe a student orchestra. So I think it makes sense that you would have this notation where like either wind player can play the part or both of them can play it at the same time when it's just 1 line, and then when it's 2 lines, then they have to have a little bit more independence. Sorry, my mistake. These are timbales. So there's 2 of them, but there's 2 drums to a set. So the tuning of the timbales are FD and BG. And yeah, so my instrumentation subtitle will reflect the fact that there's no timpani and there's just 4 percussionists. Percussion 2, bass drum, 4 wood blocks, wood chimes, bongos, congas, medium gong. Percussion 3, tubular bells, large gong, suspended cymbal, tubular bells probably, triangle, cymbals, I guess, and military drum, and one thing I have to translate. Yeah, and 4 cowbells, more or less. Then percussion 4 has a tam tam, 4 cowbells, 4 rototoms, and which should be tuned to C, F, B flat, E flat, I think. And then the like mallets required. I guess this is for all percussionists. You need like a hard, soft, or and a semi-hard, and the cymbals are for those mallets are listed here. This is pretty standard. The filled in is the hard mallet. Yeah, and you can see that like this is a nicely handwritten score. You have the classic ties written with a ruler, which is always very neat. And I can appreciate the straightforwardness of this score. It's seems very easy to read. Maybe it's printed on something other than tabloid or like legal. I'm not sure. If you want the biography for the composer today, Victor Rasgado, you'll have to go to our first episode with him featuring his music. That episode number is down here. I love getting back into the early 90s scores, because at that point you do get a lot of handwritten scores, and it's like a simpler time almost. There's no, people who learned how to compose actually learned how to compose. They weren't just like bullshitting in notation software. They were actually doing it. If you want the recording that I'm listening to, it's only about 7 minutes long, and the link is in the video description, and I'll see you in a bit. Okay, yeah, so this one is eluding me a little bit, because the first, I want to say, like, $11 pages, let's say. Yeah, the first 11 pages are like note for note what is in this recording. And then in these pauses between these brass hits, choir enters, and then the piece kind of completely derails and has a completely different like second half, you could say. I think it's from around here on. But anyways, it's kind of an interesting piece, because I think at this point I am a little bit familiar with Rasgado's style, but this is like tailored to a student ensemble, and like a little bit of a simpler level of playing, and student choir at that too, which has to be handled even more delicately. And it's kind of fascinating how he still keeps this sort of like edgy modernist like dissonant style, but makes it easy to perform. Lots of like sort of drony things towards the end, like a lot of the piece has just a single drone in the choir, which turns into like this chattering at the end, which I think is very effective. With like the orchestra doing shots of this or that chord, he relies really heavily on brass and woodwinds, I think, because it's easier to get good intonation out of them. The strings have sort of a lesser role to play. There's a lot of brass, actually, throughout the piece. And there's also this fun, like, entering of voices of the choir, right? So he usually gives the choir a note in the ensemble to like latch onto, and he just creates these sort of clusters one note at a time, and it sounds very like easy to pull off. So yeah, it's a cool little piece. I wish I had the actual score to this version. I guess maybe he wrote three pieces under the same title, and this is the third one, whereas I have the score to the first one. It's not entirely clear, but if you liked this listening session and it interests you, I encourage you to like look into it further, see if there's something out there. hopefully next listening session I will have an actual score that completely corresponds to a recording. I know the past two have been sort of like misses, but yeah, I'll try to like. Well, let me see what it is first of all. It's a piece by Anna Lara, and I have listened to this one before, so I do know that I have the complete score. Hopefully, I can find the complete recording again. It's been many years since I listened to it, but it's a good one. And I think it's one of her more famous pieces. I'm not entirely sure. But yeah, Anna Lara hasn't disappointed yet throughout all of our series, and I think it's going to be a really good contribution to the orchestra series. So yeah, hopefully that one gets pushed by the algorithm a little bit. Today I'm looking at a piece by Mexican composer Ana Lara. It's a piece for orchestra called Angeles de Llama y Hierro, which translates to like Angels of Ice and Fire. Written in 1994. The four movements are not Angels of Ice and Fire, but more like angels of different times of day almost. So we got the Angel of Darkness, movement 1. Angel of Dawn is movement 2. The Angel of Light is movement 3. The Angel of Sunset is the last movement. And yeah, this is basically your percussion setup behind the orchestra, and there should be 4 percussionists. And then 7, actually there's 3 additional percussionists behind the audience. Oddly, Lara lists a different instrumentation for each movement, so I'm just going to go through them here. So like movement 1, you need 3-3-3-3, 4-2-3-1, 4 percussionists, 2 harps, violins, 2 harps and then strings. And percussion 1 is just on bass drum, percussion 2 is on vibraphone timbales, percussion 3 is on triangle 1, cymbal 1, tam-tam 1, percussion 4, triangle 2, cymbal 2, tam-tam 2. Now, flute 3 is on alto flute, oboe 3 is on English horn, clarinet 3 is on bass clarinet, bassoon 3 is on contra bassoon, and the second trumpet is in B flat, first trumpet's in C, for whatever reason. Then movement 2 is 3-3-3-3, 4-3-3-1, and then the percussionists also 4. We got bass drum and tubular bells 1, timbales, cymbal 1, tam-tam 1, triangle 2, 2 harps, strings. Movement 3 is 3-3-3-3, 4-3-3-1, and then percussion 1 is on bass drum and lamina. Let me look up what that is here. I think this is just a hand drum. And then percussion 2 is on the timbales. Percussion 3 is on triangle, cymbal, tam-tam, tubular bells. Percussion 4 is on triangle, cymbal, tam-tam. This one includes celesta, 2 harps, and strings. And the second flute doubles on piccolo here. I forgot to mention that the first flute doubles on piccolo in the second movement. Fourth movement is the biggest one, it looks like. 3-3-3-3, 4-3-3-1, 7 percussionists. So bass drum, hand drum, tubular bells, percussion 1, timbales, wind machine, bass drum. Percussion 3 is snare drum, triangle, cymbal. Percussion 4 is tom-tom, triangle, cymbal. Percussion 5, now remember this is somebody in the audience. They have triangle, cymbal, tam-tam. Percussion 6, also behind the audience. Triangle, cymbal, tam-tam. And then another set of tubular bells behind the audience for percussion 7. So yeah, if you look at the whole thing, it seems like if you want to put this whole thing on, you need, triple wins, 4-3-3-1 for the brass, and you need four percussionists and a celesta and two harps on stage, and then three percussionists off stage. It's a little bit ungainly having everything laid out one movement at a time like this, but it is what it is. I guess each one of these movements is a standalone piece in Anna Lara's mind. If you want to get Anna Lara's bio, this is the episode to go to. The first piece of hers we covered was a string quartet months ago, and this piece I was for a long time the only piece of hers I had taken the time to listen to, and I really liked it when I first heard it. And I thought it was sort of unlike any other piece that I'd heard. Like, it has a sort of accessible, almost tonal sound, but it's pretty sound massy. It also has a lot of like natural harmonics in the strings and like more chordal sounding harmonies. And I think if you were to like copy it, it would be tough to pull off. I think because it's so original. She's already done it. So yeah, that's my thoughts. Hopefully this is a inspiring piece for you. And if you want to listen along, the recording that I'm using is actually the score video, which is in the video description. So yeah, it's great fun revisiting this, even if it's sort of early on a Sunday morning. Yeah, there's a lot of moments that I completely forgot about, and I forgot how like unique each of the four movements was. There's like just like the string opening of the third movement, and also the opening of the fourth movement with that ascending line. It's like every movement starts differently, has a different direction. You get the tiniest little bit of like revisiting the first movement at the very end. There's like a little nod to the first movement, and there are definitely like pitch elements that like hold everything together that are like kind of the same across the piece. But very just fantastic use of like aleatory and sound mass, and while pushing this sort of like stereotypical big orchestra sound that I think just people generally love. And like this piece really just like strikes a great balance for me, where it's not, to my ears, it's not really like cheesy or corny, but it still gives you some of that like stereotypical big orchestra sound, and it uses the orchestra like the cultural object that it is. And I think that's what's sort of fascinating about it. I still am like very surprised that it's not a well-known work, because I feel like audiences would really latch onto this across North America. Like, this video only has 4,000 views, and this performance was the UNAM Philharmonic Orchestra. If this was composed in America, I think it would be a huge piece. There'd be so many people backing it up. I think just the fact that it's a Mexican composer in the 90s writing something, it just hasn't gained the same kind of traction. But it goes to show there's just so much like good, accessible contemporary music that hardly anyone would know about if they didn't come across a score video or a PDF. There are definitely some barriers to performance, like the three additional percussionists, which you only really need for the very end. But I think Anna provides a reduced version in the program notes, or the performance notes rather. So I think there is a way to do it with two percussionists on stage and two at the back. I think my favorite movement is probably the second one. I think it has like all these beautiful aleatoric movements. It's the most interesting looking in the score, and it's one of the longer ones. And also the second movement, what's great about it is just a slow build from the from a single voice all the way until the full orchestra. So I think it could stand alone better than some of the other ones maybe. Like the third movement loses me a little bit with the 4/4 marching stuff, and similarly the first movement is all about that like motive, and it's a little bit too melodic for me. I just really think the second one is nice. Like it takes everything you heard in the first movement and it amps it up even more. So yeah, that's my take on Angeles di Yama y Ieho by Anna Lara.
Okay, so today I'm listening to a 10-minute orchestra piece by Victor Rasgado called Quetzaltepec. It was written in 1994. Just a couple days ago, we listened to another piece by Rasgado, episode number below. And way back in the chamber orchestra series, we listened to his opera, Anacleto Morones. In that episode, you can also find his biography, which I go over briefly. And this piece, I know almost nothing about it. And it's a handwritten score. You'll notice that there's a lot of divisi in the strings, as called for in the instrumentation page here. The full instrumentation is 3-3-3-3, 4-3-3-1, harp, piano, 3 percussionists, and violins. So 12 first violins, 12 second violins, 12 violas, 8 cellos, and 4 basses. There is a little bit of auxiliary instruments going on. One of the flautists is on piccolo, one of the oboists is on English horn, one of the clarinetists is on bass clarinet, and one of the bassoons is on contra. Percussion 1 has to deal with timbales, suspended cymbals, cowbells, and wood blocks. Percussion 2 has to deal with tam-tam, bongos, congas, marimba, and palo de agua. Percussion 3 is on large gong, some rototoms, it's not specified how many, wood chimes, bass drum, and vibraphone. So it looks like everybody gets some sort of pitched percussion instrument and then a bunch of unpitched things. Yeah, I mean, I don't really know what I'm in for here other than I've listened to a couple pieces by this composer already, and he does favor a lot of sound massy things that use different parts of the ensemble. You can kind of see that here. This opening has a lot of brass going on, and then it's just sort of colored at the end. This gesture is colored with winds going down and strings going up. It's very sort of almost brutalist kind of approach to using the ensemble. Let's have a listen to this. It's on this album that's freely available on YouTube. The link is in the video description. This album apparently has his tuba concerto and also his piano concerto, and it's all the Oaxaca Symphony, conducted by Juan Trigos. Okay, yeah, this is a really masterful little piece, and I think it's my favorite piece of Rasgado's that we've looked at so far. It's really has a nice blend of more dissonant harmonies towards the beginning, and then it gets gradually more and more consonant, and you get these sort of modal things. And yeah, it really had a lot of cool moments where something that was introduced earlier evolved into something completely different. for example, like the piano, like the entrance of the piano is very cool. It's like against this brass, sustained brass idea, which has already kind of been established from the beginning. And later on in the piece, you get like suddenly the full ensemble sustained, and then you have like the piano hocketing with like vibraphone, marimba, and harp, and it's really, a gorgeous moment. And there's just lots of things like that where, like even if you trace that brass idea at the beginning throughout the piece, how it evolves, that's like the sort of sustained texture with little filigree things. It has a whole narrative of its own, and it's just a really pleasant 10 minutes of music that really gets you thinking about composing and form, and like, you can do like subtle things, you can do intuitively sounding like interesting things with form, and it's just like a nice little tone poem, I think. It also helps that the performance is very good. I'll have to check out the rest of this album at some point. I don't think I have the scores to the other two pieces, but this one's really cool. And also, the use of brass is sort of like a great counter argument for most of the things we read about in orchestration textbooks. It's like the brass throughout this piece is like everyone's playing, but they're extremely quiet. There's sections where the trombones are like doing these little glissandi, imitating the strings, like 20 seconds earlier, doing the same sort of little texture, and it's like so almost vocal sounding at this extremely quiet dynamic, and you would not know it's brass really if you just like listening to it. You might think it's just like voices or something. So there's really effective like textural background uses of brass, and sparing use of strings. This is sort of a pattern that we have seen in Rasgado's music. Preference for the brass choir, like as a choir. It's just like they have the same dynamic range as any other family in the orchestra. There's no reason to save them for special effects when they're as developed as any other family of instruments. The piano and harp stuff was really tasteful too, and the piano had this like almost soloistic thing going on. That's something we've observed in a lot of Mexican scores, and I think Rasgado taught a number of the other composers that we've looked at. He's like a little bit of an older generation. Let me get his years, actually. 1959, so that's sort of like baby boomer generation. And I think some of his students were like Diaz Infante, which we looked at weeks ago, one of his orchestra pieces, and he might have also taught a couple other composers that we've looked at. But, it's there's definitely like a lineage that you can see, and it's always a pleasure to like look at Mexican composers like this, because there's a real like sort of concentrated culture in and around Mexico City that produces these composers, and I just find it fascinating. Next up, let me see. Oh, great. So next is actually our first piece by Valentin Silvestrov. It's this massive orchestra piece called Meta Music, one of his most famous orchestra pieces, and this is one that I learned about during my master's degree for a master class type course, with other graduate composers. So from a fond point in my life, haven't listened to it in 7 or 8 years now. So that'll be a fun one to get to on Wednesday.
Alright, so today's score is Meta Music by Valentin Silvestrov. I'll pull it up here. Alright, so no front matter on this one. This is a Ukrainian composer. This is a piece they wrote in 1992. It's very typical of their style, which is very idiosyncratic. I'll sort of let it explain itself here. The instrumentation, it looks like we got at least, just based on the first page, 2-2-2-2, 4-2-2, or 4-2-3-1, and then 3 percussionists, celesta, harp, piano, and strings. And we have to have a flute 2 doubling on piccolo, clarinet 2 doubling on bass clarinet, and then second bassoon is mostly contra, doubling on bassoon. What's interesting, you'll notice right off the bat with this piece, is the piano, harp, and celesta kind of play throughout this like unfolding line, and it's doubled by all the other instruments in the ensemble at different like at the unison basically. So the rest of the ensemble is sustaining, sort of acting as a damper pedal to the notes happening in the instruments with a bit more attack. So Valentin Silvestrov was born in 1937 and is still alive today. He has, lived through, he's lived in Ukraine his whole life, even when it was part of the Soviet Union. And it seems like most of his life is centered around the city of Kiev. And people consider his style of writing postmodern, although you could call it like neoclassical, as they do use like traditional tonal and modal techniques. The closest thing I can think of to what he's doing was like stuff that Barrio occasionally does when he works in a more tonal kind of idiom. You can see most of his works are for large ensemble, but then he has a couple other pieces for like very traditional classical ensembles like string quartet and violin and piano. If you need access to the recording I'm listening to, it's in the video description. I will not be providing the score as it is copyrighted, but I do encourage you to try and find it in your local music library if you are like a music student at a university, for example. Or if you know somebody who's going to music school, maybe you can get a hold of it through them. Okay, yeah, I'll make my comments brief here because my laptop's running out of battery. But yeah, it was really nice to revisit this piece. I think the last time I heard it was way back in like 2017, 2018. And I forgot how intricate the score was, and there's all these like fluctuations of tempi. There's a lot of sections where things are just coordinated by the pianist, and there's like no bar lines, which is really interesting. And I kind of forgot how essential the piano part is. It really is like a piece for piano and orchestra. So that's probably how I'm gonna label the video. Yeah, in terms of like this approach to composing, it's obviously like something that's very hard to imitate with something that's very hard to borrow from without completely imitating it, because it's such a specific thing for 47 minutes. You have a lot of these like flourishes, which are kind of chordal sounding, stacked fifths and fourths and things. And then you have like sections of what I would describe as like everything's a suspension. Like you have these very like almost tacky sounding like tonal ideas. there's like this constant resolving of tension by step. So there's like this sort of like suspensions everywhere kind of sound. And I think it sort of reminds me of like when I first started doing counterpoint exercises in my undergrad. That was the type of thing I would play at the piano, right? Because once you learn how to hear dissonances and how to resolve dissonances, you hold down the damper pedal and do stuff like this. And I think it sort of like captures that sort of joy of discovering um, intervals and harmony and like these building blocks of tonal music. And it is hard not to get wrapped up in it because it's such a tried and true like cultural um, image, but I think or cultural object. But he uses it so much over such a long period of time that it does have almost a postmodern like sensibility where you kind of aren't sure if it's ironic or like what, like why is it happening. Yeah, this is 1992, so modernism was sort of on the downfall, and the Berlin Wall had recently fallen, so there was no longer this like competition between the Soviet Union and the rest of um, the Western world, you could say. So I think it is definitely a piece of its time, um, and it's a reminder of this sort of post Cold War age that we have to work in as composers. So yeah, that's meta music, and I think the next score is something completely different. Yeah, so we got some Bad Führer, one of the few orchestra pieces by him I have. Alright, so this morning I'm going to be listening to this piece by Bad Führer called I'm gonna butcher this, but Feste de la Chaleur. It's for orchestra, written in 1991, and Führer is one of the few composers that I've looked at a score in every series I've done, and orchestra is not going to be an exception here. So yeah, this is the first orchestra piece of his we're looking at. But if you want to, look at his string quartet, some Pierrot ensemble stuff, or his violin and piano piece, or his chamber orchestra stuff, I would go to one of the episodes listed in the subtitle here. I don't know them offhand. And the first one is obviously going to be the one where I go over his biography and background and stuff, because I don't really repeat myself with these videos. I try not to, at least. Führer is a conductor, so he is really writing scores for himself to work with, and so a lot of his stuff is handwritten. This piece is, I'm calling it an orchestra because it's about 50 players, but it omits some like key members of the orchestra, and it's a little bit weird because it's spatialized around these three soloists. The soloists are a pianist, a flautist, and a clarinetist, which sit right in front of the conductor. And then you have these four groups of players, which are pretty similar in construction. So the full instrumentation would be 4-0-4-0, 0-4-4-0, 4 piano, and the strings would be like, I guess 8-4-4-4-4, right? Or no, it would be 4-4-4-4-4. So like four of every string. And yeah, four percussionists. I'll give you the percussion lists here. Skip ahead if you don't care for that stuff. But the percussionist in Group A, we got vibraphone, woodblock, gong, tam-tam, maraca, bongos. And they also have wine glasses and a hand drum of some kind. And then Group B, So this is the other one that's at the front of house, or at the front of the stage. We got marimba, woodblock, suspended cymbal, gong, tam-tam, maraca, bongo, and tom-tom. Group C, which is in the back, we got another marimba, wine glasses, woodblock, hand drum, gong, maracas, 2 bongos. Then Group D, over here, we got vibes, wine glasses, woodblock, claves, hand drum, gong, tam-tam, maraca, bongos, and tom-tom. You can kind of see the 2 marimbas are going to be diagonal from one another, and the 2 vibraphones are going to be seated diagonally in this arrangement here. Some interesting doublings. I think the clarinet in B flat, that's the soloist, has to double on bass. And I think that's it. There's a composer's note here that the wine glasses could be substituted by crotales, like bowed crotales, I think. And like a lot of spatialized scores, the orchestra order is changed to reflect the 4 groups. So they're listed in group order with the soloists in between groups B and C. Okay, so there are some performance notes. We haven't had a lot of modernist scores in the series so far, so we haven't had a lot of performance notes. They're all in German, so I might just slowly scroll through them for those of you who are interested. There's a lot of stuff for flute. I'm not gonna bother translating this. Then there's like a specific moment, measures 10 through 27 in the percussion, it looks like. It's how to do wine glass stuff. And then we got some whistle tone indication is just WLT. So I think the flautist might be doubling on some wine glasses. And then clarinet, we got, it looks like a bunch of different techniques. I see like overtone things in here. And yeah, if you scroll down, we have these multiphonics, most of which are like a certain fingering, overblowing. And then the strings, it looks like we have 5 different note heads, each with a different playing technique associated with it. And we got regular note heads, diamond note heads, square note heads, with a cross through the stem, and then triangle note heads. And quarter tone vibrato, overpressure distortion. This is a Lachance notation, I think. And then like different bow positions. So like 1 through 4, those numbers and circles indicate like from ordinaro to solpant, it looks like. And then percussion's got a few things. If you would like to listen to the same recording that I'm listening to, it's in the video description. Okay, so with this piece, I've come to this weird situation where I've found like 3 or 4 different recordings of the piece, and all of them end here on page 32 of the score. The piece is supposed to be 18 minutes long, and all of these recordings are 9 minutes long. Seems like this is the album that's on Spotify and Apple Music, etc. And yeah, it just presents the first half of the piece as if it's the entire piece. And I don't really know what to do with that. I can talk about it a little bit, but I apologize, there's no like full version. Like I cannot find anything. Like a lot of Führer's work, it's a very interesting piece. I think the 3 soloists are like a really important part of the piece's concept. They're really in the foreground and they're constantly playing and they're significantly louder than the rest of the ensemble. And the ensemble has moments that are more sparse, like the other four ensembles, and you get nice like hocketing and stuff between ensembles. This half of the piece ends with a nice big unison, but the unison is like spread out between different parts of the space, like it's sent to different groups. There's another really interesting point where we converge on this, like the flute soloist is playing like this pulsing rhythmic breathy note, and Führer just asks them to just keep repeating that on a fermata, and then he preps the next section, which it turns into a completely different area. So there's cool like conductor moments like that where the piece like shifts gears, and he's definitely playing with like the flexibility that having soloists can add to like your conducting practice. Surprisingly, like a lot of the piano stuff is very percussive, and it kind of merges with a lot of the percussion stuff. There's just like extremely high or extremely low piano notes that pop out occasionally out of the texture, and that was one of the things I could actually latch onto and follow to keep up with the score. And yeah, some of these piano notes they might be plucked. I mean, they're so high and quiet that it's like almost like it could be a harp, it could be a xylophone, you're not quite sure. And you have these like sextuplets, you can see them on the first page here, as well as like going against like 30-second notes. And these things constantly keep popping back, and sometimes the whole ensemble is like playing them, and it gets very like rhythmic and grid-like, or like flowing, and sometimes they just sort of like sporadically happen. But there's always that intensity, like a lot of gestures are starting just off the beat. That repetitive flute note I was talking about is like never on a downbeat. It's always on like some strange offbeat part of the sextuplet idea, I think. And that just sort of keeps the energy going. That sort of idea isn't unique to Führer. We've seen it a lot in the music of Salvatore Sciarrino over the course of our series. That was the first half of Feste de la Chaleur by Bea Führer. Yeah, it's interesting. It doesn't interest me as much as some of the other pieces of his we've looked at. I should say I didn't feel like I got things out of this piece that I didn't get out of his other pieces. It's really like you could learn a lot from looking at this score in detail, but I don't think it's anything unique in his output. I think most likely next session will be a piece by Gorecki. So we're gonna jump back more than just a little bit more than 10 years.
Okay, today I'm gonna listen to a piece by Gorecki. Let me pull up the score here. It's called Beatus Ver. It's based on Psalm 152. It's for choir and orchestra, as far as I can tell. And it was written in 1979. Right now, day of recording, it's Sunday. And, it's my day where I don't go to the gym. So I'm kind of into some sacred listening, maybe something that's a little bit more relaxed than some of the modernist scores we've been looking at. I know very little about this piece. I don't even know that much about Gorecki, so why don't we pull up some Wikipedia pages and learn together, and then after I listen to this, I'll give some of my thoughts. Now, Gorecki is a Polish composer. He died in 2010, born in 1933. He's a classical music composer, and as far as contemporary composers go, he's had a lot of commercial success, particularly with his Symphony No. 2 and Symphony No. 3, which were like he transitioned out of modernist music into like sacred minimalism. He's probably one of the more famous examples of this transition. Arvo Pärt maybe it would be a close second in terms of like famous sacred minimalists in Europe. So he founded the New Polish School, which includes Lutoslawski, Penderecki, and others. So he has like a geometric period, and then this is after where he gets more into like out of the radical modernist phase and more into just like traditional romantic modes of expression. And yeah, I mean, that's probably all you need to know, really. It's for baritone, mixed chorus, and orchestra. The text is actually drawn from multiple different psalms. So, I'm not sure if I have the entire score here. I might just have a part of it. The instrumentation is 4-4-4-4, 4-4-4-4, 2 percussionists, 2 harps, 1 piano, 4 hands, so we'll just say 2 pianos, and strings. An alternate layout for the brass is like 4-4-6-2. I guess the 2 of the tuba parts are probably used very sparingly and can be done by trombonists. Yeah, some other strange things about it. The bassoons 3 and 4 have to double on contra. That's a little bit weird, having 2 contras. 4 trumpets are in B flat instead of C, which is kind of strange. Can give a more mellow sound, I guess, and you can get that low F sharp. So an important thing to think about historically with sacred minimalism is it crops up in a lot of countries that are like post-communist or post-Soviet countries. Poland in this case like left communism, I believe, in the 1950s, so when Gorecki was a young man. And then this piece was written 20 years later. This context on Wikipedia here seems to suggest that there were still tensions between communist leaders in Poland's government and the church, the Christian Church of Poland, kind of. So this piece was written quite hastily to be performed for Pope John Paul II when he made his pilgrimage to Poland in 1979. And yeah, that's sort of an interesting political context for this. So Gorecki is very established as a composer at this point and entrusted with lots of government funding, it seems like. And but you can see that him accepting these types of commissions caused him to be sort of ostracized by some of his peers, and he didn't seem to really get along with a lot of the avant-garde in his field, and I guess you could say that people were starting to think of him as a bit of a sellout when he wrote this piece. Yeah, the recording I'm listening to is a score video on YouTube, so you can follow along a little bit. Obviously, having the PDF is a much better exercise to be page turning for yourself, but so I would recommend you get your hands on the score if you can. And yeah, let's get into it. It's about half an hour, and considering that this is a 66-page score, I think I have most of the piece, if not all of it. And yeah, I'll see you in 30 minutes here. Okay, yeah, so time for a bit of a composer's perspective on this piece. I think it was very well proportioned for what it was, and there were certain moments where I was very pleased that something new was added. For example, in the introduction with the full chorus, there's only like 3 or 4 chords used through the whole first 3 minutes, and then the section ends with with the introduction of a new chord. A fifth chord is added like very shortly before the end of that. That's a tried and true way of keeping the listener's attention when you're setting up a work. The use of grand pauses, I think, was really tasteful and adds a lot to the piece. It gives the listener time to like reset, and I think they were positioned in such a way to like break up the text in a certain way. We don't get any divisi strings until the very end, and we don't even get any notes that are not like we don't even really get eighth notes until the very last like figure with the harp, piano, bells, and flute here. And just hearing a note on an offbeat and seeing it in the score was very satisfying because it is at the very end of the piece. And I appreciate how sort of obnoxious the piece is. Like, you can imagine if you were like in the modernist mindset where every second is precious and every note has to mean something. This would be incredibly obnoxious. And I think it still kind of is, even for people who are used to listening to tonal music. It's like so dead simple. There's almost no like leaps in any of the lines. It's all stepwise motion. You're in C minor or E flat the whole time. And no one gets anything fancy to play. And the ensemble is way bigger than it needs to be to communicate the music. There is a really big write-up here in the video description, like to the video I'm sharing. So you can look at this guy's little analysis here. I don't know if you really need this to follow along. I think it's pretty straightforward, but maybe some people need this. This might help you like understand where different psalms come into play and how the text is organized. It is a minimalist piece. It's definitely going to stand out in this entire orchestra series. I would go see it live just because of the sheer like size of it, and I think there are a few things that can be learnt from looking at the score. And I think that's it for that one. I should pull up the spreadsheet to announce what's next. Okay, so I have a score to Modulations by Gerard Grisey, and we're going to look at that in our next session. To put it in context, it was written in France just a year before Gorecki was doing this stuff. So you have to think when this minimalist stuff is starting to take off, like post-serial but still modernist things like spectralism are like going on. Like that's what's happening. So Europe has a lot going on in the 70s, I think. Alright, so today is another Gerard Grisey episode. We're looking at Modulations, which is a piece of his for orchestra from Les Espaces Acoustiques, his cycle of works for varying instrumentation. I believe this is the one just after Partials, which we've already looked at, episode number below. And we've also looked at a couple Pierrot ensemble pieces by Grisey and maybe one other piece of his. Yeah, in the Chamber Orchestra series, I think we looked at a second piece. So those episodes are listed below. The first time we looked at his work, we went over his biography. I'm not going to be doing that today, but you can go to that episode if you would like that. This score that I'm looking at, this is just like a almost photographed scan of the score. You can see that the first page of it is the last page of Partials. So yeah, that confirms my suspicion here. We got the little man opening
the pair of cymbals, which are going to crash to start the piece. And then you can see when we get into the score proper, we got some interesting stems through multiple ensemble members. I think this is something that we see in Messiaen's scores a little bit, so it's not like entirely unique to Grise, but definitely more rhythmic than previous pieces in Les Espaces right off the get-go. I haven't listened to this piece in a really long time, and I don't remember much about it except maybe there's like a lot of interesting percussion stuff in the middle, and there's some electric guitar and electric bass, which have to be tastefully used. I think that's the case. I might be wrong though. So I believe it is 2-2-2-2, 2-2-2-1, 3 percussionists, harp, piano, doubling on celesta and organ, violin, and then strings. In this case, it's 5 violins, 3 altos, 2 cellos, 2 basses. So I guess technically we could have covered this in the chamber orchestra series, but it's too late now. I guess what I'm thinking of is a different piece in the cycle, but this one does have electric, like Hammond organ, so maybe that's what I was recalling. I'm not sure. The flutes have to double on alto and piccolo, both of them, and both oboes have to double on English horn. There's actually a third clarinetist, my mistake, on doubling on contra, but mostly on bass. And one of the bassoonists has to be on contra, and then one of the trombones has to be on bass as well. Yeah, I think I'm just going to jump right into it today. Honestly, I don't feel like translating the program note, and I think the title is pretty self-explanatory where it comes from. In electronic music, when you modulate something, you take one parameter, like one control voltage of some kind, apply it to a parameter of something else. So, for example, you could take like a LFO and modulate the pulse width of a square wave, those sorts of things. And in synthesizers, it's like the easiest way to like start making complex sounds. A modulation in classical music is something completely different, obviously. It's when you change keys. It's usually when we use the word. But I don't think that's what Grise is talking about here. So let's get into it. It's a spectral piece. If you aren't aware, spectral pieces borrow a lot from acousmatic, electronic music, and translate these various technologies into the acoustic realm. So that's what we're in for. The recording is in the video description, and I'll see you in a bit. Okay, yeah, so my thoughts on this. Hopefully you listened along. This is definitely worth listening to. It is sort of an odd one in the cycle because it's like number 4. I think 1, 2, and 3 are all more popular or more well known, whereas 4, 5, and 6 are sort of lesser performed, obviously because of the size of them. But yeah, this one I really wasn't in the mood to do a video today, and all kinds of things are interrupting me right now because I'm recording later than usual. But I was immediately charmed by the opening of this piece, and I was like, oh yeah, this is like the good stuff. This is like premium, like spectral stuff. And I just really appreciate that Grise takes his time with every like large scale thing that he's shaping, and he isn't afraid to repeat ideas, and and to like stay on a particular sound for a long time. He's sort of this master of pacing and psychology almost. There's this idea that he introduces in Periode, I believe, called like inhalation exhalation, which is a way that he structures his music, and this is one of the clearest examples of that in action. I think it's even clearer than Partials, and I don't know if he kept to it for his whole career. I think he sort of we looked at some of his later works and they were a bit more complicated formally, but this is like nice and simple. And the end of the first big idea, you get like to these grand pauses with you get down all the way to just a bass drum, like the lowest frequency in the ensemble, and then it starts opening back up again, like this sort of low pass filter. Like a lot of the harmonies are like what you think of when you think of spectralism, very harmonic seriesy, but surprisingly dark. You know, you expect it to have a bigger sound than the previous like episode of Les Espaces, but it doesn't sound bigger than Partials. It actually just sounds like darker and more threatening almost. Like everything is yeah, very very strange, and you can tell that something is not entirely right, and that something it's sort of building up to somewhere, which kind of makes for an interesting piece on its own, just listening to it on its own. But I can't imagine it's been programmed a lot without the other pieces of Les Espaces. Yeah, it looks like we actually do have some front matter at the end here. So I jumped the gun a little bit here. There's 33 musicians in this, so it's just a hair larger than some of the largest chamber orchestra pieces we looked at, and you know, it's exactly what I read on the Earcam website. But if you're interested, the percussion stuff, percussion ones on like bells, bass drum, snare drum, you know, hand drums, bongos, crotales, things like that. Percussion 2 has has to deal with the vibraphone and crotales, and some gongs, a huge tom, some cymbals. I guess they're the big cymbal player. And then percussion 3 also has to deal with a vibraphone larger than the seconds, and they have a glockenspiel part, and then a bunch of small percussion, including like the wood blocks and temple blocks that are famously in the opening there. Yeah, kind of a weird score. It's like typeset, almost like an old dissertation, and it's got just a little bit of performance notes. Definitely less performance notes than previous editions in Les Espaces. Griset is just one of my favorite composers, so it's kind of hard to go wrong listening to a piece like this. And I ended up really enjoying it. I think now that my ears have developed a little bit since the last time I heard it, I can actually like kind of store some of this stuff in my memory now. Okay, so I think next episode we're probably going to be listening to some Boulez, like 90% sure. There's this Henry Brandt piece that we might be looking at, but I haven't had success finding his other scores, so we'll see. And yeah, we're just gonna slowly go back into the 70s here.
This morning I'm going to be listening to a piece for symphony orchestra by Canadian composer Henry Brandt. It's titled Antiphony 1. And I've never covered a piece by Brandt before, so we're going to just look at the front matter of the score a little bit, and then try to find some biographical info on the composer, and then hopefully have a nice little listening session here. The instrumentation, it looks like, for this one is 3330, right? And then 4330, and then 3 percussionists and timpani, and then strings. Then there's a couple optional things. So the string orchestra could be a clarinet choir instead, and you additionally could have a choir. So it seems like there's some variability here. And you'll notice that all the winds and brass, it says unison throughout. Same thing with the percussionists here. So we got chimes, glock, xylophone, and 3 drums for the timpanist. So yeah, it seems like kind of a funky little arrangement. So if you look at the left-hand side, there's seems to be only 2 staves allocated to the voices. Then 1 staff for each type of wind instrument and brass instrument. But all of the players are going to be playing in unison. And then the glock and xylophone have 1 staff, and then the chimes and timpani have a staff. And then there are 2 groups of 5 staves for the strings or the clarinet choir, which could substitute. Sorry if I'm pausing a lot. I'm just like, this is just very different from what we've been looking at so far. He wants a E-flat contrabass clarinet, so not like quite a full contrabass clarinet. I think this might even be harder to find. And then bass in B-flat, and then 3 staves just given to like B-flat clarinets, basically. We have different key signatures for different instrumental lines. So I have a feeling that this is a score that's in C, and we're going to get some like polytonal stuff, kind of. Let's have a look at the performance notes. Each section of the orchestra, it's divided into groups. Each section has their own conductor, and the conductor that's in charge of the string orchestra / clarinet choir gets to cue the other conductors, basically. And only the string orchestra / clarinet choir should be on stage. And the conductor should be facing the audience. So it's a very strange setup. But kind of reminds me of the unanswered question when we looked at that piece. That piece also called for only the strings to be on stage. Or no, it was like kind of the opposite. Only the winds were on stage and the strings were off stage. And he suggests some like numbers of clarinetists for the choir. So there's a lot here about the clarinet choir, which may not be worth getting into. And obviously there's different ways of singing the choir part. It's a little bit variable and minimalistic, it seems like. There's a great deal of time and care spent on these performance notes to say that, intonation and pitch should be approximate, where bar lines line up should be approximate, things like that. And I have a feeling that even though it is a lot of performance notes, it probably resulted, he probably just kept having to add more and more things as the piece was rehearsed and performed, It's a lot of work for the conductor and for the performers to put together, though, when you have all kinds of options like this. It makes it easier to program but harder to rehearse. Kind of beautifully engraved. It's all making me very curious about the composers, so why don't we pull them up, and I can also see if there's more of a background on this piece. Yeah, so Henry Brant is famous for spatialization work with classical musicians. He's a Canadian composer who just passed away in 2008, born in 1913. And yeah, he was born in Montreal to American parents, and first studied at McGill, then moved to New York City. A bit of a virtuoso as a teenager. Interestingly, so Henry Cowell has this book, American Composers on American Music, published in 1933, and Brandt was the youngest composer included in the book at age 19. So that's really notable and interesting. He seems to have done a variety of work, collaborating with different art forms and different styles, and he taught at Columbia, and then Juilliard, and then Bennington College. Where is this? In Vermont. Okay. And he also orchestrated a number of Hollywood films. For example, Cleopatra in 1963. So I'm sure he made a lot of money off of that, and certainly enough to support his artistic endeavors. As I suspected from this score, he has a huge affinity for Charles Ives, and the unanswered question is sort of the basis of Brandt's spatial music. So there you go. To put this into perspective, Ives was 30 years older than, or 40 years older than Brandt, right? So you can see this sort of lineage of American music, American experimental music kind of thing. But yeah, it seems like Brandt really was one of the pioneers of this sort of idea of spatial music, which has since become sort of like a tool of the trade, you could say, in avant-garde classical music. We've seen it a lot in the scores of Javier Torres' Maldonado, and we've seen it in some other scores. I'm sure it was, like most experimental things, it was bigger in the 60s and 70s. But yeah, it's kind of interesting that this Canadian composer is sort of latched onto that and made it his whole thing. So you have the strings on stage, then you have these four other groups: woodwinds, brass, horns, and percussion. I assume situated around the audience somewhere, but the conductors have to be able to see the conductor on stage, which I guess explains the orientation of the principal conductor towards the audience. Maybe you'd put the singers at the back if you did use a choir. So you can, even though there's no diagram here, I can kind of envision it. You got like the audience surrounded by musicians, and then the musicians are surrounded by conductors, which is kind of interesting. Okay, well, I think that is probably enough to get into it. I'm sorry I can't provide the score itself, but I can give you the recording. It's in the video description. This piece is about 10.5 minutes long, and yeah, it should be a very interesting little piece of history here. Okay, yeah, so I had this piece listed in my spreadsheet as 1977, but it's actually much older. This facsimile was published in the 70s, but it was composed in 1953. So this is actually quite ahead of its time, I think. Although there was a lot going on in the 1950s in modernist music, and certainly there's a lot of Webern and Stravinsky and Schoenberg, maybe some Stravinsky, that sounds rhythmically more interesting than this, even without doing the polytempo thing. It looks like the choir and the clarinet choir idea was added in 1968. It's interesting to see sort of how the choir was added and the progress made on the piece. But yeah, it was sort of just a very good example of like using polytempo and polytonality stuff. if those are things that you're trying to teach young composers, like the significance of them historically, what they are, like sure, Charles Ives is a good example, but I think this also is like an even more refined example, right? Like this is just so straightforward. The way the score is laid out makes it very obvious what's going on and what's going down, and it's like you need five conductors. Like it's super cumbersome on the ensemble, but that's sort of what makes it experimental and avant-garde, right? Obviously, you're not getting the full effect listening to this recording because you're gonna hear all kinds of stuff when it's spatialized. But I guess because he wants you to be able to pick out different instrumental lines, he keeps the rhythmic ideas of each line just very simple. And maybe there's something a little bit conservative about his ideas about rhythm and what constitutes like rhythmic music, you know? Because we've listened to a lot of stuff on this channel that is more interesting rhythmically, like without using polytempo. Like anything by Ligeti that's textural is, you know, any sort of like micro polyphonic thing is a little bit more advanced than what's going on here, I think. I don't know if Brandt's like part writing chops are really up to his ambitions, just to be completely honest. But it's certainly a very interesting piece, and the Ives influence is very clear. And there's something interesting about how carefully it's planned out. I like how each of the four choirs is introduced on top of the strings at the beginning, and then you get a really nice moment towards the end where everything cuts out in the strings except for the low E on the basses, and then you get this very satisfying like climax at the end, almost like a new idea is going to start. But yeah, that's Antiphony 1, and pretty radical for 1953, and informed by American experimental stuff, maybe not as informed by what was going on in Europe, what post-war composers were doing or starting to do. Tomorrow we're going to be listening to a piece for orchestra by Pierre Boulez, which also is a little bit experimental in its use of the ensemble. Okay, so today I'm going to be listening to an orchestra piece by French composer Pierre Boulez titled Rituel. And this was one piece that was on my listening list for my qualifying exams during my doctorate. So that was the context in which I first listened to it. And this is my second time listening to it since then. Yeah, I think it's a pretty monumental work, and it's worth taking our time with the front matter just to get to know like what goes into putting this piece on. We have already looked at one piece by Pierre Boulez. This was in the Pierrot Ensemble series, and if you would like to go to that video, that's where you can find a brief like discussion of his biography and his accomplishments, but nothing that you can't find on Wikipedia yourself. The instrumentation for this piece is pretty massive. We need 3-3-3-4, 4-6-4-0, 9 percussionists, and reduced strings, it looks like. Just 6 violins, 2 violas, and 2 cellos. It's a little bit of a weird one in that sense. It's like, I guess it could have been in the chamber orchestra series that we did, but it's too late for that now. It's in the orchestra one because I didn't have the hindsight. So the percussion instruments, we got 9 percussionists, which is pretty crazy. The first one has to do tabla, Japanese gong, Japanese woodblock, it looks like. Or maybe this is a Japanese bell. Then we got small maracas, small guiro, tambor de basque, and sizzle cymbal. Percussion 2, woodblock, and suspended cymbal, 2 guiros of 2 different sizes, and then a small maracas tube. It looks like we also have snare drum and a handbell for percussion 2. Percussion 3, we got bongos, claves, maracas tube, Chinese cymbal, suspended cymbal, sizzle cymbal, large triangle. Percussion 4, tom-tom, bell, 4 maracas, or maybe 6, so a whole bunch of different maracas, and then castanets. Percussion 5, temple block, gong, their own snare drum, another handbell, then we got a large triangle for them, and also a small Japanese bell for them. Percussion 6, tom-tom, African drum, temple block, wood block, castanets, claves, and then like Japanese wood block. Percussion 7, conga, 2 different types of snare drum, I think with and without snares, tom-tom, bongo, tabla, and frame drum. Percussions 8 and 9 have 7 gongs and 7 tam-tams. I'm not sure if that's each or if they share them. Probably they just share them. So, pretty massive setup, which would be very expensive, and a lot of unpitched percussion, I think, is what's strange about it. And the orchestra is divided into 8 groups. We got oboe is group 1. Then group 2 is the 2 clarinets, 1 and 2. Group 3 is 3 flutes. Group 4 is 4 violins. Group 5 is 2 oboes, 3 clarinets, alto saxophone, and 2 bassoons. And then group 6 is 2 violins, 2 violas, 2 cellos. Group 7, alto flute, 3 oboes, English horn, piccolo clarinet, so clarinet and E flat, bass clarinet, and 2 bassoons. And then group 8 is the brass, the 4 trumpets, 6 horns, 4 trombones. Okay, that's that. Let's see what it looks like on a diagram here. So you can see that group 1, which is just the oboe, is over here. Then group 2 is in the middle, and 3 is flanking, so that's like a whole triangle here. Then groups 4, 5, 6, and 7 are sort of flanking, and then 8 is at the back. And it looks like percussions 8 and 9 are also at the back, and then all the other percussions are like each assigned to a group kind of thing. So yeah, this is stretching what an orchestra would be. It's very far from an orchestra at this point, but let's keep going. And yeah, this is like a nice handwritten sort of score, and this is what the first page looks like. You can kind of see that it's a cutaway score, and the groups are what's important here. And it's in memory of Maderna. I have a feeling it's dedicated to Bruno Maderna, but it says here that Bruno Maderna died in 73, not 74. But yeah, let's go with that. And let's see if I can find some English program notes on this. just to get a sense of what we're in for. Yeah, so this piece deals with repetition, and it evokes a lot of non-Western musical ensembles, as evidenced by that extensive percussion list. Commissioned by BBC London, and it is dedicated to Bruno Maderna. First performed by the BBC Symphony Orchestra, conducted by Boulez. As you may know, Boulez does not waste material. He reuses a lot of material from piece to piece. This is one example of a piece that's based on a much smaller idea. This short piece that he wrote for the journal Tempo, which was called Explosant Fixe, ended up being reworked into this piece, Rituel, as well as a couple other pieces called Anthemes, I guess you would pronounce it, which are solo violin pieces. So if you're interested in programming a whole bunch of Boulez, there you go. You could just program those 4 pieces. So the groups are rhythmically independent of each other and guided by the percussionists, which is an interesting way of sort of destabilizing the idea of conducting an ensemble. And it's written in 14 sections that are sort of like call and response-ish, followed by a coda. And it's structured somewhat like an arch form. The piece was really well received, and is seemingly a lot more accessible than a lot of other Boulez's work. So that's something interesting about it. We'll see what my impressions are of it today. I do remember it being repetitive, and of the Boulez pieces that I had to listen to years ago for school, this was the one that I disliked the most, actually. I felt like it went on way too long and was not that interesting. But we'll see what I think today. Maybe this context will help me a little bit to understand it. As always, the recording I'm going to be listening to today is in the video description. If you would like to pause the video now and listen to it, that's fine. Either way, I'm going to just go straight into my post-listening thoughts. Okay, yeah, it's interesting that I got to listen to this right after doing Henry Brandt piece, because I think both pieces have a lot in common. They're both very focused on spatialization and this hierarchy of groups. Like the Henry Brandt piece we looked at the other day, the strings were the main group, and the other parts of the orchestra were sort of like subsidiary. It was very obvious, the relationship. This is a little bit more subtle, but what I noticed as I was going through the score was the lower numbered groups, like 1, 2, and 3, were a lot more prominent, and 1 was perhaps the most prominent part. And then as you progress through the piece, you get more and more elements of the ensemble added, with the odd one being the group 8 at the back, which sort of sometimes interrupts and is doing its own thing, and it doesn't follow the rule. But generally, if you have 2 or 3 ensembles playing at the same time, it's going to be 1 and 2, or 1, 2, 3. If you have more ensembles playing at the same time, it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, right? So that was kind of interesting. It gave a lot of prominence to that oboe part, which makes up group 1. And I can imagine how it sort of orients the listener across the stage. It is definitely a difficult listen. It's kind of weird. There's a lot of, within each group, there's a lot of parallel and oblique motion. That's almost all that happens. So it's almost like each group is just playing a single line, which is not very typical of Boulez. There's just not a lot of Like, the only contrary motion you get is when groups are so out of sync with one another that they're doing different motions at the same time, kind of thing. And because it's mostly long sustained notes too, you just don't get a lot of like contrapuntal or motion. Today I'm going to be listening to a piece by Earl Brown. This is going to be our second Earl Brown episode. It's an orchestra piece called Cross Sections of Color Fields. It's from the 1970s. My mistake, Cross Sections and Color Fields. So yeah, this is the score. It looks like he worked on it over a period of 3 years, completing it in 1975. The instrumentation for the orchestra is 4-2-3, saxophone 3, 4-3-3-2, 6 percussionists, 2 harps, celesta, piano, and then strings. The suggested numberings for the strings are 16, 14, 10, 8, 6. And the percussionists mostly have, well, they're all on pitched percussion. And that's a timpanist, and then 5 like percussionists on Glock, xylophone, vibes, marimba, and tubular bells. Some interesting things about the ensemble. I mean, we got the 4th flautist just dedicated to alto flute. The 2nd oboist is just on English horn. The 3rd clarinetist is just on bass. And soprano saxophone is an interesting addition to the winds. And the 3rd bassoonist is just on contra. I think it's also interesting that we have 2 tubas. This is probably the first score I've seen where there's 2 tubas. It looks like the seating plan is like a little bit different here. And I guess the conductor is going to be cueing different members of the ensemble. So it's important that there's like different visible cues, high center percussion, low center strings, left woodwinds, far left harp and piano, right brass, far right harp 2 and celesta. And I guess Earl Brown workshopped this piece to get it this way. For those of you who aren't familiar with Earl Brown's work, he's famous for his graphic scores and for his work with aleatoricism, basically. He's a student of John Cage, so he was a member of the New York school, you could say, along with Christian Wolfe and Morden Feldman. I get into this a lot more on our previous episode about Earl Brown. The episode number is in the subtitle there. I also go over his biography briefly. And I did not look at this score beforehand, so I'm going to take a little bit of time getting to know the performance notes just to figure out how this thing works. So it looks like there are open form sections in this piece. That's usually where Earl Brown will dedicate a whole page of music to just positioning musical materials around the page, and then the performers can move freely from one music material to the other, whatever that may be. That's different from like more controlled aleatory, where, for example, you get rid of bar lines and just have seconds indicated, right? That's sort of just typical, like you give performers the note heads and larger proportions of time to work with. This score, interestingly, just has some like strictly notated things, and then there's also like something that Earl Brown calls proportional notation. So sections of like more figurative material. I guess these are the more graphic portions of the score with less notehead things, less conventional staff notation stuff. He has some notes here on specific pages. Page 4, page 7, page 9, page 11, and then page 12 and 13 seem to be open form pages, so he details that a little bit. You can see that sort of these notes range from like very specific things asked of individual performers to just like general comments on how to read the music. Page 23 is also open form. Yeah, I don't know if it's really worth our time to go over all of this. I think it'll become apparent once we start listening to the piece. As always, Earl Brown's program note is very academic and technical. And the title, he always puts a lot of thought into his titles. They mean something deeply to him and his practice. He often borrows from the visual arts as well. So there's this idea of a color field. When I think of color field painting, I think of Mark Rothko. So here he's describing what that means and what that means for him musically. He's talking about how contemporary music is often considered busy and active and violent. Of course, he's talking about like modernist serial music. And he's trying to get away from that a little bit with this piece. Maybe there's some influence from Morton Feldman there, but it sounds like this is more meditative, or the pacing is somewhat slower. And then even in the program note, he talks about the different types of notation that are in the score. You can see with the first, I guess you could say stanza or line of music, there's two really big cues from the conductor. The first one is 15 seconds long, and then the next one is more like 35 seconds long, but the performers have to sort of reach a certain dynamic within the first 5 seconds, and then the dynamics have a bit more variability. Yeah, and then on the second page we have like typical aleatoric stuff where you have repeated cells for spans of time. It's going to be very notey, as you can imagine, with like the 5 pitched percussionists and 2 harpists. And there's a piano too, right? Yeah, so it's like there's just going to be a lot of notes in this thing. A lot of huge chords, it looks like. So yeah, the Earl Brown Foundation website has a recording, and I think it's the full piece. Although in the score he lists it as between 17 and 20 seconds, 17 and 20 minutes. This is 13. I think it's still the whole thing, but yeah. So I guess oddly enough, this will be the source of the recording for this one. Link is in the description, and I'll let you know what I think on the other side here. Yeah, if this is your first time listening to Earl Brown, just be aware that all of the sounds you're hearing can be slightly different from one performance to the next, and it's very loosely coordinated music. Okay, yeah, so this is a really cool score. I highly recommend looking at it if you have access to a music library. Even if you have to do an interlibrary loan, I think it's really worth just looking at this score. There's a lot of pages that are open form like this that give the conductor varying degrees of control, and it was really cool to see what the conductor was looking at, and then to hear what they must have been doing, right? For example, this last page, you have a chord assigned to each group on stage that the conductor can cue, and they can literally just like with both hands conduct any group they want and just play with it. And it's just a really fun, playful kind of score. It was as like the string quartet that we looked at. Obviously the like harmonic language and the pitch language of it is still like kind of modernist and serial almost. Although I wasn't sure exactly what his role was, there seemed to be certain intervallic choices that unified the whole piece which sort of allowed him to be so loose with all these techniques that deal with temporality and when things occur. And so this was commissioned by the Denver Symphony Orchestra in fulfillment of a Kusevitsky Foundation commission. So seems like it was performed a year later in 1976, but perhaps like Brown was already interested in writing for orchestra and had already been toying with a lot of this stuff in 1972. And then it was only later when he had this opportunity that he could he could like put together the whole thing. We have a nice little history of performances here. So yeah, the first performance, Denver Symphony Orchestra. Then it was performed in a month later in Saarbrücken, which is the capital city of Saarland, Germany. So immediately there's a German premiere after that. Then Radio France performs it a year later. Another orchestra with the same conductor performs it again in Saarbrücken in 1981. 1984 is performed again in Saarbrücken with a different conductor. So it seemed to be sort of get into the rotation of the Rundfunk Symphony Orchestra. Got a Strasbourg performance by the same ensemble. Then the New York Phil performs it. This is like almost 10 years after the first premiere. And I guess in the 21st century, we get a couple of premieres by the New World Symphony Orchestra. One in Miami, and then another performance in San Francisco. And 8 years later, it was performed twice in Frankfurt. Yeah, so there's a lot of countries in the world, obviously, where this piece has not been premiered. So you could be the first. Maybe it deserves a Canadian premiere or something like that. In a couple days, we're going to do another Earl Brown piece. So if you liked this one, I'll try to do an even better job of the next one. And then in between that, we got a bunch of stuff. First up is a Ligeti piece. I don't think we've looked at Ligeti since the Chamber Orchestra series. So this will be good. This is a piece that I wasn't too familiar with until my master's. It's called Melodian. It's pretty standard, like Ligeti stuff. Not as iconic or well known as Atmospheres, but sort of like that piece in a lot of ways. We have like several pieces from 1971 in a row. So that'll be interesting.
Okay, so today I'm going to be listening to Melodian by Georges Ligeti. It's an orchestra piece from 1971. The instrumentation is right here on the side. It's 1111, 2111, one percussionist who also is a timpanist, piano, celesta, and strings. And interestingly, he doesn't label violins 1 and 2. It's violins A and B, which might hint at like possibly the violins have equal importance. They're not ranked the way you would expect. And then the percussionist, as well as playing timpani, they have to deal with crotals, glock, vibes, and xylophone, all pitched percussion, it looks like. Oboe doubles on oboe d'amore, flute doubles on piccolo. And I think that's about it. So, very lean ensemble. And then when you get into the score proper, it's actually a manuscript, which I love. I love seeing composers' handwriting. This looks very busy at the start, but it's chord equals 54. So you can see it's micropolyphonic, like textural stuff right from the get-go. It might be worth going through some of these notes. I find that the things that Ligeti chooses to include in these early scores can be kind of interesting. because a lot of he's such an innovator that a lot of the things that he was doing don't need to be said when people copy him. But when he first did it, like, he needed to explain himself a little bit. Everything's notated in C in the score, but even though it's a C score, all of the instruments that transpose up an octave or down an octave are written like as they would appear in the part. That's actually very typical of C scores, but I think in 1971 you actually had to make the distinction. If you get into some older scores, sometimes people actually write like the piccolo and Glock like at pitch with all kinds of ledger lines. It's very strange. The crotales need to be a high F. It seems like you just need the one. And then if you don't have access to a crotale at that pitch, you can just use a glockenspiel slab, by which he means a key that is like suspended on a string or wire so that it freely vibrates. Vibraphone motor off the whole time. Soft mallets should be used. That's kind of interesting. He also specifies the way it should sound, which I think is a good practice. He wants the fundamental tone distinctly audible, not so much the upper octave, by which he means the second harmonic, or first harmonic, however you say that. He recommends using marimba mallets on the xylophone, so that's very atypical of xylophone playing. And the glockenspiel, when they first enter in bar 13, use normal mallets, which would be like brass or something. Then after that, use hard felt mallets, basically vibraphone mallets on the Glock. And yeah. Pianists can double on celesta. The parts never happen at the same time. You'd have to place both keyboards at a right angle. It makes sense. Most likely, you're going to have an open lid piano, so the pianist is going to be facing to, from the audience's point of view, the right side of the stage, and then their celesta is going to be on the high end of the piano, facing with the back facing the audience, kind of thing. He actually suggests reduced strings, so this could technically be a chamber orchestra piece. The violins are equal in rank, as I just assumed earlier, so A and B. I've not seen that in any scores before, but it shows you the care that Ligeti is taking to negotiate with orchestra culture, to explain that what he's doing is not normal. There are soloists in every group, which would be section leaders or concert masters. He actually recommends 6-6-4-4-3 for the strings. So yeah, it's a chamber orchestra. There are these markings solo and tutti, which obviously applies to the strings. But if you were to play with like super reduced strings, where there was just one to a part, that tutti marking would not apply, obviously. Double stops can be played divisi at the will of the ensemble, so that's interesting. It must not be something that happens very often then. And yeah, so these are all great notes. It is a lot to read through, but I like them. It says a lot about the composer and what he wants. Then there's this performance note, which we've seen in other pieces of his, which just talks about how bar lines are only there to synchronize parts. He drew the bar lines after he wrote the piece, so there's not really a sense of a downbeat. And this is a very novel idea, obviously, and it's something that occurs in several of Ligeti's scores. But it's gone on to influence so many composers that it almost doesn't need to be said. But it's funny, I've interacted like with conductors in the context of reading sessions who, they are still so conservative that they would like a note like this. So yeah, he goes into great detail about this, actually, talking about the way that each individual performer should be feeling the beat or meter, and how he just like decided to notate it. Every instrumentalist must be more or less independent. That's not typical of orchestra music. It must have an inner individual, like an individual inner vitality, and a dynamic and agogic shape of its own, right? So he's really relying on the performers to do a lot of the work here, which actually puts less work on the conductor. So it's worth saying, I think. And then he also says there's three planes of activity. There's a foreground, middle, and background throughout the piece. So that's something to listen for. And then the melodically shaped things need to be heard more clearly than the sustained things. So again, it seems very obvious. Why wouldn't you bring that out? But at the same time, conductors aren't familiar with this type of music, especially not in 1971, so you got to say it. So this is a great little like masterclass on writing performance notes. All right, so I failed to like introduce this fully. There's a number of episodes we've done on Ligeti's music. I think we started seeing some of his stuff in the Chamber Orchestra series. So here are the episode numbers below. Go to the first one, the smallest numbered episode, to get Ligeti's bio. If you're not interested in that, then don't. And as always, the recording that I'm going to be listening to is in the video description. I'll see you in 13 minutes and let you know what I thought about this piece on this particular listen. I don't have the score pulled up right now because I ended up watching it on my TV since it is a score video today. I'm a bit tired today, so I might be rambling a little bit. But I think this is one that I wasn't as familiar with, and it's very, like, interesting. It's more interesting than a lot of Ligeti's music that I've heard. Like, the three layers thing was very clear throughout, and it created this interesting dynamic where he was able to very smoothly transition from one idea to the next, because a layer could drop out, or it could become more active, or it could move between different parts of the ensemble. And it's, yeah, there's something very smooth about it, and the transitions are very smooth. There's no like abrupt contrasts, so it's possible that when I heard this in my master's years and years ago, I wasn't latching onto it as much because it lacked those big contrasting moments that I know in a lot of other Ligeti pieces. But it's like super sophisticated, and it really, the whole time I was thinking about how influential this piece must have been to spectral composers, because this is 1971, and then you get like 4 or 5 years later, you get all kinds of spectral stuff. And yeah, it just seemed very influential. Like I could see a lot of these gestures in Griset's music, like a very direct correlation. So that was kind of interesting. And it just made me sort of want to get to know Ligeti's music more, especially this late 60s, early 70s stuff. I think it's a pretty underrated one. So if you like Ligeti, give Melodeon a chance. The next episode was going to be another piece from 1971. I can't remember the composer exactly. But yeah, we're going to sit on this year for a while. Okay, today I'm looking at De Natura Sonoris No. 2 by Krzysztof Penderecki. I'm going to say Penderecki. And the dimensions of the score are a bit all over the place. But yeah, if you've heard like Threnody to the Victims of Hiroshima, De Natura Sonoris 1 and 2 are kind of like that, except with a full orchestra, not just a string orchestra. And this is like the 70s stuff that Penderecki was most famous for. The instrumentation for this one is missing winds, I think. So it's actually a bit different from a typical orchestra. It's 0000 4041, and then percussion, piano. Oh, it's a harmonium, so it's a bit different. Similar sound to an accordion. But there's going to be a lot of divisi, as you can imagine, in the strings here. 24 violins, so 12 first, 12 seconds, 8 violas, 8 cellos, 6 basses. And it doesn't really say how many percussionists, but you need 4 cymbals, 2 tam-tams, 2 gongs, metal block, I guess, like a brake drum, crotales, flexitone, regular bells, tubular bells, bass drum, timpani, a couple things that I need to translate. So this would be a slab, according to Google Translate, so maybe like a slab of wood. And then this is an iron bar, or an anvil probably. And then this one is a saw, so like a musical saw. You can tell I'm not a conductor because I don't really know my Italian instruments. And yeah, it's a more adventurous looking score than most of the stuff we've covered in the series. It's like graphic almost. You know, these measures are timed out in seconds, and you have sort of like sound mass type things going on. And then, like, obviously the big blocks are like clusters. You can see how this type of notation kind of, like, a lot of spectral composers like Grise took this notation and then added bar lines, kind of. But it's really cumbersome for the performers because you have to basically give them each a little score to read off of, or some sort of reduced score. So the parts are really cumbersome. Yeah, so quasi senza misura for this symbol, the tilde, highest tone possible, lowest tone possible, very fast tremolo. I'm assuming instead of the 3 lines, this would intersect the stem of the note. Repetition of the whole group. So, you know, instead of repeat bar lines or whatever, he opts for like these dotted dash/dotted lines. And then a quicker repetition would just be dotted lines. Overpressure distortion is indicated with this like line of accents. Slow vibrato, molto vibrato, irregular glissandi. So a lot of horizontal line sort of things, right? The eye of the performer is sort of directed across the page that way. He asked for the wind or the brass, I'm assuming, to overblow, and then breath sounds from the brass. Any 2 notes played together, so that's a little bit aleatoric. And quarter tone sharp, I guess. 3/4 tone sharp, quarter tone flat, 3/4 tone flat. And this would be playing on the other side of the bridge. I guess flageolet is this symbol. Then he has percussion symbols to indicate like the implements that you're playing with, which is like, you see it sometimes in scores. It's becoming a little bit old-fashioned, I think. Yeah, you can see, so this is the kind of thing that is important to this notation. So say you have these string players and they have a cluster. He notates the cluster in brackets, and it's the responsibility of the violins 2 through 8 to make the cluster, right? They each have to pick a note, and it's like all divisi, and then they have to sort of like, you know, the one that's in the middle stays there, and the ones that are further away have to gliss towards the middle, right? So definitely not what players are used to dealing with, but creates very effective sounds. So yeah, this type of thing by Penderecki is like, it's has to be on your listening list kind of thing. Like I think every composer, this has to be part of their education, right? You got to know this stuff was going on in the 70s, and this is a good alternative to Threnody because it's short, it's got greater variety of instruments, and it was maybe not as cliche. Died in 2020, born in 1933. He has a lot of like famous sacred works from after this more experimental period. He's went totally in the opposite direction with his career and started doing more tonal stuff. I can't remember if it's like sacred minimalism or if it's just sort of like normal tonal stuff. Like Threnody, if you're not familiar with it, I mean, it's been used a lot in pop culture. I think most famously it's used in Children of Men during the start of that super long single shot like war scene, which I kind of want to watch just talking about it. And he's one of those composers who was born before the Second World War, so he sort of was well into his career and was a young composer like just as the Second World War was ending. So he could really take advantage of the Europe's like avant-garde music scene in the 70s. He was in a good position to do that. His early works influenced by Webern and Pierre Boulez. And then I guess his international recognition began in 1959, interestingly. So yeah, definitely post-war kind of stuff. At least according to this wiki, De Natura Sonoris number 2 marks sort of the end of his avant-garde period, which is interesting. But yeah, he's a big guy, right? This is he's like a celebrity, basically. Yeah, I think, like, we looked at some Gorecki last week, or maybe the week before, and I think Gorecki is maybe a more famous Polish composer, but Penderecki's up there. He is very famous. This was the first work that I heard of his, and I think it was a good introduction. So, yeah, let's get into it, and I'll let you know my thoughts if you care to stick around. The link to this recording is in the video description. Okay, yeah, so obviously it's a very cool piece, and it's a fun listen, especially with the score. If you can get your hands on a physical score too, it's really nice to see how it's all laid out for the conductor, who is mostly just cueing things. The brass stuff is so fun. I just love the brass in this. If you look at some of these chords that are fortissimo, you got like super low trombone, like bass trombone on the low B flat, and then on the E, on the B, like more than an octave above that, and then on the high F sharp, and the tuba is on a high F sharp amidst all this, and the horns are spread super far too. I like the use of repeated note stuff, and how that sort of transitions into the percussion tremolos and like the saw sound and stuff. It's all a very carefully set up climax. It's a really big moment, and the first 3 minutes, like the sustained stuff, is really cool too. If you recognize this piece, it was used in The Shining, I believe. I forgot to mention that in the intro. So it is a big one. It is pretty, like, a lot of people have heard it. Yeah, I'm not sure what the Wikipedia article was on about this being more romantic sounding and like less avant-garde. I mean, there are chords in this that are less clustery. But it is still very challenging work in a lot of ways, and that's why people always associate it with like horror movies, is because it's very hard to wrap your head around it. But I think it's important to recognize that these pieces to Penderecki were just sort of like abstract experiments, and that's sort of how they should be listened to. You know, you don't really have to infer other. You don't have to impose other like cultural readings on top of it. You can just enjoy it as a noise piece. You know, noise music is fun. It's like positive and celebratory, and this is no different. This is what people sound like when they express themselves. Yeah, that's about all I have to say about this one. In a couple days, we'll be looking at the first one, and maybe we can do a little bit of compare and contrast. Um, and yeah, hopefully you liked the bass drop in this with the entry of the four trombones. It's it's not as good as the Ligety Atmospheres bass drop, but I do think it's got to be in your top five bass drops of classical music kind of thing. So yeah, until next time, happy listening.
Okay, today I'm going to be listening to some Sylvestre Revueltas. This is exciting episode because it's our first Revueltas episode, and I do like his music. I haven't listened to it in a long time. This is like perhaps one of his largest like late orchestra pieces, Rites. It's actually a film score for a film of the same title, and I think it was pretty well praised by Aaron Copland, if that interests you. The instrumentation on this thing is double winds and then 4-3-2-1 for the brass, so it's pretty typical. Then we got one timpanist and only three percussion instruments. I'm guessing that they can all be done by one percussionist, but it's unclear from the page here. And strings, of course. It's like a 15-minute piece altogether. And yeah, you can tell from the first page that it already looks fun to conduct. It's broken up into these episodes, which I think are scenes from the film. Yeah, I think I'm just missing some titles. So, part one actually is three sections: the fisherman, the child's funeral, setting out to fish. And then part two has two sections: the fight, and then the return of the fishermen with their dead friend. I guess it's not placed at the top of the score clearly or something. Since I'm here, I might as well just start talking about the history of the piece a bit more. So it's film score for a 1936 film by Fred Zinnemann, and he begun composing it in 1934. And yeah, premiered in 1936. So I think I have like a publishing date on this thing of like 1970 something. Yeah, so this score was published in 1971, but it's quite an old piece. There's also an arrangement by Eric Kleiber. Let me see if I'm looking at that one. Yeah, I think I'm just looking at the Revueltas arrangement. This is an Austrian conductor who died in the 50s. Okay, Aaron Copland's comment on this piece. Okay, so Aaron Copland's comment on this piece. This is a response to a New York premiere of it, I'm assuming. So, above all, vibrant and colorful, many qualities characteristic of Revueltas' art. The need for musical accompaniments by serious composers is gradually becoming evident even to Hollywood. The Mexican government choosing Revueltas to supply the music for Rites is very much like the USSR asking Shostakovich to supply sound for its best pictures. So that's sort of the high esteem that this is held in. And as for the composer himself, Revueltas died in 1940, so he was quite old when he composed this. Born in 1899. So I guess he lived a short life, but he was close to the end of his life when he composed it. And he was born in Durango in Santiago Pacasquiaro, studying at the National Conservatory in Mexico City, St. Edward's University in Austin, Texas, and the Chicago College of Music. And he was also a violinist, assistant conductor for the National Symphony Orchestra of Mexico, invited by Carlos Chavez. He held that post until 1935. And yeah, so he's one of the big names that was really promoting contemporary classical Mexican music in the first half of the 20th century. And you can see that his works list is very, as you can imagine, like conservative in its instrumentation. This is a, older composer. String quartets, pieces for violin and piano, some chamber ensemble stuff, chamber orchestra, film scores, ballets, and piano pieces. In my opinion, Revueltas is a much more interesting composer than Chavez. Chavez's music is a little bit, uncreative, I think. But Revueltas, you get some very interesting orchestration, and as Copeland pointed out, very just colorful writing for orchestra. So I'm excited to revisit this, and hopefully I'll have something intelligent to say about it after we listen to it. So this might not be the full movie because it's just under an hour, but there is a significant portion of the movie posted online with English subtitles. I'll put a link to that in the description, along with the performance that we're listening to of the concert work. And you can see that Sylvestre Revueltas was such a, he's in the main credits because he was such a big name at the time and such a huge figure in Mexican music. So he was definitely, I imagine he was paid very handsomely to do this, kind of like a commission. Okay, I think Aaron Copeland was taking some notes from this piece because, it's an incredibly original sound, which definitely influenced Copeland's later tonal period. And I think his comment about comparing Revueltas to Shostakovich and the Mexican government at the time to the Soviet Union, I think it's an interesting political statement because Copeland was a leftist, and in the 30s, I think a lot of leftist thinkers still really, people believed in communism a lot more. And it's just an interesting piece of history, I think, for one thing. And then the orchestration on top of that. I mean, the orchestration is really great in this piece. I love the use of strings to create these ostinati and repetitive pads. The use of brass is textbook brass. It's super cool. Even on this first page, you see a lot of interesting things super high trombones. And the tuba in the first half had some really important lines and was sort of a featured voice of the ensemble. It gets Revueltas manages to get some really huge sounds out of the ensemble just with double winds, and I think it's a nice little reminder that you don't need a large orchestra to have a huge sound. It just shows his sort of skill as a conductor, and it's a very imaginative little piece which has a nice sort of narrative that you can follow. I would be personally way more stoked to see a local orchestra play this than like Schumann or even Shostakovich, because this stuff just doesn't get performed. Yeah, hopefully you found this piece interesting. It's a little bit different than most of the scores I look at, but we're getting further back in time, so we're going to see more and more of these post-tonal and tonal pieces, and the history of these pieces and the political climate they were written in is going to become more and more foreign and strange, and hopefully you're finding that as interesting as I am. The next piece that we're going to be looking at, we're going to look at another Earl Brown piece called Module 3. And this one actually is from the 60s. I'm not going to make the same mistake. So, yeah, I think, what's the next Revueltas we'll look at? We're also going to look at Senza Maya and another piece by him called Genizio, eventually. And another orchestra piece called Homage to Federico Garcia Lorca. I think that'll be all of them. So in 1969, Earl Brown wrote this piece for orchestra called Module 3, and I'm going to have a listen to it today. I have this really crude scan of it with the performance notes at the end here. And we looked at another piece by Earl Brown just a few days ago called Cross Sections and Color Fields. Which was another orchestra piece. It kind of had a setup like this, except a little bit more refined. The idea is, if you have the different families of the orchestra spatialized in some sort of way, it's easier for the conductor to cue them as groups, right? So you can cue directly in front of you, you can cue like at the back or the right or the left. And as you can imagine, it's like somewhat oriented like a traditional orchestra, just, maybe more angled, you have to angle the winds and the brass. And there's really no intermingling of percussion with winds or brass. It's like right at the back. This piece has to be performed simultaneously with Module 1 or Module 2. And it's intended to be performed with multiple conductors. So say you're performing Module 3 with Module 2, then you have two conductors, one for each. So Module 1 was written in 1966. That's 3 years prior to Module 3. And it's also for orchestra. This was written for a Parisian orchestra, Orchestra Nationale of the ORTF Paris. The instrumentation for Module 1 is 2121, 2211 strings. Module 2 is another orchestra piece which was composed in the same year. Its instrumentation is 1212, 2220, and strings. And the one we're looking at today is 2121, 1210, 3 percussion, harp, piano, and strings. So this is the only one with any percussionists, or piano or harp. So unlike Modules 1 and 2, Module 3 is divided into 4 sections, like the 4 families of the orchestra, as we've seen here. And each of these families has their own numbers. So I think what I'm gathering is in Modules 1 and 2, the conductor can like cue 1
4, 5, etc., but they're cueing the whole ensemble. Whereas Module 3, they can cue like 1 from the brass and 5 from the winds, or like 3 from the percussion and 2 from the winds, or whatever. So it's a little bit more flexible in its construction. We saw a little bit of this in the cross sections and color fields piece, but that had also through composed sections. It was a little bit more elaborate. It wasn't just a single idea. This, I think, is a bit more straightforward. Yeah, as I said before, it's like the precise chord is chosen by the conductor's fingers and cued by like gesturing towards the group. And then the conductor also decides when to cut off fermatas, for example. If we look at the score, you can kind of see that it gives the conductor flexibility to start and cut off chords. And on the first page, for example, the string players have 2 chords per cue, which are labeled A and B. And then the winds and brass, no percussion on the first page, they get a single chord per cue. And then on the second page we get percussion stuff, which involves more specific cueing. And it's possible that, yeah, this is not, you wouldn't read one page and then the other. It's sort of all like one big thing, right? So when you're cueing the percussion at the back, you get all kinds of chords from them. Yeah, there's no like separate setup for the performance of module 1 or 2. You just distribute parts from these, one of or more of these pieces, to the ensemble. So that way you can have 2 conductors up at the front, which I'm assuming is what's intended. Yeah, so that's the idea. So you obviously have to let the performers know, like, hey, this is your conductor. If you have this part, watch for when they're cueing you. And so basically what you end up having is like 2 or 3 conductors holding up numbers and cueing sections of the ensemble. Only one of them is responsible for cueing individual families, and the other 1 or 2 conductors, they just cue the whole orchestra, whoever is reading those parts. So it's very flexible and very loose, and it seems to be structured around just the playing of these chords. I think what you're going to end up with, and I've never heard this piece before, so I'm not totally sure, but I think what you're going to end up with is a lot of like a layer of percussion, which is faster than everything else going on, which is more because the other ensemble members have more sustained tones. What I'm finding kind of interesting about this is it really engages multiple conductors as performers, and they can almost play off of each other and respond to what each other are doing, and that's not really something that's asked of conductors a lot, improvising with other conductors. So I'm curious to hear how it turns out, because who knows if conductors are good at doing that. It's not something that is usually asked of them. So modules 1 and 2 are actually supposed to be performed together. So you can't just perform module 1 or just perform module 2. It's either 1-2 or 3-1 or 3-2 or 1-2-3. I think seems to be the options here. And yeah, so I guess this sort of like idea of two conductors improvising with one another preceded the composition of module 3, which I guess sort of just complicates matters because it gives this freedom of interacting with different families within the ensemble. So on the Foundation website, you can hear a 9-minute performance of modules 1 and 2 together. And there's no such recording of module 3, but they do have this sort of like history of performances, with the oldest one being in 1981, which is long after it was composed. The performances of modules 1 and 2 go back a lot farther, to 1967. I don't think I'm going to be able to find a performance of this, honestly, but we can listen to modules 1 and 2 out of curiosity, I guess. Hopefully this interests you enough. I think the only reason I have this score is I noticed it was free on Scribd. But yeah, it's very strange that there's no recordings up of it. You can see this sort of like slow introduction of ideas into his like style, right? You have this idea of cueing with numbers and of multiple conductors. That's like as old as 1966. Then there's this idea of cueing basically spatialized groups, which are extracted from the orchestra. It's a very crude way of doing it, but that's basically what he's doing. And then then in the other piece from 1971, cross sections and color fields, he does both, and also does like through composed stuff, normal or stuff that's ordinarily conducted. And then we looked at his string quartet as well, which had all kinds of other things which he wasn't able to do with a full ensemble like an orchestra. So, kind of interesting. As always, the link to the recording, which will be this one, is in the description. It looks like you can even download it. And if this sort of thing interests you, this Earl Brown Foundation website is a fantastic resource and can probably tell you much more than I have time to share in a video. So, yeah, with that, let's have a listen to modules 1 and 2. Yeah, so I thought this was a really interesting piece. I like that the makeup of the two ensembles is slightly different. You get the contra from one group and English horn, and from the other group you get bass clarinet and tuba. And yeah, I think there's a surprising variety of different chords and sounds. I think for the most part in this performance there were always two chords going at the same time, except for maybe the beginning. And you can have like, I guess 25 different combinations, because there's 5 in one score and 5 in the other, unless there's more than one page per score, but maybe that's the case, I'm not sure. But I imagine like, even if these scores are only one page, that's a huge variety of different sounds that can come out of the ensemble. Just glancing at like the thumbnail here, it seems like not every ensemble member is used in every chord. It's not, and I think that sort of comes across in the way that it sounds. You know, there's a lot of space and room given to different members of the ensemble, so that you're not just constantly being blasted all the time. And yeah, some of those harmonies were really lush, and some of the conductors' choices were really interesting to sometimes have shorter chords or really long ones, and I imagine they were also cueing swells of volume and things, which is really cool. I think compared to the other, compared to like the cross sections piece, this piece has many more performances, but they sort of end at 2016. So there hasn't been one in a long time.
Module 3, as I said before, doesn't have a lot of performances at all, and it's hasn't been performed since 2002. So that's kind of a shame. It was a different commission, obviously, by a festival in Yugoslavia. You can see, even though he's a New York composer of the New York school, he's more popular in Germany and Europe, and that's sort of where his career kind of peaked, I think, was teaching at Darmstadt. So, yeah. I like this piece better than the more elaborate piece we looked at from 1971. I just like how simple this idea is, and I think it's a fully contained idea. It's a whole world unto its own, and definitely worth 20 minutes of your time. And it just seems like a lot of fun to put on. So it would be a real pleasure to see some conductors do this with a group. But based on when these were last performed, I doubt that it's going to get a lot of other performances, unfortunately. This aleatoric stuff in this extreme form never really caught on with modern orchestras. And hopefully it doesn't fade into obscurity. But based on the pieces we've been looking at in this series, this is way more out there than any other piece we've looked at, and it's the oldest piece we've looked at so far. So I think that says something. Next session, we're going to look at De Natura Sonoris 1, which is another Penderecki, obviously. Just a few sessions ago, we looked at De Natura Sonoris 2, so we're going to see what differences there are when he was working on something 3 years prior with a full orchestra. And yeah, interesting that we're getting into the 1960s now, and the pieces are getting very diverse. They're all written around exactly the same time. So today I'm going to be listening to De Natura Sonoris No. 1 by Krzysztof Penderecki, and this piece was written in the 1960s, I believe, late 1960s. A couple listening sessions ago, we looked at De Natura Sonoris No. 2, which was written in 1971. This score looks very similar. The style of notation is very similar, and I encourage you to go to that episode to get sort of the details of how this notation works, the pros and cons of it, and what it allowed Penderecki to do. Probably the most innovative stuff is the cluster stuff in the strings, where the strings are all divisi in these chromatic clusters. But there's also all kinds of other techniques that he seemingly invented, or maybe one of his colleagues invented, like the triangle for the highest note possible. Everything is sort of semi-aleatoric, and I think it owes a lot to this idea of aleatory that was really pioneered by John Cage. And it's a little bit less controlled than something like Lutoslawski with the box notation. This is more sound massy, or I don't want to say special effect-y, but the desired sounds are often very abstract, you could say. The instrumentation is quite a large orchestra. We have, 4/4, 3, couple saxophones, 4, and then 6/4/3/1, 6 percussionists, which I'll get to in a second, piano, harmonium, which was also featured in the
second one, if I'm not mistaken. Flexitone, which I think is, unless this is something else, sort of like a piece of metal that you like hit and then bend, and it can sort of create some sort of loose pitches. And then, of course, the strings. This is a similar number to, I actually believe it's the same numbers as Denatural Sonorous number 2, 12, 12, 8, 8, 6. The symbols used in the score are kind of interesting and useful. You know, he has a square fermata for grand pause. He has a unique quarter-tone accidental system, which is just with sharps. And then highest note and lowest note possible are indicated by black triangles as note heads. We have some horizontal lines, multi-vibrato, very slow vibrato. Those are more useful for strings, but you could use them for winds as well. Non-rhythmicized tremolo, and repeating notes, repeating groups of notes, and symbols for percussion implements. This one I don't think we saw in the second one. So irregular bow strokes, so the whole string section is like not bowing together, they're just up bowing and down bowing sporadically. This overpressure notation, which was also in the second one. This playing between the bridge and tailpiece stuff, which was also in the second one. And then your typical Italian terms. Here's how they're abbreviated. These are all like string techniques or playing positions. And I almost forgot, maybe I'll have to edit this over to where it's supposed to be, but the full percussion list is vibes, tubular bells, 5 timpani, 2 bongos, 6 tom-toms, bass drum, claves, cymbals, Javanese gong, tam-tam, then a few things I need to translate for myself. I think this would be probably 2 snare drums, one with the snare off, one with the snare on. I'm just assuming that the chord means snare. So drum without snare, snare drum. A whip for like whip cracks, and wood blocks, basically. Not sure why the flexitone is not grouped in with the percussion, but I guess we'll see. The first thing we hear in this one is very different from the second one. We get highest note possible in the winds, punctuating these grand pauses. And then another layer, sustained layer, comes in with the strings on their highest note possible. So it seems like we're starting high and working our way down, would be my assumption. And yeah, if you want Penderecki's bio, the last episode we did on his music was actually the first of his we've looked at, so you can find the bio there. And the recording that I'll be listening to is in the video description. So please check it out and come back to hear my opinions. The whole thing is only 8 minutes long, and it's sort of a must-hear in the contemporary music canon, you could say. So this was actually the album I was talking about that I own. Yeah, Threnody, Denatural Sonorous 1 and 2, and Canticum Cantorum Salomonis, I think. And it's the Polish National Radio Orchestra, if you're so interested. Yeah, I think this one was a lot busier than the second one, and it featured a lot more techniques and more like sharp contrasts between one technique and the other. and it's sort of very freely played with the different families of instruments in the ensemble. And I don't think De Naturo Sonoris 2 added any new techniques that weren't introduced in this one. But I think that the second one does have a bit of a better narrative. It feels more like a proper piece, and I think for that reason I enjoy the second one better. I like its structure. It sits in my memory, like in my mind. I know what happens in the second one. It might just be because I'm a little bit sleep deprived right now, but I am not remembering everything that I just heard listening to this one. There's one really cool sound where I think the string players, it might have been the cellos or the basses, had like clusters of harmonics. That got a really interesting sound that I wasn't expecting. In the opening, I think it's kind of interesting that he has like these layers in the strings. Like he has this high violin unison stuff, and then the violas kind of sit underneath with this cluster. As for like which one should you share with people, or like for example students, I think this one, if you want them to do sort of like a creative project with the same techniques, this is like a sort of catalog of different ideas, so it would be a good one to share. If you just want to give them something on a listening list that they'll remember and will have an impact, more of an impact on them, I would recommend the second one. And Threnody, which we won't get to in this series because it's a string orchestra piece. That's sort of the first one, the first piece in this style that Penderecki wrote. So I would share that one if you really want to emphasize the historical significance of these and how ahead of their time they were. Oh, also there was a really interesting notational thing where I was like this stuff with the straight lines, I just immediately thought like, oh, spectralism, like spectral scores. That's really weird. Like this looks like it just came out of a spectral piece or something. But this is of course contemporaneous but earlier, like late 60s, early 70s. So this was cutting edge stuff at the time, and it influenced other movements in other parts of Europe, So that's also something interesting about it. But yeah, it was just like a bunch of good ideas one after another with no real thing holding them together. And so yeah, that's my thoughts on that one. As for next session, and don't get me wrong, I'm glad I revisited it. I'm not as familiar with this one, to be honest, so I think it's good that I have an idea of what it's like. Next, we might be looking at some George Crumb, and that would be our first George Crumb score.
Alright, so today, another orchestra piece. This is Echoes of Time in the River by George Crumb. See if I can get a recording. Yeah, this one is no problem. George Crumb is a very famous composer, and this is from the 1960s, sort of like peak of his career, 1965. And actually, I found this score myself. Nobody gave it to me. There was this website, I think it was called like Free Piano Sheet Music. I downloaded a ton of Crumb from it. And it wasn't just solo piano pieces. I found all kinds of stuff like this. So yeah, it's 4 processionals, I guess. Frozen Time, Remembrance of Time, Collapse of Time, Last Echoes of Time. Interesting. We even get a little bio, so I don't have to pull up Wikipedia. So George Crumb, born in Charleston, West Virginia in 1929. At the time of composing this, he was living in Pennsylvania, and I guess his father was a music professor at Mason College, where he first studied, then University of Illinois, University of Michigan, Berkshire Music Center, Hochschule for Music in Berlin. So this is sort of the trajectory of his education. Some of his teachers include Rossley Finney, Boris Blacker, and he taught at University of Colorado, Hollins College, Interlochen, and received numerous awards. The big ones were the Guggenheim, and yeah, that's while he was faculty at University of Pennsylvania. So yeah, that was the biggest award he had won at the composition at the time of composing this piece, at least. And then this piece was commissioned by the University of Chicago and was first performed on campus by the Chicago Symphony Orchestra. The idea of an American composer separate from a European tradition is starting to emerge, I think, with Crum's career. And he passed away very recently. I think he's most famous for his work in the 60s and 70s. And one really good thing about Crum is his music is very accessible and like to the general public. He often like quotes like other pieces of classical music or tonal music. He thinks a lot about metaphor and music as metaphor. And in this piece, I think the River of Time is the metaphor he's playing with. It says so in the program note here. It's a continuum without beginning or end. He structured a number of processionals into the score. There's also phrases which are whispered or shouted by orchestra players. And there's an element of nostalgia, quoting the spiritual, "Were you there when they crucified my Lord?" at the conclusion of the second movement. Here's the setup. So this is far from our ordinary orchestra setup. We got strings in the middle here, and then we got percussionists all over the place. So percussion 1 is from the conductor's point of view in the far right corner. Percussion 2 is situated in this group with mandolin, harp, celesta, and piano on the conductor's right. Percussion 3 is on the conductor's left with another piano. Then percussions 4, 5, and 6 are all up in the left-hand corner. And I'm assuming, based on the program note, that these percussionists are going to be moving around. So let's see how that happens in action here. So in movement 2, we got all of our winds on the right. Obviously the pianos aren't moving around, but the mandolin starts on stage and moves off stage to the left. And then percussions 4, 5, and 6 start off stage, but they proceed in front of the stage, basically, and come up the left-hand side to their position here. This is like the general, like this is where their chairs would be, basically. Yeah, then in movement 2, we have a whole bunch of other wind players that are not here, right? Moving from off stage down the center of the aisles, basically. So all the brass end up in front here, and then the flutes end up on the right by the piano, and the clarinets end up on the left by the other piano. It's a little bit unclear to me, I'm just going to be honest, how you get from the end of movement 1 to the start of movement 2. Like, you have horn 1 on stage right, and then somehow it ends up in front. I guess it would have to come down the right-hand side of the stage, but... then, of course, movement 3, we have all these winds by the pianos. 6 of them, 3 clarinets, 3 flutes. they move off stage. But the brass, which were in the front, if we recall, right, behind the conductor, they have to come up down the middle aisles. So that's the third processional. And then the fourth one, we got everybody leaving, basically. So the brass are actually crisscrossing around one another, along with any percussionists that are on stage there, like percussion 3. So they're heading off stage, but not in the same direction. They're crossing in front of one another. And then the 3, like percussions 4 through 6, are moving back to their original positions, down stage left, you could say. At some point, flutes 1, 3, and clarinet 1 have to be moved on stage for movement 4. Right, so they move off stage in movement 3, and somehow they have to come back up here playing antique cymbals, and throughout movement 4 they move off stage. But it's a very small movement, it looks like. There's all kinds of logistical things that have to be taken into account, and I think Crumb does a good job of listing all the things that need to happen. Like, for example, certain players have to memorize their parts. Some players have to read along. The wind players have to carry around these antique cymbals, and I believe the flutes also have to carry around piccolos. Right, so auxiliary things have to be on the player's person. I think logistically it kind of makes sense. What's also interesting about the layout of this score, I think, is it's sort of like lays out its priorities. It's like, here's a program, right? This is like what the piece is about. And the piece is about processionals. It's about moving. Here's how the processionals happen. Then we get into the instrumentation, right? So for a conductor who's trying to program something, it's nice and inviting. It's like, hey, if you can't do this stuff, don't even program it. The instrumentation, however, is it looks like 3300. Yeah, and then 3330, and then we have harp and mandolin. The mandolin player is like freely moving, and then 2 pianos and strings, and then the percussion is like listed separately here because it's kind of huge. We got 2 timpani. It looks like they're kind of larger in size. The timpanist also has to play tam-tam and glockenspiel, which is a little bit unusual. You'd have to give him him or her 2 paychecks. And it looks like they also have a bunch of other small percussion, like their own antique cymbals, suspended cymbal, bamboo chimes, Chinese temple gong. The main instrument for percussion 2 is the vibraphone, which I guess would have to be on stage near that piano. Tam-tam, antique cymbals, suspended cymbal, glockenspiel, but just like the notes, like a couple keys of it, I guess. That's listed here somewhere. And 2 congas, glass chimes. 3 has to manage dunking this tam-tam in a tub of water. Obviously, it'd be a very small one. And they have 5 antique cymbals, large suspended cymbal, their own glockenspiel bars, bongo drums, cowbells, tubular bells. It looks like 3 temple bells on E sharp, F sharp, G sharp. 4 antique cymbals, suspended cymbal, finger cymbals, glass chimes, glockenspiel plates, sleigh bells, and then like a large bell of some kind. And then percussion 5, 2 antique cymbals, xylophone, glockenspiel plates, timbales that have to be carried around. Medium suspended cymbal, glass chimes, which is misspelled class chimes, bass drum, percussion Okay, yeah, interesting. So 5 has the bass drum, which has to be on stage, I'm assuming. And then 6 has their own antique cymbals. Tam-tam, 2 glockenspiel plates, large suspended cymbal, marimba, glass chimes. 6, the marimba is the big odd one. Lots of metals, like lots of pitched and unpitched metals, which is kind of interesting. And on top of all that percussion, we got a lot of other processional people like winds and brass playing their own cymbals. 2 antique cymbals for flute 1 and flute 3. All 3 flutes have to double on piccolo. Clarinet 2 has their own antique cymbals. Trumpet 1 has antique cymbals and finger cymbals. Trumpet 2 just has finger cymbals. Horn 1 has antique cymbals. Horn 3 has antique cymbals as well. And third trombone doubles on bass. Piano 1 has a pair of finger cymbals, a small tambourine, which they will play with a mallet. And piano 2 has access to a celesta, which would have to be situated on stage. They should also have their own tambourine played with a mallet. Concertmaster has 2 antique cymbals. The middle desk violinist, I guess, would that be the assistant concertmaster? So the main second violinist, two of their own antique cymbals. And then viola, the main violist, has 2 of their own antique cymbals as well. I think the way that he's listing the inventory here is you would need 6 antique cymbals on the low C sharp, 3 on the A4, etc. And then for the glockenspiel plates, you would need like 3 on the A flat, 5 on the E flat. So you would have to source these glockenspiel bars from like multiple instruments. So it's quite an expensive affair just like amassing all this stuff. Crum's famous for these cutaway scores that he very beautifully engraves by hand. They're a little bit cumbersome to read, but they're just very beautiful things, you know. If we look at the first stanza, you can kind of see we're at 8th equals 70. So each measure is huge. It's very slow. We got the 3 percussionists, like 1 through 3, playing these different pitched and unpitched metals that are let to vibrate. And some of them are at very loud dynamics, some are very quiet. And then off stage, we have the trombones, who are just doing these slow little glissandi things and trying to coordinate their entrances with one another. But it's all very loose, right? They have tons of time to sort of do this thing. And the conductor is conducting in 7 very slowly to try and coordinate all this. And then we get at the end of this line the entrance of percussions 4, 5, and 6. And they should be walking in this rhythm. Because if we look back at the plan here, 4, 5, and 6 are walking. They gotta get all the way around the stage over here. So percussions 1, 2, and 3 are kind of like in this area. And the trombones, I guess it's not specified here, but they're off stage. They only get on stage in movement 2. That's a little bit of an introduction to what this score will look like. Hopefully I haven't rambled on too much. The link to this recording is in the video description. This will be the Louisville Orchestra performing it. This predates Crumb's Pulitzer Prize in 1968, which is kind of interesting. That's when his career really took off. So, sounds like he was already getting some pretty sizable commissions before then, and was already, well established in his career. So, okay, yeah. So my thoughts on this thing. I think it's a great representation of Crumb's work and what he does, and I think it's kind of funny that I'm just listening to it for the first time now, because sort of the go-to examples of Crumb's music are Macrocosmos, which is a cycle of chamber works, and also his string quartet. But very rarely have I looked at his orchestral works, and I feel like this is really makes a full use of like his theatrical inclinations. Like, this is really what he would make, and it really kind of encapsulates that. It's like one of the most theatrical, elaborate, sound-based kind of pieces that I've heard, and the score is a very beautiful representation of Crumb's like logistical mind for this stuff. Every sound that I was like listing in the instrumentation, which I was like skeptical of, was used very liberally and had a very special moment in the piece. Like the sleigh bells were really important, as was the tam-tam being submerged in water. Like, those two sounds were actually more like sustained pads that held together large sections of music. The chanting ended up being a huge part of the piece, and even the strings got some use, although it was more of a like very percussion heavy kind of piece. I think the pacing and the use of time and space is obviously the central point of this piece, and Crumb is very cognizant of how much time one can get away with. There's like these long silences and meditative aspects of the piece without it sort of losing its narrative flow. You still get like one thing happening after another. The circular music stuff in movements 2 and 3 was really interesting. We first get it with the clarinets here playing into the piano. So yeah, this sudden high frantic clarinet playing after some very slow and meditative, eerie stuff is really effective, and I think was a real highlight of the piece for me. Then it happens again, but with the piccolos. So you get this sort of like symmetrical, like ceremonious thing where you see the two groups enter the stage. One of them plays, then the other plays, and there's something very direct and satisfying about it. Because it's so focused on procession and spatializing, there's this whole metaphor behind the piece. I think this is probably the most successful use of spatialization in an orchestra piece that we've seen so far, going through all these scores. It doesn't feel contrived, or it doesn't feel like underutilized. It's the point of the piece. Next on the docket here will be, let's see, Arvo Pärt's Credo, which is a orchestra piece from before his minimalist period. So, but towards the end of his serial period, I believe. So that'll be interesting, and it won't be our first Pärt piece, but it'll be a nice like complement to what we've looked at before, which was Fratres. Okay, today I'm listening to an older Arvo Pärt piece. It's a bit of a deep cut. It's this piece called Credo from 1968. And it's a very strange one as far as I remember. I haven't heard this since back in my master's. It quotes the Prelude in C major, strangely. And I think there's like some more dissonant, like atonal stuff further along. This is before his minimalist period, and I think it's, if you're trying to get a sense of the composer as a whole, like as a whole body of work and as a person, you do have to get to know this period of his composing as well. I do have one episode on Pärt's music already. I think we covered Fratres, the violin and piano version, episode number below. If you'd like to get Pärt's bio and some of his accomplishments, I list them there. I'm going to just pull up a little bit more context for this piece if I can, because I don't have any front matter on the score. So yeah, it's a 12-minute piece. Arvo Pärt is an Estonian composer. This premiere was in Tallinn, Estonia. And yeah, it has like a whole bunch of different things collaged together, right? You got dodecaphonic music, which is 12-tone music, aleatoric music, which is like music that has some chants like going on in the performance, like some things are left up to chance. I don't see that quite yet in the score. It might be somewhere towards the end, but and it also has sonorism, which I guess is a Polish. Okay, so it's focused on timbre, and it's just this strange little Polish movement that is experimental. I guess it is. Yeah, I guess this is the word to describe like Penderecki's style that is free from serialism, like his sort of experimental style. So that's kind of an interesting connection that whoever wrote this Wikipedia article made. There's like this sort of parallel between Polish composers like Penderecki and Górecki, who went into the sacred minimalism world after a more experimental phase, and Pärt is Estonian, but it's kind of like a similar thing. Yeah, Estonia, as you may know, was part of the Soviet Union, but on the most western side, you could say, so it's in a unique geographical position and political position, and this piece, Credo, was banned in the Soviet Union after it was premiered, and that could also be why it's a lesser known piece of his. The instrumentation for it, if we look at the left-hand column, it looks like it's 4, 2, 4, 4, 4, and then 4 horns, so 4, 0, 0, 0, timpani, SATB choir, looks like there's some divisi, so maybe at least 2 to a part, and then strings. And we do get 4 trumpets and 3 trombones. Oh, there is tuba, yeah. So the brass is actually 4-4-3-1. So it's a big orchestra by any definition. So the 2 of the flautists are on piccolo, it looks like. And there's 2 clarinetists on bass in B flat, and then 2 on just regular B flat. And there's 2 bassoonists on contra, which is kind of interesting. So by all means, pretty expensive. Also, one of the trombones is bass trombone. The trumpets are in B flat, which is kind of weird. But there you go. I think I'm just going to jump right into this one. I don't remember it clearly enough to say anything more about it. So we're just going to have a quick listen, and I'm going to record my immediate thoughts, and hopefully we can get through this in like half an hour altogether. So please join me. The video or sound recording that I'm listening to is in the description to this video. And if this is your first time watching, the transition into the post-listening section is a bit fast, so just be ready to pause. Okay, yeah, so this was an interesting listen. I think that you can hear a lot of the composer's later works in this piece. It's not strictly like dodecaphonic or how would you say it, or sonorist. I think it's actually just a very weird like collage piece, and I think it could work really well actually as like an introduction to contemporary music. You know, like the first thing your students hear in university, because obviously people come to those types of courses from a classical background, and everybody knows this Bach. The structure is like the first and last third of the piece, really, and certainly influences a lot of the more dissonant stuff as well. And yeah, I guess sort of the way that this piece is designed, it's clear that Parrott is trying to go from like what in his mind is the most like beautiful, simple, clear music to like the most chaotic, cacophonous, like aleatoric stuff, right? And he does a very good job of getting from that first place to the other place, and that's sort of the journey that the music takes you on. It's also very calculated, and you can really see it in the score, how things are speeding up and distorted rhythmically. And there's no like actual accelerandi or decelerandi. It's all done with note values, which is kind of interesting. There's also this interesting like interplay of the solo piano, and which obviously is where the Bach is from, solo keyboard. Then the choir, which is often like other composers have adapted the prelude for piano and choir, right? So the choir is like a whole other thing. Then there's this text, which is a credo, which is very strange. Like it's unclear how that's connected to the Bach. And then you have a full orchestra as well, right? So how do you negotiate that? It's like the orchestra is so much bigger than the choir, which is so much bigger than the soloist, and it's just a very interesting like amalgamation of like cultural objects, kind of like another collage piece we looked at weeks and weeks ago. We looked at this John Zorn piece, which also used instruments stereotypically, and it was like a chamber orchestra piece. That's another example of like the genre, the like type of ensemble, it is tailored to the piece. This is one of those pieces, I would say. There are a couple percussionists. I think there's 2 percussions playing at the same time at one point, triangle and tambourine. But you might be able to negotiate this with just one percussionist. There's also bass drum and snare drum, and I think I heard some cymbal crashes. And obviously piano is a big feature of the piece. I don't know if I mentioned that in the instrumentation list. But yeah, that's Credo. Really cool piece. And very accessible piece. Okay, so today's piece is actually a pretty monumental work by Karlheinz Stockhausen called Mixture. It's a piece for orchestra and electronics, which he wrote in 1964. I think before I pull up the score here, I'm just going to pull up some Wikipedia pages and talk a little bit
about Stockhausen, since this is our first Stockhausen piece. And maybe I can find something on this piece specifically, since it looks to be a very big one. It's like a half-hour piece. So for those of you who aren't aware, Stockhausen is a German composer. He died in 2007, so his late period is like early 2000s, but he was born in 1928. So he was like, he's very much a 20th century composer. And his education started in Cologne, and then later Paris. I guess he studied with Messiaen. You know, he's known for a lot of different things. He's like one of the most important European composers of electronic music in the 20th century, famously merging elements of both French and German electronic music, like musique concrète or recorded sound mixed with electronic sounds. He's one of the first people to do that, really. And he also has a lot of like strange aleatoric scores that take a lot to decipher. And of course he's also like incredibly famous for his total serial compositions. I'm thinking of his piano pieces, his Klavierstück. They're some of the most like crazily rigorous serial works out there. And yeah, he's a bit of an eccentric as well. Let's talk about his work here. He's written over 370 pieces. Incredibly prolific. All of these are big, complex pieces as well. And he's influenced by Messiaen, Varese, and Webern. I think that's pretty evident if you listen to his music. He's also very original in his own right, and influenced a lot of other post-war composers. But yeah, all of his stuff is considered high modernism, almost all of it. Whenever somebody performs one of his pieces, it is a big deal. Like his pieces are often very demanding, require a lot of resources, and were very expensive affairs when they were first commissioned and premiered. For example, he has this string quartet where all four players have to be in helicopters. So if you're not familiar with that piece, it took forever to complete, and it was finally completed in 1993, and it's like one of the most ridiculously expensive pieces of classical music ever. If you look at his gravestone, it has this like strange blue target on it. But anyways, he was raised Catholic, and some of his most famous compositions are intended to be sacred pieces, despite how out there they are, and definitely not something you normally see in a Catholic church. He had this controversy in 2001. This is days after the events of September 11th happened in New York, and he just went off on like this tangent. He talks about how 5,000 people were driven to resurrection, and compared to that, we are nothing as composers. It's like, why are you comparing the creation of art to mass murder? Like, what is going on in your little, like, yeah, it's very strange, and it's garnered a lot of criticism. I think it reveals a lot about the composer's own like politics and ideology. You know, if you put so many resources into an artist and prop somebody up like the way Stockhausen was propped up, it's not to say that his music isn't amazing, but it's sometimes people end up reflecting the politics behind their success. Yeah, you could say, I mean, the most polite way of describing this sort of controversy is that he's a very out of touch person. He's not in touch with humanity. He does not. This guy does not socialize with people. But anyways, this piece Mixture is interesting. It's for sine wave generators, ring modulators, and orchestra. And this is 1964, so electronic music is very primitive at this point in history. It's one of the earliest compositions for orchestra and live electronics, which makes sense. 1964, and was first premiered in Hamburg. Boulez was a big proponent of it, conducted it a number of times. It's an example of moment form, which is something that Stockhausen pioneered. It's like tangentially related to Earl Brown's open form, right? But it's more concerned with sort of this modularity, like breaking up a piece into modular components or moments, rather than focusing on creating like loose aleatoric frameworks for musicians to work in. That's more what Earl Brown was doing. This is what Stockhausen was doing. These are the moments themselves. So it's made out of 20 of these little like sections. And I think this is their duration in seconds. So they range from like just 12 seconds long to 78 seconds long. The duration is determined by the conductor. So these are actually beats. My bad. Okay, I'm gonna try to give this my full attention, but I also don't want to take up too much of your time as a listener. Sometimes it's better to just jump into something. If you're looking to program this, the instrumentation, it looks like, is triple winds. Maybe it's like 5-3-3-1 for the brass, because there's two different types of horn here. And then it looks like the strings are broken up into a couple groups. Well, it looks like 6-6-5-4-3 for the strings, and then one or two harps. You can see this is very old school. These are basically like acoustic electronics kind of diagrams showing you how the microphones are capturing the sound and how it's routed into a ring modulator and then back out of a different speaker. Looks like the harp is situated here. Then we got a section of strings that are bowed, and then a section of strings that are pizzicato. So yeah, double that number of strings that I said earlier, because there's two of them. Then we got brass and winds in the corners here. And 4 speakers in the front, 3 speakers at the back. This sound guy is modulating everything. It looks like a soundboard is there at the back, some sort of equipment. Then there's a lot of notes on not only techniques, but also how to assemble the piece. Now this would be a really fun one to check out, just to see the size of it. It looks like it's huge. And you can kind of see that each one of these sections is very aleatoric. Takes a little bit of deciphering with the notes that we just glanced at. But you can kind of see, for example, these are the 2 string sections. This is the sound they're making, both at forte. And then this other staff is instructions on how to add the signal to the ring modulator. Right? So this is probably being modulated by 368 Hertz, which is around F sharp. That's what I'm guessing. And then this other indication is maybe like the dynamic level of this modulating signal. This might be one of those scores where I just kind of scroll through it, and if I can't find a scrolling score online, I just won't be able to follow along, because it's like you got to assemble this in a certain way, Stockhausen would have had to meticulously write all this out, draw the staves, place them down on the page in this specific way, and it is a very beautiful thing that he's produced here. It's very 60s looking. Like, this level of cutaway is a lot. Like, it's a lot to look at. It's a little bit distracting almost, but that's why he's the man. That's why Stockhausen is like the guy. He was doing stuff that nobody else was doing. It was way more out there than anything else, and he got tons and tons of funding. Hopefully this is a interesting little, like, introduction to what his music can look like. If you want to put this thing on, I think it's also incredibly expensive to rent the scores and parts for his pieces, because he's kind of like an institution. I'm gonna have a listen to this. The recording I'm listening to is in the video description, and I'll let you know my thoughts. I'll try my best with this. Can't say I didn't really mentally prepare myself to be listening to Mixture, but why not, Yeah, so I like this version. This is the Ensemble Hudba Dneska, and directed by Ladislav Kupkovic. And not sure when the recording was from, but it seemed to be very well done. The ring modulation was very present, and you could hear it in varying degrees of intensity. You can, if you really pay close attention, kind of hear the different moments, and I liked the variety in sizes that the moments were. Like, I think this recording started with a 12-second one, and towards the middle there were some longer ones. This version also, towards the end, saved some of them that featured really long silences, I guess, and some of the more like noisy bowed tam tam and bowed gong ones. That was sort of saved for the end. So it had a kind of a weird form to it where the big climaxes were towards the beginning. Yeah, it's a very innovative piece. The sound of it obviously is like the most innovative thing. Like, just hearing an orchestra modulated electronically live is like an incredible novelty, an incredible accomplishment. And it seems like most of the comments on this video that are saying anything are speaking to that. They're talking about how much of a pioneer Stockhausen was in the realm of electronic music. And yeah, there truly aren't a lot of pieces that sound like this, even today. I like the simplicity of the electronics too. It's like you kind of know what's going on. I thought it was really effective having a section of just pizzicato strings, especially when that was heavily modulated. You could really hear the envelope of the instruments, like, versus the sustained kind of sine tone. The horn stuff was really cool with ring mod. I feel like horn and ring mod is a really nice sound, which might be worth exploring in like a solo piece or something. So yeah, that's my thoughts on this. Kind of impractical to follow along with the score unless you know exactly how this one was put together. This performance, I mean. We have a couple more Stockhausen pieces coming up in the series, but I think the next session will be something else. Oh yeah, so we'll be doing In C by Terry Riley, which was written around the same time, like the same year as this piece. Completely different pieces, completely different parts of the world. So 1964 was kind of a fascinating time for new music, it looks like.
Alright, so today I am going to be looking at In C by Terry Riley. This is a classic piece of minimalist music, maybe one of the first pieces of minimalist music. It's from 1964, and I'll try to give the best historical context I can for it. But just be mindful that I'm kind of, as usual, doing everything off the cuff and just pulling up what I can find online here. Hopefully this video can serve some sort of pedagogical purpose. I know that this is a very popular piece to share in like music survey courses, because this is sort of where it all started in terms of like American minimalism. We'll start with the score. So this is what the score looks like. You can see it's broken up into these little modules, and each one of them is like a number of beats long. Like you could subdivide it by quarter notes usually. Sometimes it doesn't quite fit the beat, I think, although it's hard to say. But the idea is you have a percussionist at the back keeping time with a metronome like pulse, usually on a clave or some other dry sound like that. And then the ensemble, every player is given this to work with, and they repeat these modules as long as they want. Every player kind of moves from one to the next at their own speed, and the piece ends when the last player is done playing the last module. So some of the performing directions, as I said, every performer plays from the same page in sequence. Any number of any kind of instrument can play. So this is an example of a piece for variable instrumentation. It's usually done with an orchestra, but you could do it with literally any group of 35 musicians. Less or more is fine, but 35 people is recommended. And then vocalists can sing the same lines on any vowel or consonant that they like. The performers have some freedom over how many times they will repeat each module, so that's where this sort of like variability comes in. But the performance should last up to like 45 minutes to an hour. So, you know, you're repeating these things a lot, basically. It's important that performers listen carefully to one another. It's okay if they drop out, like stop playing just to listen to other performers. And a range of dynamics is desired, so don't just play everything as loud as possible. I think that would be the tendency with a classical group, because classical musicians don't really improvise with one another. So these are just good general directions for improvising. He talks a little bit about what the sonic result should be, what it should sound like, and how it's important not to hurry from one pattern to the next. Because as you could imagine, if you didn't repeat any of these, you could play through them in a minute, but you should be repeating them so much so that at least somebody in the ensemble plays for 45 minutes. Here, that eighth note pulse I was talking about in the percussion, it's actually optional. It can be aided. It can aid the ensemble. I think it's pretty necessary with enough players, like if it's a very large ensemble. And it actually has to be a high C. So you would need to do it on a piano or glockenspiel or xylophone, something like that. The idea is that all the performers are locked into this grid and they're performing very strictly. If a performer can't play one of the patterns, they should just move on to the next one. And obviously this is all notated in treble clef, but you would transpose it into any octave depending on your instrument. Transposing instruments have to do a little bit more mental work to make sure that they're playing this as the sounding pitch. Okay, so it's actually it's not as simple as I thought. Every performer has to arrive on 53 and stay there and wait for the other ensemble members to reach figure 53. Once everyone has done that, then you can start to end the piece. Probably by fading out. So there's actually a little bit more to it than just everyone playing through it. But there you go. You can see that there's a wide variety of lengths of these different repeated things. Some of them have big rests, like stretches of rests in them. Some of them are just very long held notes. Some of them are more syncopated, sort of dividing the pulse into threes. And he slowly introduces notes outside of the C major scale, so you get this F sharp in a lot of the modules, and then that sort of stops. Then you get a B flat in this very long passage later on, and some B flats towards the end. So there is this sort of like, not tonal trajectory, but there's like a sort of modal shift over the course of the piece from the one sharp to the one flat, which I think some people might be able to hear. Terry Riley is an American composer born in 1935. He's still living today. He's best known as the pioneer of minimalism. He is influenced by jazz and Indian classical music, like Hindustani music, I'm assuming. All of his work uses a lot of repetition and improvisation. Interesting that they talk about tape music techniques and delay. I guess the technology of the tape delay was well into well past its infancy when Terry Riley wrote this, and may have had some sort of influence on his musical style. Same thing with, if you think about tape loops, that technology was becoming more and more accessible to people in 1964. His work has influenced like experimental rock and electronic music, things like that. He also has works that explore just intonation, which we haven't really covered in any pieces in our series, but that might be a whole other thing to get into once we have a piece like that. Basically, he's just interested in alternate tuning systems, different from equal temperament. So another big name in minimalism around this time was Lamont Young. Lamont Young does a lot of stuff with just intonation, and I guess the two of them were close. And he's busied himself with various organizations, like the San Francisco Tape Music Center and the Theater of Eternal Music. This is an avant-garde musical group that was led by Lamont Young. In the 70s, he began studying Hindustani singing with Pandit Pran Nath. And that's sort of, I think that's been more or less the focus of his art since the 70s. He's really interested in improvised music and non-Western music practices. Let's look up at in C a little bit, because as much as I want to get deeper into Riley's bio, I don't think that the later half of his career is really important if you're just trying to understand this piece. It's probably one of the most successful works by an American composer ever. It's been performed many times. It's very accessible, obviously, because it's for variable instrumentation, and it sounds pretty. It's like very modal sounding. There's not a lot of chromaticism going on. What's interesting about this piece is Riley was already kind of working on it at the San Francisco Tape Music Center as like a general style of writing music. This was working with tape loops, though. So he's working with like recorded sound being repeated mechanically. And he wanted to develop a way to have instrumentalists play this stuff. And this was sort of the result. And he, I guess, was very concerned with the psychedelic movement of the 60s and creating an experience in the concert hall that was more psychedelic than traditional music. What's interesting is he does have a huge body of like electronic music and improvised music, but he wasn't really writing a lot of stuff down. This is one of the few examples where he did write something down. But in the 1980s onward, the Kronos Quartet started commissioning him pieces. So he did get back into traditional composing, where you write on a page, work with a classical ensemble kind of thing. I think this piece is a good example of minimalism as this sort of like grassroots movement in large metropolitan areas in the US. Basically, he was not doing this with a full orchestra. I guess a larger ensemble was used for the premiere, but he just started doing house concerts with it in San Francisco. So this would just be like random musicians, whoever was interested. And it was around that point that this other minimalist composer, Steve Reich, whom we've covered in our string quartet series, he suggested using this eighth note pulse, which became a part of the performance notes, as we saw. The New York City premiere was at Carnegie Hall, and it shared a program with Octet by Igor Stravinsky. And that's kind of interesting if you can imagine how different in style those two pieces are, sharing a program. But yeah, this was just like something that people really wanted to make happen, and it was sort of a collaborative effort of multiple composers and people in new music scenes in San Francisco and New York. And it's sort of, things really took off from there, because 20 years later we would have all kinds of minimalist composers taking advantage of the rise of neoliberalism and this desire of the like public to have American composers. And it's sort of like been recorded all kinds of times. This is the big recording. It's about 43 minutes long, and you can kind of imagine the performance practice of it actually went through many iterations before it got to this point where it's so clear what is desired. Because every time you perform it, you find newer problems or things that you're not quite happy with. I'm sure Terry, like, you know, this stuff was the easy part. He wrote this in an afternoon, right? It just kind of came from him. It was very improvised. And then the sort of like instructions part, that's what takes a bit more work. And of course, putting it on and making sure it gets performed and has a home, that's where the real work happens. And he did a great job. Now it's sort of this sort of milestone of American music. So I won't wax on about this too much more. If you want to listen to the recording I'm listening to, probably going to find that CBS recording. It's in the video description. We'll meet back in 43 minutes, and I'll let you know my thoughts. This type of score, I mean, you can have it in front of you while you listen, but there's not really much of a point to listening with the score, so I'm just going to lie down and relax and just listen to this particular performance of it. And I'm not going to do any psychedelic drugs today, but maybe that's closer to what the composer intended. And yeah, I'll see you in a bit. Okay, so my immediate thoughts on this. This is not a full orchestra. I don't know why I got into my head that this was an orchestra piece, because this is like the recording that everyone knows, and it's only 11 people. And there's only one string player, right? So it's tons of winds. This recording is very like marimba and vibraphone heavy, right? Those are the instruments that really stick out the most from the ensemble. And a lot of the winds are a little bit out of tune at points, so it does have this sort of like noisiness to it. But it's very energetic, it's very full of life, and I think this size of ensemble, you can hear a lot of different things going on very clearly. And it's not... I think if you had a larger ensemble, you would have more modules going on at the same time. Things would be a bit blurrier. This is more like you get 5 or 6 things happening at the same time at the most. And for the most part, everyone is kind of keeping pace with one another. And it does sort of energize you. It makes you want to play or sing along. I would love to be a part of a performance like this, even if I was just the pianist that's holding down the metronome. The metronome in this recording, it starts and ends the piece, and it takes on almost this sort of like symbolic meaning or poetic meaning. It's like everything to my ears was emerging out of that high C. And yeah, it's like all of these like figures and rhythmic motives and happenings are kind of emerging from underneath this pulse. And yeah, I can see the electronic music influence. I don't think this would have ever existed if it weren't for tape and recording music technology. And maybe that's what Riley means about this being a more psychedelic piece, is you're sort of like finding this in between, like liminal space, somewhere in between electronic music and acoustic music. And obviously it resonates with people. All of these comments are super into it. Everyone loves this piece. I think that it is a very influential piece. There were moments in this where I heard a lot, and it may have just been my own mind playing tricks on itself, but I heard a lot of stuff in sort of 12, like 4/3, whenever there were 2 modules happening at the same time that were in like 3 and 4, you know. That's, even if there were other more complicated meters going on, that was what I would latch onto. And that is a sort of hallmark of Steve Reich's music. And Steve Reich's music also has a lot of percussion, kind of like this recording. The Steve Reich ensemble was kind of like this. It was like a hodgepodge of classical instruments, but like very percussion and piano forward. And yeah, I just think that revisiting this piece has made me appreciate how original Terry Riley is and how maybe unoriginal later minimalist composers are. This is something that every composer has to listen to. You can't really get a composition degree without knowing this. You can't really know anything about the past 70 years of contemporary music if you don't know about the minimalist movement and how important this particular work was to that. If you think this piece was psychedelic, if you have like experience with psychedelics, I would be happy to hear in the comments like how much you agree with Riley. Did he hit the nail on the head here, or does it just kind of sound like music? Next, I think we're going to listen to another Stockhausen piece, Gruppen. And Gruppen is actually a piece for 3 orchestras, so that'll be a nice change of pace. So this morning I'm going to be listening to a piece by Karl-Heinz Stockhausen. It's called Gruppen, and it's for 3 orchestras. It's his opus number 6. So in sort of the post-war period, Stockhausen was not producing pieces at a very fast rate. They were just as complicated and like deep works, but his output was a bit slower, right? So around 1957 he was at his 6th piece, and every piece he had made in this period was like really substantial in its duration and execution. The scores were really complicated. This one is like one of his largest pieces in terms of instrumentation. It's over 100 people required. I'll get to the layout of it in a second, but just the forces here are 5, 5, 5, 2 saxophones, 3, then 8, 6, 7, 1. Then we have 12 percussionists. We'll get to that in a second. 1 keyboardist, also doubling on Glock and Celesta. Another Celesta, piano, and then electric guitar, 2 harps, and strings. We need 13, 13, 10, 8, 6 for the strings. This is written for a specific hall. Rhines Hall, one of the exhibition halls in Cologne, Deutz. And the Cologne Radio Orchestra is playing this under Stockhausen's conducting, Bruno Maderna's conducting, and Pierre Boulez's conducting. So these are 3 modernist composers conducting the 3 ensembles. I think this might be Stockhausen in the middle. You can see him up the front here. There's these platforms at the front and 2 sides of the hall. The ones on the 2 sides are a bit angled. And their setups kind of look like this. So you can see these little Y-shaped things. These are string stands, right? Because there's 2 to a stand. So in I guess orchestra number 1 would be the center. You have a piano situated right in front of the conductor and a loudspeaker next to it. And then there's strings to the conductor's left. Violas are over here. Then 4 stands of violins, 1 cello stand and 1 bass stand. Then electric guitar and 2 harps are immediately to the director's right. Then you have the saxophones, trumpets, 2 flutes, E-flat clarinet, I think, horn, trombone, bass, trombone, oboe, bassoon. So that's sort of your brass and winds are kind of intermixed in this area. And then at the back, you have a bunch of percussion stuff. So yeah, Orchestra 2, their percussions are vibraphone, tubular bells, cowbells, tam-tam, 3 cymbals, wood drums, other drums, snare drum, tambour de basque, ratchet, 2 triangles. The director has a harp to their left, as well as the strings. And the strings to their left are 5 stands of violins, 1 stand of violas, 2 stands of cellos, 1 stand of basses. Then they got 2 horns, bassoon, English horn, oboe, clarinet, alto flute, and I think a piccolo. The tubas in this group, as well as 2 trumpets and 2 trombones. They're situated behind the winds, so this is a little bit more ordinary. And then there's the Glockenspiel or Celesta player, and a bunch of other percussion. Looks like marimba, 5-octave marimba, Glock, cowbells, tam-tam, 3 cymbals, 2 wood drums, 4 drums, 1 snare drum, tambour de basque. So a lot of repeats from the second orchestra. The third conductor, maybe this is Pierre Boulez, I'm not sure. He has to deal with, he or she or they have to deal with 4 stands of violins, 2 stands of violas, 1 stand of cellos, 1 stand of basses. This is the same string setup as Orchestra 2. Then they have oboe and a flautist doubling on piccolo up here. Harps at the back. Then the brass, there's 2 rows of brass almost. Horn, trumpet, trumpet. Couple like double reeds, so English horn, bassoon. Bass clarinet tucked away here. And then I think we got bass trombone, 2 other trombones, 2 of the horns, and a clarinet here. So this is like winds and brass are even more intermixed in the setup for the third orchestra. Yeah, this is where the 5-octave celesta will be. The xylorimba is the big pitched percussion, and there's a bunch of repeats, so the cowbells, tam-tam, cymbals, wood drums, other drums, snare drum, tambour, basque. So 3 orchestras are very similar in their makeup, and they're like 3 like chamber orchestras, although a little bit bigger. There's like 36 to 37 players in each one. These arrows, like all these X's are people in these diagrams, and these arrows are actually like showing you where the percussionist needs to be able to get to. So these percussion setups listed here are actually very specific and well thought out. So for the first performance, the 3 platforms had to actually be constructed. So if you were to do this yourself, you would have to build these platforms. For Orchestra 1 and 3, the platforms should be 12 by 5 by 0.5 meters. And for Orchestra 2, the one that's at the front, the dimensions are 12 by 5 by 0.4 meters. So this one up here is actually a little bit lower to the ground. Most concert halls are not built like at a uniform level. They're built so that people sitting at the back can see better than people at the front. So I think some of these platforms had to be tampered with a little bit in their thickness. I don't know if you can see that in the picture. Talk about an expensive piece. You gotta like hire carpenters. Yeah, here's where the real expensive stuff happens, because you gotta pay all these performers. There were 3 hours of rehearsal before this was premiered, which is insane. And with all the percussionists there. And then on top of that, there were additional rehearsals of 2 hours long, like of 2 hours in total, where we were rehearsing with the individual orchestras, I think. In addition, there was 1 special rehearsal for the strings of Orchestra 1, 2 special rehearsals for the brass altogether, 1 2-hour rehearsal for just the percussionists, 2 5-hour rehearsals of all 3 orchestras on all platforms in the concert hall itself, 6 rehearsals of 2 hours each, conductors alone. So, okay, let me try to figure this out. To put this into perspective, like a typical piece of contemporary music will get almost no rehearsal from an orchestra, because orchestras don't like composers. So they'll get like maybe 45 minutes of rehearsal. And this piece, it looks like it had like, in terms of like what the conductors had to be present for, it had more than well over 6 hours of rehearsal. Maybe like more like 8 hours of rehearsal. So this is incredibly expensive. This is ridiculous. It's a cutaway score. You can kind of see how this is just one of the orchestras, and then when you get further into it, you get multiple orchestras playing at the same time. And they're conducted at different tempi, so we're going to get some poly-tempo stuff. It looks like the entrance of every time there's like an entrance of an orchestra at a new tempo, they get a full measure of conducting before they come in. That's what these measures of silences are. And sometimes they don't start coming in on a downbeat of another orchestra's measure. Sometimes it's in the middle of another orchestra's measure. So yeah, this would need a lot of rehearsal with all 3 orchestras just to like get the conductors to... There's a lot to pay attention to as a conductor. You gotta like listen to where other orchestras are for your cue. It is a 12-tone piece. Here's the row. It's a symmetrical all-interval row. This is definitely his Stockhausen's like more serial period. There is a logarithmic series of tempi used in Gruppen, which correspond to a chromatic scale. Like these correspond to like an octave of chromatic notes. So, kind of an interesting idea. He's already sort of in the direction of total serialism here. Let's give it a listen. It's only half an hour long. And the recording I'm listening to is going to be in the video description. We'll go with this ensemble intercontemporain performance. It's kind of ridiculous. There's like more musicians than audience. Like just the logistics of this thing. Okay, yeah, my immediate thoughts. This is a really great performance. The conductors are Matthias Pincher, Paul Fitzsimon, and Bruno Mantovani. And it's the Orchestra du Conservatoire de Paris. And maybe supplemented with members of Ensemble Intercontemporain. This was difficult to follow along with a PDF. It might have been a bit easier if I had the physical score. But there were like sort of waves of sound, right? There were a lot of moments where the orchestra either completely stopped or came down to a very few number of players, so it was easy to sort of keep caught up with by going to those moments. And I honestly think that's what makes the piece a little bit more engaging. I think a more amateur composer would have all three orchestras playing all the time, or maybe have long stretches of that, whereas Stockhausen has so designed this piece that in sort of like this carefully controlled manner, you are pulled into full orchestra realm, or just like hocketing between entire orchestras, or just very small ensembles of the orchestra and soloists. And this is right from the beginning all the way to the end, so it like permeates the fabric of the piece. There was a really cool moment where you just had the three brass sections hocketing with one another, and then a big piano solo came in. That was like one of the more memorable moments, and sort of at a climactic, like a proportionally interesting moment in the piece where a climax would normally occur. And the use of percussion was interesting. I like that you really do get percussion throughout, and it's like this, it's similar percussion from all three ensembles. It's just like you could imagine that in a live performance it would be kind of moving around you constantly as you get used to the, like, there's so much percussion that it actually takes quite a bit of time for your ears to get used to which orchestra has which sounds. Yeah, this is like definitely a total serial piece kind of thing. I think compared to some of Boulez's works, I think Stockhausen's a little bit more consistent in his serial pieces. They are always interesting rhythmically. This is a very rhythmically interesting piece. The polytempo stuff is really cool. It looks really fun to conduct, and I think that's also something that Webern did. So in terms of influences, I think this piece is very much like a logical extension of what Webern was starting to do before the Second World War ended. And there's definitely a very pointillistic aspect to the piece, and Stockhausen's willing to get very sparse with things and pointillistic. I don't think he would have been so ambitious if Webern hadn't already done it. Oh yeah, I was going to talk about the comment section in this video and how sort of varied it is, because this has 300,000 views. So you're getting like people who are classical music listeners who have never listened to a piece of modernist music ever, and then people who are very opinionated about modernist music who have maybe this is like one of 2 or 3 pieces they've heard like this, and all the way to like people who are just like Stockhausen fans and they're super into it. I think the reason why pieces like this garner so much attention and controversy and stir up people's opinions so much is just the sheer forces of it. I don't think that people, the type of people who are haters and hate on this sort of thing, they're more attuned to money and resources than they are to the actual music being created, and they're more stirred up by expensive things. So that's my thoughts on that, right? Like, you never see this kind of engagement on pieces for solo flute, or, you know, but there are pieces for solo flute that are just as challenging and contemporary. I guess that's sort of the legacy of this piece, is that it's very expensive and big and elaborate. And as I mentioned in our last Stockhausen video, that's something that Stockhausen was known for his whole career, and he never stopped making pieces that were more and more extravagant in their forces. And in my opinion, that's not really what he should have been known for, or what he should be remembered for, because that's not what makes music good, in my opinion. So yeah, that was Groupin. We're gonna go further back into the 50s here for the next listening session with some Messiaen.
Okay, so today's very momentous listening session in the scope of the whole channel, because it's our first Messiaen episode. Olivier Messiaen is perhaps one of the most famous, or the most famous, French early to late 20th century composer. His most famous work is probably Quartet for the End of Time, which he wrote during World War II. This piece that we're going to be looking at today is for large orchestra. It was written in the 1950s, I believe. And it's called Chronochromie. This score that we're looking at is published by Alphonse Leduc, Paris. The instrumentation for this piece is 4-3-5-3, and then 4-4-3-1, and then for percussion we have 3 performers just dedicated to pitch percussion: Glock, xylophone, and marimba. And then somebody else on chromatic bells, it looks like. Then some pitched gongs and strings. And the recommended number of strings is 16, 16, 14, 12, 10. So Messiaen was also an ornithologist and organist, in addition to being a composer. He lived from 1908 all the way until 1992, and taught almost throughout his life. Taught a lot of composers, among them Xenakis, Boulez, Marais, Stockhausen, Kurtog, Jacques Etu, George Benjamin, basically anyone who was studying composition at the Paris Conservatoire between 1966 and 1978. When I was first introduced to Messiaen's music, the way that it was taught to me was that it's sort of like Debussy, but made more colorful and almost modernist, and he was fascinated with things like modes of limited transposition, what he called modes of limited transposition. So not just the whole tone scale, but octatonic scale, etc., etc. Like there's basically any way you could think of subdividing the 12 pitches of the chromatic scale in a symmetrical way. Seems like a lot of this is influenced by Tristan und Isolde by Wagner. Messiaen was a masterful organ improviser, and that's where a lot of his music starts, is with the act of improvising. And he was also devoutly Catholic. I think that's interesting. His interest in birds didn't really start until the 1950s, and sort of flourished in the 60s onwards. And I think his interest in birds started around the time his first wife was really struggling with mental health, and then he married his second wife, and just continued to have this interest. I guess he's talked about it being like very tied to his religiosity, right? So his view of like God and nature are sort of inextricably tied together. The most famous like bird song piece of his is his Catalogue d'Oiseaux, which is like some of the most, it's all done by ear, which is crazy, but it's some of the most like accurate transcriptions of bird song ever in a very technical sense. But I don't think the general public understood what he was getting at when he first started the birdsong stuff. Because people already have a lot of cultural associations with birds and certain instruments, and Messiaen just sort of was more interested in what it meant to him and his performance practice at keyboard instruments. He has this book called Techniques of My Musical Composition, which I think would be a much better source to look at than watching me talk about it. He talks about modes a lot and color. He had synesthesia, so he literally saw sounds in a certain way and memorized them in a certain way. He was also interested in like medieval or antique composition techniques like isorhythm and things like that. So his music is often described as being very like ancient sounding in some ways and also very modern at the same time. Yeah, I think that's all I want to say about it. I guess I didn't really need this in front of me so much because I kind of just know all this. I mean, this is the kind of composer that you want to know a lot about them as part of your education. And then Chronochromie was completed in 1960, and it's a 7-movement, like 21-minute work. And the 6th movement has this birdsong idea where 18 different string instruments are all playing different bird songs at the same time. So that's going to be kind of interesting to look out for. So yeah, we're well into his birdsong period with this piece. Premiered in this German town of Donaueschingen in the state of Baden-Württemberg, conducted by Hans Rosbaud, an Austrian conductor who was closely associated with 20th century music. I guess he was an advocate for it. The recording that I'm listening to, which is a score video, is in the description to this video. Okay, yeah, so it's this is a very complicated piece. It's one of Messiaen's more dense scores, I think. The Epode, the 6th movement, is really from just a recording, it's very difficult to pull out all the different parts, and it has a sort of like metronomic feel to it where eventually you just start hearing the beat. I'm not sure if it's meant to be like a traditionally contrapuntal work, or if it's supposed to give this sort of hallucinatory feeling or something, but it is a lot of like birdsong things going on at the same time. The piece kind of alternates between these more contrapuntal stretches of music, like the two strophes, and then I think Messiaen is taking the same bird songs and then teasing them out and having the ensemble play them one at a time in the anti-strophes. So you get like this like twofold sort of image of the bird song, where like in the strophes, each player is a bird. Same with the epode. Like every player is sort of anthropomorphizing a bird, and then in the anti-strophes and the intro and the coda, you have groups of instruments playing these like bird harmonies. So groups of people are like trying to more accurately show you what the bird sounds like, and I think that was an interesting form. It kept my attention throughout most of the piece, and but I think a lot of these ideas all have already occurred in other pieces of Messiaen's. I think this is sort of like a culmination of ideas in a sort of ordered, structural, formal kind of piece. I don't think the epode is my favorite movement. I think my favorite movements are actually the intro and the coda, which use some of the same material. They seem to be the lightest ones, and they make the best use of the percussion. You get really exposed percussion moments, which are kind of fun. We have a couple Messiaen scores coming up, but I don't think the next session will be one of them. Yeah, the next session will be a student of Messiaen's, Xenakis. So that'll be a fun comparison we can make.
Okay, today I'm going to be listening to Metastasis by Greek composer Ioannis Xenakis. This is our first Xenakis episode, and this is a great piece to start with if you want to start listening to his music. It's one of his first large pieces in the style he's known for, written from the year 1953 to 1954, and it is only 7 minutes long, so it's actually quite accessible and short. You need 61 players in total. The orchestra is 3-3-0-0, 3-2-2-0, and then timpani and 6 percussion, and then strings, recommended divisi, I guess the necessary divisi, is 12-12-8-8-6, because if you look at the score, you'll notice every string player has a unique part. This is a very textural piece, and a very extreme piece, and it predates Ligeti and his micropolyphony. It predates spectralism. It predates sonorism, which was going on in Poland later in the 60s and 70s. All these movements are very indebted to the originality of Xenakis putting together this piece. First performed in 1955 at the Donaueschingen Festival under the direction of Hans Rosbaud. It's dedicated to Maurice Leroux. The title means after a state of standstills, so it's some sort of dialectic transformation. Hinged between classical music and formalized music, which the composer was obliged to inculcate into composition. Formalized music is also the title of this publication by Xenakis, and it is subtitled Thought and Mathematics in Composition. And I think the original, this is compiled from a bunch of different sources, but the original sort of text is like 1963-ish it was published. You can kind of see, just glancing at the contents, what Xenakis is all about. We have this idea of stochastic music, and using stochastics to determine musical ideas, Markov chains and their relations to stochastic music, computer music, symbolic music. Then he starts talking about philosophy. He starts talking about specific ideas he has about where composition could go, like this idea of sieves, which is sort of like a logical way of describing musical parameters, and dynamic stochastic synthesis has its own little chapter. And if you look into Xenakis' work, he has pieces that are based on the movement of gases according to gas laws and things like that. So he not only draws from mathematical processes, but also from like physical models. So the orchestra is completely divisi. All 61 instrumentalists have different parts. That's very essential to this piece. There's a systematic use of glissandi, like individual glissandi, to create these sort of smearing effects. And this idea is related to Xenakis' architectural design of the Phillips Pavilion at the 1958 Brussels Exposition. See how these straight lines sort of connect into this curved shape? That's sort of where Xenakis is coming from with, like, there's a relationship between that and this glissandi stuff you see here with all the strings. Also in the Phillips Pavilion was housed a spatialized electronic music piece by composer Edgar Varese called Poème électronique. So that's kind of interesting. I think Xenakis also composed the music that was in the entryway to the Phillips Pavilion. So as you entered Poème électronique, you heard this piece of tape music by Xenakis called Concrete PH. That might be something to look into as well. And there's this idea of geometrical progression and use of the golden mean to determine timbres, dynamics, intervals of duration, which I find kind of the most interesting. Like you could structure a piece this way kind of thing. And yeah, there's like this sort of like mention at the end here of electromagnetic techniques. So there's like some sort of through line from electronic music and the sort of control the composer can have over sound in that medium, and then the orchestra and trying to do that type of thing with an orchestra. He is a composer who was born in 1922 and died in 2001. And he is born in Romania. I guess he had both Greek and French citizenship. Most of his career was in France. He fled Greece in 1947. And as well as being a composer, as I said before, he's an architect, an engineer, a music theorist, and I guess a conductor of sorts. And yeah, as I sort of hinted at with the formalized music stuff, he was really a pioneer of mathematical models as a way of modeling music, and also like applications of set theory, stochastic processes, and game theory. So these are all very like contemporary, interesting like things going on in mathematics at the time. His percussion works are very well performed, but Metastasis is probably his most performed orchestra work and his most famous. He worked with Le Corbusier. Sorry if I butchered that. But that was sort of his artistic background, you could say, before he switched into composing. Let's see if I can find some of his work other than the Phillips Pavilion. What I'm more familiar with is this glass sort of window idea that he came up with for Le Corbusier's Sainte Marie de la Tourette, this priory building. You can see these like vertical lines over here. This is Xenakis's work. You can see there's like some much wider than others, and there's this sort of like structural there's like these horizontal divisions too, which kind of look to my eyes like musical notes. So yeah, these windows were Xenakis's work. So he wasn't just working in music. He was devising things like this. Famously, Xenakis studied with Olivier Messiaen. We looked at a piece by Messiaen last episode. And sort of pre-Metastasis, Xenakis's compositions were sort of folk-inspired and sounded kind of like maybe Bartók a little bit. And Messiaen introduced him to serialism and sort of encouraged him to pursue what he was good at. I can't remember the quote exactly, but Messiaen basically told Xenakis, like, look, you're a mathematician, an engineer, you're Greek, you emigrated. That's what is interesting about you. That's what you have to offer the world as a composer. So lean into it, and I think that's an example of really good teaching, is encouraging the student to work with their strengths. And Xenakis did exactly that. He went on to be one of the most innovative composers of the 20th century. You might notice on Xenakis's face, he's often photographed from this side because he has a scar on one side of his face, which left him disfigured through most of his life. This he acquired as a member of the National Liberation Front during the Axis occupation of Greece in World War II. So Xenakis was part of the protests and demonstrations that were going on in Greece in 1944. And I can't remember exactly how he was injured, but I think there's a famous interview where he talks a little bit about how a lot of his music is trying to capture the sounds of that traumatic experience, like the sounds of people protesting and artillery fire. And it says here, shrapnel from a tank blast hit his cheek and left eye. His left eye was blinded for the rest of his life. The fact that he survived was a miracle. So, I don't want to draw any sort of conclusions from this and what you're supposed to get out of his music, but I think it's safe to say that his experience with fascism really shaped him as an artist, and you could say that his music is of the 20th century because of that, that, he's not the type of person to go through this experience and then write tonal music. I think that would be a bit dishonest. I think he made the right decision to try and articulate music that was relevant to the world he was living in, and that's sort of what this represents, I think. Yeah, with that being said, I think we can get into it. The recording I'll be listening to is in the video description, and I'll let you know what I hear on this listen. I've listened to this piece a number of times. I think I first discovered it when I was maybe 17 years old, and loved it. But I'll try to approach it with fresh ears today, more or less. Okay, yeah, so hopefully you found this interesting. On this listen, I found like it was very short. It was kind of a breeze going through it, and I really appreciate how beautiful this manuscript is in the composer's hand. You can see all of the time and effort put into notating all of this. The unison stuff at the beginning and end are in my opinion, the most like iconic thing, like this glissandi stuff. It's the most iconic element of the piece. But then there's this long middle section which has an interesting build, like slow build up to it, and it's very remarkable what he manages to do with rhythm in this stuff, like in the sort of almost like chamber strings stuff. And you can also see that it's all carefully planned. Like there's this sort of strangeness to how each instrument enters and how the ensemble sort of changes its makeup over the course of this middle section. And you can kind of hear the connection to like this brutalist or modernist architecture, that sort of architectural world that Xenakis was in shortly before composing this. It is very hard to believe that he went from just writing modal-ish folk music right into this, but at the same time I think he was leaning into what he was good at, and it goes to show what the advice of a good teacher can do, right? It's like you have this student in front of you who is clearly, they're like an adult already, they're an older student, they're clearly very intelligent, very talented, hardworking. They've accomplished greater things than you in other fields, just not music yet. And I mean, what else do you say to them other than like just nail it, you know? And yeah, the rest is history. We might get to some other Xenakis, but I don't think we have any more in the orchestra series. So this will have to be it for now. Next, we will be looking at some more Messiaen. I can't remember if it's the Tarangalila Symphony. I think it might be another birdsong one from the 50s, actually. But it's one of those two. And then we'll just keep going further back here. Okay, today I'm going to be listening to another piece by Olivier Messiaen. It's called Morning of the Birds, Réveil des Oiseaux, and I believe it was written in 1951. So apart from maybe a few piano pieces, I think this is the first piece that Messiaen wrote on birdsong. This is his first big birdsong essay. He wrote it for his second wife, Yvonne Loriod. Possibly they were not married yet. She was a pianist as well, and I think premiered this work. It's written in memory of Jacques Delamain. He had an important influence on Messiaen. They were both fascinated with birds, and Messiaen would visit Delamain at his country home, and he would sort of guide Messiaen to further systematize his transcription of bird songs. So this is kind of an interesting interdisciplinary relationship, collaboration between an artist and a natural scientist, basically, or naturalist, you could say. Maybe it was composed like a bit earlier, but it was premiered in 1953 Therefore, it was dedicated to Jacques shortly after he died. The full instrumentation is 4-3, 4-3, I think. Yeah. So 4-3-4-3, 2-2-0-0, two percussionists, celesta, xylophone, glockenspiel. So there's a third percussionist, I guess, just on the pitch stuff, and then a pianist. And the orchestra is requires 8 of every musician, I guess. So like 4 stands each. And percussion 1 is on temple blocks and suspended cymbal. Percussion 2 is just on wood block and tam-tam. So it's a pretty lean little ensemble. One of the flautists is on piccolo. One of the oboists is on English horn. One of the clarinetists is on bass. Another clarinetist is on E flat. And that is that. Okay. What's kind of interesting about this piece is in the score, ahead of the piece, you get sort of a roster of birds that are featured throughout the piece in the order of their appearance. Starting with the nightingale and ending with the wood pigeon. I think all of these birds are ones that Messiaen would have observed in France. And yeah, maybe just before we get into the piece, I'm gonna like show you what all the birds are, and I'll say a little bit about like what musicians have to imitate each of them, because I think at one point I really went through the score in some detail. So yeah, let's do it. Okay, so I was gonna go through the score for each bird and like try to compile all the different instrumentations, but I think I don't really have time for that. It would make more sense just to pull up each bird. I have here like the birds of metropolitan France. So I'll pull up each bird so you can see what it looks like, and then show you their first appearance in the score, because I mean that should suffice in showing you what the song looks like. So and at least one instrumentation for it. Okay, so this is going to be a bit of a process. We're going to go down the list. So we start with the nightingale. This is the first big piano solo we have. I have it circled in black here. And I think this would be the common nightingale. This guy. And it comes back a little bit later with clarinet, flute, and piano, and I think sometimes you get celesta playing this stuff. So it's not just strictly the piano that has to play this thing, but the big moment is the opening. Okay? Then we have the little owl. There it is in the first violin solo. I have it in blue. We don't actually... Yeah, so this is what we're talking about here, this guy. That's your violin. Next we have the Wryneck, which appears, it's called the torcol in French. It appears in the piano on page 3, probably this little guy. Then in the E-flat clarinet, we get the Buscarl, Seti's warbler. This is just a bush warbler, and I believe it only comes in the E-flat clarinet. I might be wrong, but this might be a dedicated part to this bird. In green here, this really high line is the woodlark. It looks like this. It's very tiny, as you can imagine. This, I think, is only in the solo piccolo. So this is a big piccolo part in this score. So the common blackbird is actually plays a huge role in this piece. It dominates the middle of the score. The first time we get it is actually in the celesta on this page, and then it gets passed into the piano solo. But we also hear it on clarinets and flutes, and I think some woodblock. So yeah, blackbird is a really huge feature, kind of centerpiece of the of the piece. I should mention that this piece sort of depicts a sunrise. So some of these birds are more nocturnal. This is the nightjar. You only really hear it in the opening of the piece because that's when it's nighttime, whereas it's sort of the day later on. And yeah, the nightjar first occurs in a group of instruments. Looks like the second violin, 2 violas, and 2 cellos. I have it in purple here. That's the nightjar. I think it just pops up for 2 measures here. And comes back on the suspended cymbal and tam-tam, along with the same strings, right? So it's this like tremolo kind of sustained idea. It's kind of weird. I guess it also is in the percussion up here too. So this is an important use of the cymbals and tam-tam from the 2 percussionists, is for the nightjar song. This is the chiff chaff. It comes up, I think, maybe I'm missing it. Okay, yeah, I didn't highlight it here, but you can see it in the celesta very briefly. This little celesta line. The European robin is actually also a huge part in this. So there's a lot of blackbird, there's a lot of robin, and it's another one of those birds that like might be for a soloist, might be for a group of soloists, or for an ensemble. It sort of is. The song is a little bit more malleable, and the first time we get it is in the piano. I have it in red here, and yeah, it's introduced very early on in the piece, but then you can see towards the middle of the piece we just have a lot of like blackbird and robin at the same time. So this weird kind of song which interrupts the whole flow of the piece at a different tempo, and for like a lot of musicians, is the song thrush, this bird here. And I have it in blue. Its first appearance on page 4 is for second oboe, second clarinet in B flat, first trumpet in B flat. This might be our first brass entrance. And a bunch of violas and violins divisi. So it's violins, like all the second violins basically, or half of them, sorry. It's second violins 5 through 8, and violas 5 through 8. Yeah, it's a very interesting one. Messiaen even writes this sort of like alliteration of the bird song. Edidi, edidi, tiu, 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 tuhite. Authoritarian incantation kind of bird. So, yeah, that's kind of interesting. The chaffinch is the next bird to make an appearance. And, oh no, it's my mistake. So the chaffinch is actually this thing I have highlighted in purple, which comes in 2 of the first violins, but it comes in at the same time as the missile thrush in another violin. This is what the missile thrush looks like. So those birds come in at the same time. The white throat, I'm assuming it's a common white throat, but it may be a different type. This comes in the dark blue here in the piano solo, and it's quite a large solo actually, which sort of like subdivides this kind of form that's going on with the missile thrush and the chaffinch. And then here in blue we get something interesting. We get the cuckoo, I guess. Yeah, so the cuckoo is our first bird that is only in the percussion, as well as this guy here, the great spotted woodpecker. So I'll pull them up. Here's a cuckoo, a common one, and the great spotted woodpecker is this thing with the red on its head. And these two sort of demarcate form in the piece a little bit, so they have a very strange use. But yeah, it's like tempo blocks is the cuckoo, and it's immediately answered by the woodpecker on the wood block. And obviously this is like not a bird song from the woodpecker, it's literally hammering a tree, which is kind of a fun like twist on the format, I guess. Then, so this is after this. So we've introduced 15 of the birds. This is where sort of like the first major section of the piece ends, and then we get into the middle section of the piece, which is like kind of a big build-up of parts, starting again with the nightingale. On page 10, we finally get a new bird. This is the melodious warbler, and it's actually passed between piano, viola, oboe, and first violin. This is what it looks like. And then this song continues on the piano, getting tossed to the violin again at the very end. And we get an introduction of a couple new things here right after. So the Eurasian hoopoe, this funky looking thing, comes in here in yellow, and it's all winds, so it's the first time we get this sort of like chordal wind bird thing. Two oboes, second oboe, English horn, second clarinet in B flat, and bassoons 1 and 2. And this might be our first big bassoon moment, actually. The green woodpecker, this is our third woodpecker technically, comes in here in 3 of the first violins. And it's a very quick little thing that sort of just rounds out the hoopoe call. The dunnock, this little guy, comes in next, accompanying a robin. And it comes in the glockenspiel and xylophone. This is their first entrance. And I think it gets passed to the violin, I'm not sure. This guy, the first violin, which I also have in blue, is actually the house sparrow. This guy just gets a short little melody on the violin here. All the while, the robin is still singing in the celesta. Yeah, moving forward, the next really big piano solo is robin. So that goes to show how important the robin is in this piece. In orange here, I have the entrance of the red start. So for a while, we just have robins and blackbirds. Then in the xylophone, we get a red start. Assuming it's a common red start, it looks like this. Just one of them in the xylophone. Then on page 19, we get a very important bird to Messiaen, the golden oriole. Its French name, l'Oriole, sounds like the pianist's and future wife of Messiaen's last name. So Messiaen is sort of like, I don't know if he has said this explicitly, but it seems that he had compared his second wife to this particular bird. And it first appears in the horns, violins 1 through 4, second violins 1 through 4, and altos or violas 1 through 4, as well as the cello. And this is a big horn entrance in the piece. I think it's the first time we actually get horn. And this is what the bird looks like. So obviously a very pretty iconic looking bird, representing or as a stand-in for the composer's love, object of his affection, who is, you have to remember, is also playing piano in this ensemble in the premiere. Okay, nice. Next we have the carrion crow, I think. Carrion crow looks like this. I think we all know what a crow looks like. It, as you can imagine, the cawing, it has it's a big moment for the double reeds. So this is like the big bassoon bird, you could say. It comes here in the three bassoons, and they're playing these dense harmonies in their mid to upper range. And yeah, it's in black here. I don't know if you can really see it, but there's where the crow enters on page 20. And then I can't remember, I think the magpie is like a bass clarinet part. Let's see if I can find it. Yeah, there they are. So right after another hoopoe moment in the bassoons, we get this low G A flat trill in the bass clarinet, and this is the magpie. So you can see some of the auxiliary winds, like the piccolo, the E flat clarinet, and the bass clarinet. Now they have specific roles, kind of like the tempo blocks and wood blocks. You know, they just do one song and it's the same every time, and they show up in different contexts. Whereas other birds are more, you could say, lead roles, and they're in many different groups of instruments. Others, it's just one of the instruments has a bird that they play. Next on the scene is the blackcap. I'm assuming it's a Eurasian blackcap. Yeah, the blackcap doesn't come until this huge piano solo on page 42, right? So we've introduced a bunch of birds. We kind of stay there for a long time. I guess that's sort of the sunrise moment. And now it's the day, and we get a lot of interesting solo bird things. The blackcap is the first to open this section, and it's, again, a huge piano solo, like 1.5 pages. Next is the turtle dove. Let's see where it comes in. It comes in here. It's 3 flutes playing together. There's a little bit of flutter tonguing. It's in purple here. I know I keep gesturing with my cursor as if you can see it, but yeah, so turtle dove is up here. The blue tit is the next bird to make an appearance. Again, we're like nearing the end of the piece here. And yeah, here it is. It's these 3 short bursts of sound from oboe, English horn, bassoon, piano, and bass's pizzicato. Haven't seen a lot of bass thus far, so it's kind of interesting. And it's followed immediately by a new bird, the linnet. This would be the common linnet. So actually, we go quite a ways before we get this next one. You can see there's a huge blackbird solo in the piano towards the end of the piece. In the xylophone, like super high xylophone, we get this thing. The wren. This little guy is playing the xylophone. In the first and second flute in green here, I have highlighted the next bird, which is the garden warbler. And then in pink, in the xylophone, we have the willow warbler. The garden warbler looks like this. The willow warbler is more like a chiff-chaff. It looks completely different. It's this thing here. Green finch is up next. Let's see if I can find him. There we go. It's this tiny little chromatic running thing in the piano. I have it in green here. It's not the violin thing up here. It's this little guy. A male greenfinch actually looks more yellow. It looks like this. Then we have the European Sarin, which is this gorgeous yellow bird. Comes in this piano solo, which I have highlighted in blue, which sort of brackets these interjections of the golden oriole and blackcap. Right, so it's sort of in this trio almost. The blue down here is back to the wren, but it's accompanied by a new one, I think. The nuthatch. Oh no, we've gone past the nuthatch. Yeah, so the piano has the nuthatch, Then we get the wren accompanied by another new one, the goldfinch. Here's what a nuthatch looks like, more or less. Probably not one from France, but... And a European goldfinch, if you've never seen one, is this very striking bird with red and yellow on it. Interestingly, the starling is one of the last birds we get. And it's in pink here. It's another one in the piano. So like towards the end of the piece we have a lot more piano solo, and it's going through all kinds of different bird songs. And you really have to know what they sound like in order to follow. Because here we get two new birds back to back, the starling and then Bonelli's warbler. I'm assuming it's a European starling or common starling. And then we'll say Western Bonelli's warbler, I'm assuming. So like this thing. The last bird that is introduced in the piece is the wood pigeon. And it's in the left hand of the piano. Very briefly, just here in purple. So that's the last bird we have introduced in the piece. The last bird we hear, we have this exchange between the golden oriole and the blackbird, and then we have a huge robin solo with more blackbirds thrown in. Actually, no, this is something else. Sorry, a huge redstart solo. Then we get more robin and blackbird at the same time. And I think that's how the piece ends. No, we get the cuckoo ending it, actually. If you lay out all the different birds, you can kind of see a form that the piece has. Right? Whoop. So you can see that at the beginning there's a very long... I tried to make this all proportional to like every... to the measure at least. So the measure is like the smallest unit here. But you can see that the cuckoo kind of divides the piece up into sections, right? You get it at the very end. You get it here after the nightingale solo. I think you get it again before this big build-up. Obviously, this big build-up is the sunrise, and you can see it has like 5 blackbirds and 4 robins and a redstart, and you can see like the golden oriole is playing all throughout, and the last thing to be introduced is the magpie. And then after that, you get a lot of solos for a really long time. And you can see towards the end, more and more birds are being introduced at kind of the same rate as in the opening. But it's a lot of piano solo stuff in the last section here. There's almost too many different birds to really visualize what's going on, unless you can keep track of like 36 different colors or whatever. But I think it's kind of interesting to see, especially at the beginning, like you can kind of see formal things going on, right? You can see how the piccolo in green here sort of breaks up the opening into these little sections. You have the 3 blackbirds also breaking it up. And, you know, I think there's a lot of compositional kind of sensibility in how things are introduced and juggled. And, yeah. So I guess what I'm trying to say is, if you really just think about what birds are singing when, the piece already has this sort of formal logic to it. And why not? You know, why not get to know what all these birds sound like so you can fully appreciate this piece the way that Messiaen would appreciate it? So yeah, thanks for humoring me with my little analysis. This is one of those pieces which I bothered to analyze in some sort of way. Not that my teacher could be bothered, but maybe I can bother you. Maybe other composers will find this kind of inspiring. Let's have a listen. I would listen along with the score. You don't have to mark it up like I did, but the score does tell you when every bird enters, and I think it does make the listening more enjoyable to kind of know what's going on a little bit. The recording I'm listening to is in the video description. Don't be afraid to pause it and come back to hear my opinions on the piece after this listen here. Okay, yeah, so my impressions of this, I kind of regret doing all the explanation before listening to it rather than after, because now I'm really associating all of the different bird calls with the instruments, and it's kind of coming back to me how it all fits together. But yeah, it's a super fun listen. I forgot how much of it is piano. It's really a sparing use of the orchestra. There's some orchestra members that are only used in a couple of bird songs, like the basses and the bassoons. Then there's other orchestra members that have a ton of use, and then there's the piano, which dominates the piece. This particular recording is Pierre Boulez conducting the Cleveland Orchestra, and the pianist is Pierre-Laurent Aymard, who does a great job with it. I think this performance did a good job of capturing the sound of birds. It all feels very light and effortless. Even when you have those couple of birds like the golden oriole and I forget the name of it, but the Grieve musician, the two that have brass in them, it feels very light, and it's almost like the other instruments are just lightly coloring the brass lines with those two, and the call and response stuff in the piano when there's more than one of the same bird and they're supposed to be in different areas, they're at different dynamics. That was really well done. So I think the dynamics were carefully managed, and I think it is quite a quiet piece overall. There's that big climactic build in the middle of it, but around that there's just a lot of silence and sort of quiet, intricate, almost contemplative kind of bird sounds, basically. And I like that about it. It has a very sort of naturalist sensibility, almost. And it's also just a very fun, show-off-y kind of piece. We're going to be listening to another Messiaen piece in our next session. I believe it's the Turangalila Symphony, which is a very long piece. This is a little bit lighter and short, although as you can tell it's very dense with ideas. I think this is sort of a must listen if you want to know what Messiaen's bird song is about. It's it's historically significant. It's the first one. It's easy to listen to, and it's easy to parse out, and you can clearly tell where all the different bird songs are coming from and how they're interacting. There's something a bit theatrical about it. So, yeah, that's it for that one. Okay, today I'm going to be looking at and listening to this piece by Olivier Messiaen, the Turangalila Symphony. It's the only orchestra piece of Messiaen's that's titled Symphony. And if you notice here, this PDF is 429 pages without front matter. So it is a massive piece in terms of duration. Also, the instrumentation is very huge. Let me pull up the full instrumentation, actually, just so that I don't misspeak here, because there's a lot of percussion, famously, in this piece. This is a really old piece, too. It's 1940s. It's not as old as Quartet for the End of Time, but it is an early work, you could say. It was revised so it was written in 1948, I guess is the official date, and then premiered a year later. So a lot of Messiaen's compositions are religious or in inspiration or like naturalist, as we've seen. But this one is based on the myth of Tristan and Isolde, which famously Wagner set to one of his first large operas. And he has a couple other compositions concerned with romantic love. This is probably the most famous. Here we go. So it's scored for 3, 3, 3, 3, 4, 5, 3, 1. The 12 percussionists, and it doesn't look like any of them are on timpani. And the strings recommended number is like I imagine 16, 16, 14, 12, 10. And there's also a solo piano part that's very prominent, and Onze Martineau part. The Onze Martineau, if you aren't familiar, is a early electronic musical instrument which was invented in 1928 and popular in France, almost exclusively used in France. It looks kind of like this. It has like very strange speakers associated with it. And it's kind of like a little proto-synthesizer, really. Somewhere between a synthesizer and a theremin. We have vibes, Glock, triangle, tempo blocks, wood blocks, cymbals, tam-tam, tambourine, maracas, snare drum, tabor drum, bass drum, tubular bells, and celesta. There's a lot more on this Wikipedia page that I could go through, but maybe it will suffice just to go through the different movements of the piece. There's 10 movements in total. So the first movement is the introduction. The second movement is a love song. The third movement is titled Turangalila 1. And it involves the statement of different themes. Then the fourth movement is called the second love song. The fifth movement is Joy of the Blood and the Stars, which is like sort of a fast dance movement. Messiaen said it represented a union of two lovers, transforming in almost a cosmic scale. Movement 6, Garden of Love Sleep. Movement 7, Turangalila 2. Movement 8, Development of Love. And movement 9, Turangalila 3. Again, these Turangalila movements are like movements that introduce thematic material or restate them. And then the last movement is just called the finale, and it's in a sonata form. I guess, interestingly, the piece was supposed to be 4 movements, like a traditional symphony, which would have been movements 1, 4, 6, and 10, which that would be introduction, love song 2, Garden of Love Sleep, and the finale. Then he added the 3 Turangalila movements and then the subsequent movements. And yeah, this performance here, we'll go with this one, conducted by Gustavo Dudamel, Yuja Wang solo piano. The orchestra is Orchestra Sinfónica Simón Bolívar de Venezuela, and the Onze Martineau player is Cynthia Miller. The Onze Martineau is a very strange inclusion in the piece, and it's probably the most iconic sort of like instrumental inclusion. And if you are an Onze Martineau player, I mean, there's not a lot of repertoire for you to do, but this is a big, huge piece of repertoire for you in an orchestral setting, so that's kind of cool. Yeah, I think we can just get started here. Yeah, maybe we can compare it to the other Messiaen pieces we've listened to. Yeah, so I enjoyed this listening session, although it is a very long piece. 80 minutes is a lot for this type of music. It's very active and dense.
and it's definitely an acquired taste. I was thinking that a lot of the sort of layering involved and the big contrasts and just this sort of approach to writing with um, like modes of limited transposition, you could say, is very indebted to like the Rite of Spring, I think, which is all octatonic. And Messiaen does a very similar thing with this piece. It's just elevated a little bit, and he's really developed his own style, like almost mature style at this point. When he wrote this, it's very percussion heavy. There's a lot of like glockenspiel and celesta and piano going on constantly, and Ons Martineau is actually featured a lot, almost in every movement. The first four movements sound like a complete piece already, and they're around half an hour long. 10 movements, I think, is a little bit excessive, but if you listen to this repeatedly, I think you could really get to know it. The fifth movement introduces some new stuff. It's like a lot faster than everything that precedes it, and a lot more melodic. And what else was I was gonna say that compared to the other Messiaen we've been looking at, which is later and more birdsong influenced, this is much more almost tonal sounding. Like you can definitely sing these melodies. It's more rhythmically simple, and yeah, just more accessible in general, I think. But you can see a lot of the same things coming up. So this piece was written in, I want to say, 1948. And then The Technique of My Musical Language was published in 1944. Okay, so Messiaen had already established what his musical language is 4 years before he completed this symphony. And I think it stands to reason, and you can kind of hear this in the piece, he knows exactly what he is doing, harmonically, melodically, formally, rhythmically. He has figured it out, more or less, which I think is kind of unique for a composer, like to mid-career kind of have your style completely figured out and be able to explain it and where it's all coming from. And he didn't really stray from this or anything. This is what his music sounds like, and how he made it. So I would check this out if you want to write anything that sounds like this symphony. It's clearly free online, and it's published by Alphonse Leduc. Yeah, the next one actually is some Carlos Chavez, and our first Chavez score from 1950. Okay, so this morning I'm going to be listening to a piece by Mexican composer Carlos Chavez. It's called Sinfonia India, and the copyright on this score is 1950. Let's see if that's the year of composition. No, it is not. So this was composed in 1936. So we're going back in time a little bit. This is apparently one of the composer's most popular pieces and really associated with his identity. The instrumentation in this score here is 4, 3, 5, 3, 4, 2, 2, 0, and then 4 percussionists, timpani, harp, and strings. Percussion 1 is on Indian drum, maraca, metal rattle, and suspended cymbal. Percussion 2 is on tenor drum, soft rattle, claves, and xylophone.
percussion 3, snare drum, rattling string, guiro, percussion 4, bass drum, rasping stick. So it's all, aside from the xylophone, unpitched percussion. Apparently the original composition was for indigenous instruments. He was like working with tribes in northern Mexico, or at least borrowing from their culture. So the percussion list here is like an approximation of those traditional instruments. There's a big note here on what you could use to be more authentic. Things like a yaqui drum, clay rattle, yaqui metal rattle, water gourd, tenabari, teponak stills, grijusian, and tlapan huehuetl, raspador, and a raspador yaqui. I kind of want to see what some of these look like, actually. This is what the yaqui drum would look like if you were to use one. It's like a little frame drum. Here's an example of one of the yaqui rattles, I think. Yeah. So it has little pieces of brass or bronze inside, it looks like. A tenabari is like this ankle garment that you dance to make sound. And I'll just pull it up here. You get the idea. It's made of teeth, it looks like. Teponaztli, it looks like, are a type of slit drum with multiple notes. So the xylophone part must be sort of approximating this. What you would play on 2 drums. Looks like each drum has like 3 different notes. Grijusian is this thing. This is not a good link. But it's this thing made out of what looks to be either pieces of ram's horn or maybe hooves. The tlalpan huehuetl is actually a Aztec war drum, it looks like. So it's very ornate. But it's essentially like a standing drum with this sort of pattern of openings at the bottom. Lastly, the rasping stick. Would just be something like this. This is replaced by a guiro, I think. You can kind of see how it's even more simple. So yeah, that's what the percussion could look like if you were trying to do more authentic performance. One performance note: the tenuto signs do not indicate an accent. That's an interesting performance note. I would assume that it doesn't, but I guess it depends on the instrument and the performance practice. And here's the score layout. Looks like it's nicely engraved here. This is our first Carlos Chavez piece. So let me just give it a brief introduction to the composer as a person. So he was born in 1899, died in 1978. In addition to being a composer, he was a conductor, music theorist, educator, and founder of the Mexican Symphonic Orchestra. And he has 6 symphonies, but Sinfonia India is the second one. His compositions up to 1921 are essentially romantic pieces. Then he transitioned into more nationalistic, like programmatic type things. Moved to New York City and lived there from 1924 to 1928. And the culmination of that period was his ballet called Horsepower. Interesting. Anyways, that would be an interesting one to look at. Definitely influenced by Stravinsky, so we can listen for that in this piece. Yeah, I guess in the 30s, which this piece is representative of, Chavez returned to traditional genres like the sonata, quartet, symphony, and concerto. This is when he composed his 6 symphonies. The first one was written, it looks like, 3 years earlier than the second one. Yeah, I don't think there's much more to say, honestly. But if you want to look at, there's a nice list of compositions here on Wikipedia. Lots of piano pieces. And then towards the mid to later part of his life, more and more orchestra pieces. If you want to listen to the recording that I'm listening to, it's in the video description. And I'll see you in about 12 minutes. That's how long the piece should be. Yeah. So this piece is nice and compact. It really flies by, and I think it's all one movement. But there's like a couple different themes. Some of the tempo changes go really hard, like the metric modulation stuff. And it's kind of metal, I would say, just like the amount of percussion and groovy, like rhythmic ideas. And I think it does owe a lot to Stravinsky, and it kind of reminds me of Copland, although maybe it's Copland that sounds like Chavez and not the other way around, because this is a really old piece. It looks like it was written in New York, maybe. Yeah. I like some of the featured soloists. Like there's a nice high horn moment and some high bassoon around the same time. And there's also a lot of nice piccolo stuff. A really unique use of piccolo, in addition to the percussion, obviously. Yeah, this one would be really fun to see live, and I think it'd be nice to see it on a program, maybe with some American music of the same time, or maybe even some, like, maybe if you program this with the Bartók Concerto for Orchestra or something, I think it could make a nice little program. And I think this is just a really fun piece for your percussion to do, you know? You might have to hire a couple extra percussionists if you're a small orchestra, but you got to give them something to do in the season, right? And they're going to have a lot of fun with this, and you'll keep your employees happy. I didn't mention there is 2 piccolos, like dedicated piccolo parts. There's also an E flat clarinet part and a bass clarinet part. And the trumpets are in B flat, which is maybe a little bit more economical, but it's not normal. So that's some things to keep in mind if you want to program this piece. Yeah, it seems like a really well-known work, so I'm not sure how useful my introduction is, but thank you for tuning in and revisiting this piece with me, or visiting it for the first time. I think it was a really good introduction to Chavez's music, and it won't be the last piece of his we'll look at. Alright, today I'm listening to a piece called Huapango for Orchestra by Jose Pablo Moncayo. This is our first Moncayo piece in any of our series. So I'm also going to go over the composer's bio a little bit before we get into the listening today. This edition is Ediciones Mexicanas de Música, which I think also published the Mario LaVista string quartet scores that we were looking at months ago. Yeah, here's the first page of the score. The first thing you hear is timpani on a low G. And it looks like the instrumentation, if this first page is complete, the instrumentation would be 2 1 2 1 4 3 2 or 4 3 3 1, and then timpani, percussion looks like guiro, maracas, tamburo indiano, bass drum, and claves, and xylophone, and harp, and strings. Okay, just scrolling through it, I think there's actually double winds at least. So let's say there's 2 flutes on this staff, 2 oboes on this staff, and 2 clarinets on this one, 2 bassoons. It should be more like 3 2 3 2. I'm trying to see when this was composed. The copyright for the score is 1950. And we don't get an indication at the end by the composer. Looks like it was composed in 1941. And here's the man himself. So Moncayo was born in 1912 and lived a very short life, dying in 1958. He was not only a Mexican composer, but a pianist, percussionist, and conductor. And he is one of the big Mexican nationalists in the art music world, along with Sylvestre of Hueltas and Carlos Chavez. Huapango, the piece we're looking at, is his best-known piece, and it's a short orchestral arrangement of popular dances from the eastern state of Veracruz. And sometimes American orchestras play it. He was a conductor for 10 years, from 1944 to 1954, and an orchestra conductor at that. So who knows what he would have accomplished if he hadn't died so prematurely. His death coincides with the decline of the nationalist movement in Mexico, resulting from the demise of the ideals of the Mexican Revolution. So I guess he's sort of an interesting historical figure in that way. If you look at his list of works, they sort of start around 1931. Most of them are for very traditional ensembles, and he seems to be writing like 1 to 3 pieces a year, sometimes 4. And the last pieces he composed were both solo piano pieces. So this piece kind of falls in the more early period of his career, I think. Okay, I think I've waxed on enough about it. I can't imagine there's much more to say. Yeah, I don't think this piece has its own Wikipedia page because it's not really significant enough. But there is this recording by Under the Baton of Gustavo Dudamel. So I think we can have a nice little listening session here. It's only 8 minutes. So a little bit shorter than the Chavez piece we listened to a couple days ago. This recording is linked in the video description to save you a little bit of time. Okay, yeah, I think this is a must listen. It's pretty hard not to smile when hearing it. To sort of give some context here, this is I'm recording this on a Friday, so I've just had a long week, but this is still very invigorating, I'm finding, despite how much I could be taking a nap right now. And yeah, looking at the score was a real pleasure as well, being able to see how everything's orchestrated and laid out. And Yeah, it is a little bit repetitive, but it has a couple transitions in there that are a bit more sophisticated. It has a slower section with that oboe solo. So I think there's enough there to chew on that it's sort of uh, serviceable as like a romantic piece. Um, and I think it's interesting that so much of it is just repetition of this same melody, which isn't quite square. It's all in 6/8, but it's and fast, but it's not exactly a square phrase structure, and I think that's what sort of helps keep your attention throughout the piece. Um, Fantastic harp part. I think if I was a harpist, I would love to get to play this, and I also think the percussion are having fun with it. The bassoon part seems pretty important too, and obviously the brass throughout is exciting. Um, Very straightforward. Like, we've listened to some Revueltas and some Chavez so far in the series, and I don't think either of those pieces were as straightforwardly just like folk setting, like setting of folk songs. Um, so this very much feels just like Mexican nationalist music, and there's nothing fancy about it. But I think if you are trying to do something like this, like set folk songs or cultural songs for orchestra, I think you kind of have to listen to this just to see how it's done. I mean, Moncayo was drawing from a very rich tradition and of like folk music, and he has a lot to work with in that sense, not only with the melodies but also the types of orchestration and the way he can play with the orchestra and the different components of it. And having listened to a lot of even more modernist Mexican scores on the channel, I can say that this type of orchestration has influenced other Mexican composers in the way that they approach orchestration. I don't want to go on a big tangent, but I'll just leave it at that. Like, I think this is very has left a very lasting impact on Mexican composers. So I'm glad that it's here on my PC, so to speak. Next we have our first Luigi Nono score. I've mentioned Luigi Nono a number of times because he's such a prolific teacher of other composers, but we're going to be looking at an orchestra piece by him. Okay, so today I'm going to be looking at a piece by Luigi Nono, Italian composer. It's for orchestra, written in 1950. It's called Variazioni Canoniche, and the subtitle is about the series Opus 41 of Arnold Schoenberg. And if you aren't familiar with Schoenberg's music, his Opus 41 is his Ode to Napoleon Bonaparte, which is sort of an anti-war protest piece for narrator, piano and string quartet, I believe. And it was composed during the Second World War. And this piece by Nono is composed like just after the Second World War. Both Schoenberg and Nono are serial composers and 12-tone composers. This compositional technique is deeply associated with anti-fascist sentiment. Schoenberg famously had to flee Germany. I am not too sure about Nono's past, but we might get into it just looking at his biography later. But I think it's safe to say that this piece will be sort of some kind of... It'll be related to that sentiment somehow. The Ode to Napoleon also has this hexachord, which might feature in this piece. I'm sort of just predicting what this piece is going to be about based on the title. I haven't actually heard it before or looked at the score before, so you're experiencing it with me. But this is the hexachord. In prime form, it's C, D flat, E, F, G sharp, A, which would be 0, 1, 4, 5, 8, 9, I guess. Interval vector is 303630. The hexachord has been used in music by Bruno Maderna. It's also been used in Weber in Opus 24, Schoenberg's Suite Opus 29, and Milton Babbitt's Composition for 12 Instruments, 1948, and Milton Babbitt's Composition for 4 Instruments, also 1948. The hexachord crops up in the work of Scriabin and Bartók as well. You can think of it almost also as like a mode of limited transposition. It's sort of like a hexatonic scale, you could say. You got a minor second followed by minor third, followed by a minor second, followed by a minor third kind of thing. Minor third or augmented second. Okay, let's get into the piece now. So the instrumentation is 2, 2, 3, saxophone 1, then 2, 1, 1, 0, harp, piano, timpani, and percussion. Not sure how many players, but there are 6 percussion instruments. And then the strings, actually, you only need 22442 for the strings. So it's actually almost like a chamber orchestra. Second flute doubles on pick, second oboe doubles on English horn. One of the clarinets is on E flat, another on bass, and the saxophone is a soprano sax. And the percussion list is suspended cymbal, 2 tam-tams, a side drum, a snare drum, and a bass drum. So no pitch percussion aside from the timpani. So Nono was born to a wealthy aristocratic family in Italy in 1924, and he lived until 1990. He taught at... Well, let's see. He studied with Bruno Maderna, I think. And this variation piece from 1950 is actually his first, considered his first work, his first mature work. So that's kind of interesting. Yeah, he was a member of, as I predicted, he's a leftist. He was a member of the Italian resistance during the Second World War, which fought the occupying forces of Nazi Germany. And he was allied politically to other people at Darmstadt, such as Henri Pousseur, Hans Werner Henze. This article gets into a lot of depth. It seems like he went through a few stylistic phases in the 60s, 70s, and 80s. He has also written a lot on art and music, and obviously taught a lot of composers. He taught a lot of composers the 12-tone style. I think we even in going over Schnittke's music, we encountered Nono as a teacher of Alfred Schnittke. So he was even like trying to teach 12-tone music in the Soviet Union, which is kind of interesting. Like he's really, really a big proponent of this style of music in the post-war period. So here's his list of works. Fairly productive. Like 2 to 3 pieces a year, sometimes 4. Fittingly, we are introducing ourselves to his work with his first mature work. So, with that being said, let's have a listen. Okay, yeah, I don't have much to say about this one. It's very slow most of the time, and it does sound like very mature work, but also pretty early work. Like there's nothing in this that Schoenberg wouldn't have been able to write or wouldn't have written. There is something pointillistic about it, and I like that throughout the piece you get these sort of subsections of the orchestra, and it's very quiet and brooding. The harp and piano parts are super interesting, as is the soprano sax solo, which is near the end. But it didn't leave a huge impression on me. It just kind of made me think about this time in like serial music, where we were transitioning into the post-war sort of era, and Europeans were trying to figure out what the future of music was supposed to be, and this was one answer to that question, I think. But overall, it was very slow. Even when it got into faster sections, the note values lengthened, so it still felt slow, and it just had this sort of like simple rhythmic quality. Like the only thing punctuating, like there's some really long sustained stuff and other notes that were somewhere between rhythmic and sustained because they were so slow, and the only thing punctuating it was like these trills that you would occasionally get in the piano or a flute or a clarinet. It was very I guess interesting in that respect. But as a composer, I feel like I need to say that slow music is always easier to compose, and it's a little bit of a hack. You know, so like writing 20 minutes of music like this is definitely still impressive because it is about 300 measures, but I think later works of Nono's are a lot more impressive. We're going to be going to Prokofiev, who wrote his Fifth Symphony less than 10 years before this piece. So maybe that'll put some of this in a historical perspective. Okay, so today's score is going to be Prokofiev Symphony Number 5. Let me see if I have the whole thing. Yeah, it does look like I have the whole score. So this is Opus 100. I think I got this score in my undergrad, possibly, because I did take a couple, I took one music history course that was specifically on symphonies, and this is probably one of the ones I had to listen to. So 4 movements: Andante, Allegro marcato, Adagio, and Allegro giacoso. This is his Opus 100, and it was composed in 1944. The instrumentation is 3-3-4-3, 4-3-3-1, timpani 7 percussion instruments. I don't know how many players. Harp, piano, and strings. So one of the flutes is on piccolo, one of the oboes is on English horn. We got a clarinet in E flat, a bass clarinet, and a contrabassoon. And the trumpets are in B flat. The percussion required is tambourine, military drum, cymbals, bass drum, tam-tam, triangle, and woodblock, I think. I remember this piece having a really prominent tuba part and just a very interesting full sound. Yeah, this is our first Prokofiev episode, so I may as well talk about him a little bit. Russian composer, obviously most famous for writing Peter and the Wolf. He died in 1953, so this is one of his later works within the last 10 years of his life. He was born in 1891. He would have composed this in the Soviet Union, but a lot of his life was pre-Soviet Union, so I think he sort of escaped some of the censorship of the USSR just by virtue of when he was born. His Romeo and Juliet ballet and the Lieutenant Kie suite are also really famous. He has 7 symphonies though, so he wrote 2 more after this one. After the revolution in 1917, he left Russia and toured the US, Germany, and then Paris. So in addition to being a composer, he was a conductor of his own works and others, and he was also a touring pianist. And in 1936, he moved back to the Soviet Union, and his greatest successes were all written in this period when he was living in the Soviet Union. He died at the age of 61 of a hypertensive crisis, the same day that Joseph Stalin died. I guess, so some things on his reputation I think might be an interesting way to round off this sort of like summary of his life. So Arthur Honegger said that he would remain for us the greatest figure of contemporary music, and he was also praised by scholar Richard Taruskin, praised as a 20th century composer for his distinctive diatonic melodies. But obviously as a Soviet composer of like semi-tonal and tonal music and post-tonal music, his reputation was questionable. The Cold War was going on shortly after his death and in the later years of his life. And certainly modernist composers had moved on to other things, and by the time he died in 1961, there were a lot of different burgeoning, like, experimental things going on in contemporary music in the West. But I had one teacher who really liked Prokofiev and would... I remember when I was really young, that teacher talking about how he was a really gifted melodist, and his talking about his like turns of harmony and how they're really tied to his melodic writing. So he's one of those composers that had this facility for thinking of those different elements of tonal composition at the same time, and marrying them together really well. And if you look at his output, we're here at Opus 100, and in total he has 131 opuses. The last piece he wrote was the 7th Symphony, interestingly. I think having had to listen to this for school in my more formative years, I'm going to find this very familiar, and I'll try not to let my nostalgia cloud my thoughts on this. And yeah, I'm excited to share the piece with you. Okay, yeah. So now that I've reminded myself of this piece, I think I actually first heard it in a composition class, like intro to composition kind of class. It was on my listening list, and I think I only had to listen to the first two movements, so I'm a lot more familiar with those two. Um, and yeah, I think those two are the best. Like, it's such an iconic first movement. It's a really good like slow first movement in sonata form kind of thing. And the second movement is probably the most iconic of the symphony, for the clarinet excerpts. And yeah, the orchestration throughout is really interesting. I think you could learn a lot from studying the score, especially if you wanted to write like more kind of whimsical film score-y things. I think a lot of film composers or film orchestrators have ripped this off, and Prokofiev's style more generally. But this one's interesting because of has really good use of like piano in different orchestral contexts. You could like write a whole essay on that. And it also has a really interesting use of the tuba, like constantly doubling the low strings. And that's like a role that normally you would expect a bassoon or contrabassoon to do, but he chooses the tuba. It's a little bit more colorful, and it adds a lot to the character of the piece, which is in B flat and sort of just very rich. Like the harmonies are very like the orchestration of these colorful harmonies are. It's very like spread out over the entire ensemble. The extreme low, extreme high register, and it's kind of quirky. I think the third movement is my least favorite. The slow movement does not. It might have been this performance by Gergiev, but I really didn't feel like that movement was going anywhere in particular. It was kind of just one melody after another with a different sort of strange accompanimental figure. And I felt like if that was omitted from the piece entirely, it would not take away from the experience. Yeah, so I think this is a must listen if you want to get into Prokofiev. It's a good like beginner's Prokofiev piece. Probably sounds fantastic in a live setting. Like it's probably really fun to play and listen to live. And I would say historically it's very odd because it's written at like the peak of the Second World War, in Russia, like in the Soviet Union, the country which suffered the most casualties during the Second World War, and it's a very weird thing to write in that time. I don't entirely understand it, to be honest. I guess I don't really know what kind of a man Prokofiev was, but certainly I wouldn't be composing anything if I were in that situation, but I guess you got to make a living. Next, we're going to listen to some Webern, his orchestra piece Opus 30, which was also written in the 1940s. And I think it's a pretty dense one, a very pointillistic one, and I think I wrote one analytical essay on it for a class. And it was really fun to study, but that'll be the next one. So until then, happy listening. So today I'm going to be listening to Anton Webern's Variations for Orchestra, Opus 30. It's about 7 minutes long, and it's for pretty much a chamber orchestra. The instrumentation is 1120, 1111, timpani, celesta, harp, and strings.
I guess it's supposed to be 9.5 minutes, but I've seen much faster performances, I guess. It's sort of his later style. It's a bit pointillistic. I think it's written in 1940, but this publication is from 1956. I have analyzed this once before, and it makes a lot of interesting uses of like multiple layers of like these exchanges of hexachords, which sort of fill out the 12 tones of the chromatic scale. If you aren't familiar, Webern is a part of the Second Viennese School, along with Arnold Schoenberg and Alban Berg, and he's one of like the 12-tone pioneers of this 12-tone system of composing. I don't think there might not be a Wikipedia article for this one, but we do have a tone row here. Yeah, you can see there's some symmetry in it, like starts with this minor second, ends with a minor second going in the opposite direction. Then you have a minor third, down a minor second, up a minor second. Then in the middle we get another minor second in the very middle and more minor thirds, right? So you can kind of see what sort of intervals kind of permeate the music. I don't want to wax on too much. I have another episode on Webern. If you want his biography, I would go to that one. I'm just listing it below here. And I will let you know my thoughts after today's listen. I highly encourage you to click on the link in the description and listen to it yourself. Okay, yeah, so immediately I remembered it's more the tetrachords that are important. I think that's kind of obvious from the tone row we looked at. But yeah, I don't think the hexachords are as important. So he breaks up his tone row into 3 groups of 4, and groups 1 and 3 are like the same intervallically, and the one in the middle is a little bit distinct. So it's kind of, if you want to identify rows and row forms in the piece, it helps to like find the middle one. That's what I found, and then you can find the other 2 tetrachords on either side. So yeah, I wrote this little essay about it in, I think, 2022 or something. And I begin by saying there's like redundancy in the row. Like if you play the row backwards, it is also the retrograde inversion of another row form. So like P1, for example, will equal Ri 1 minus 1 mod 12. So like P1 will equal Ri 0. R0 would equal I11. So this immediately creates some sort of ambiguity over what row form you're talking about when you have more than one note presented at the same time, right? It becomes a little bit unclear, like, okay, what is the starting note of the row form then? Because if you play the first 4 notes at the same time as a tetrachord, it's like a little bit ambiguous what row form is even happening. So that's sort of what I talk about a little bit. Tetrachord 1 is 0134, tetrachord 2 is 0347, and tetrachord 3 is 0134. So you can see that they can overlap a little bit. I talk about unordered tetrachords, multi-ordered tetrachords. This is sort of my own terminology. And that was sort of how I conceptualized analyzing it. Put simply, the unordered tetrachord 3 of prime x will always be equal to the unordered tetrachord 1 of prime x minus 5 mod 12. And the same thing applies with retrograde and like retrograde row forms, if you want to talk about them. And you can create these two like cycles of row forms chaining together their tetrachords in this way. So I don't know if you could see this or if my face is blocking it, but this is how you could make a chain of prime row forms looping all the way back to P0. Same thing with R0 going all the way back to R0. And then from there I went on to analyze the piece. Here's the matrix in measure, let's see, 56 onward. This is where you kind of get the most tetrachords at the same time. And it's very dense. So it's hard to make sense of it if you don't conceive of these cycles. What I'm trying to say in my paper is that you actually have like multiple cycles, like these types of things, going on at the same time. And they're always chained together by the tetrachords, right? So the retrograde cycle is going on at the same time as the prime cycle. And right, like, so you can trace P2 at the start of measure 65 ends here in the harp where P9 then starts, and then P9 ends where P4 starts, then P11 starts where P4 ended, and P11 ends the phrase. And then at the same time you have R5 chains up to R10, chains up to R3, chains up to R8, which ends this phrase as well. So I don't know if this is interesting to anyone who's analyzing the piece, but this was how I sort of thought about it. And I'm sure it's not the most original idea. I tried to keep my terminology as like clear and concise as possible. And I ended up writing the whole essay in just 5 pages. This is just sort of a sample of like how mathematical almost Webern's composing is, and how sort of like crystalline and clear it is when you get analyzing it. Like, as fun as it was analyzing this, I kind of understand that dozens and dozens of people have probably analyzed the same piece and come to the same conclusions, because it's not really, it's hard to put any sort of creative spin on it. Like, it's really, there's not much left to interpretation. It's just there. Next listen, I think we're going to listen to a gigantic piece. I think Carmina Burana is the next one. Actually, we're going to listen to a 7-minute piece by Sylvestre of Vueltas, and then that would be on Monday, I'm going to have to slog through Carmina Burana. But yeah, happy listening. I hope this video is helpful, and when we get to the third Webern piece, I'll make a little playlist for people to enjoy. So today I'm going to be listening to Senza Maya by Sylvestre of Vueltas. This is a piece from 1937. There's some notes on this PDF, strangely. It looks like it was used by the system Fesnojiv, the Youth and Child Orchestras from Venezuela system. Anyways, so it came into my hands somehow. This is clearly a scan of a library score, with a few notes on it from a conductor. So this piece is, it's 7 minutes long. It's like a tone poem. It's named after a poem by Nicolas Guillen, I guess you pronounce it. Nicolas Cristobal Guillen Batista, who's a Cuban poet, and
The poem itself, Sensamaya, it evokes like Afro-Caribbean chant, which is performed while killing a snake. There were some religious cults, which were like self-organized social clubs for African slaves, and that sort of like permeated these religious practices in Cuba. But the orchestra piece has no words, obviously. It's just based on the poem. Piece was written in Mexico City, as I said, in 1937. Expanded it in 1938, so we may be looking at the expanded version. So the instrumentation on this one is 4-3-4-4, 4-4-3-1, timpani, 3 percussionists, piano, celesta, and strings. Flutes 3 and 4 double on piccolo, oboe 3 doubles on English horn. I guess soprano 3 doubles on. Clarinet 3 doubles on E flat clarinet, clarinet 4 on bass clarinet, bassoon 4 doubles on contra, and the percussion list is xylophone, claves, maracas, scraper, gourd, Indian drum, bass drum, 2 tom-toms, cymbals, and 2 gongs, and glockenspiel. I'm not sure why it's listed in this order, but that's what it is according to Wikipedia. And I don't really know much else about this piece. If you want Revueltas's bio, this is our second episode on his music. You'll have to go to our first episode, episode number below, and I'll let you know my thoughts. I'm just going to have a quick listen to this one. It's only 7 minutes. I encourage you to click on the link in the description to this video and listen along. And we will meet back here in just a moment. Okay, yeah, so this is the 7/8 one. This is the big example of like additive meters in early 20th century orchestra music. It's definitely indebted to the Rite of Spring, I think, but it like does its own thing, and I think this piece would be really good in like a intro to contemporary music kind of course for undergrads, because it's pretty accessible. A lot of undergrads want to be film composers, and this has definitely influenced a lot of film composers. Like, it makes me think of like Japanese kaiju type films from the 50s and 60s. But of course it's much earlier and it's more original. It's kind of the original. Interesting use of different parts of the ensemble. I like that it opens with bass clarinet, and there's this like interesting use of clarinets through this slow build, and I like the xylophone moment in the second half. It's a great example of a piece that like has a repeated idea that slowly builds every time it's repeated, which is sort of just like a classic way to write, to easily write orchestral music that's engaging. And it's an easy way to give yourself freedom to orchestrate, you know, because the listener is already attuned to what the melody is supposed to sound like, and then you can just focus on orchestrating with each repetition. The trumpet, low trumpet with high tuba and high horn is like a very interesting sound world, also with the English horn, and using low clarinets and also very high clarinets when needed for melody stuff. It's very just an interesting use of winds and brass. I think if you combed through this and really looked at the orchestration, you could get a few essays out of it, maybe a presentation, because it's very just unique sounding. You can even tell like this, the quality of this recording is not great because it's like from 1962. And I was listening through computer speakers but I could still tell that it's like very interesting orchestration for a tone poem. I think it's one of Revueltas's later works because he died in 1940, as I've mentioned before on the channel. This recording was by Bernstein and the New York Phil. I guess this sort of like Mexican nationalist music was sort of slowly being exposed to the American public by composers like Bernstein and Aaron Copland, and it's a shame that it doesn't continue to get performed. I'm Canadian myself. I think it'd be really interesting to see this stuff in Canadian orchestras, this Mexican nationalist music, because for one thing, it's far more engaging than things from the 19th century or 18th century, and also Mexico is not really that far, like in the grand scheme of things. I think next I'll be listening to Carmina Burana by Carl Orff, which it may be my first time listening to it all the way through, so we'll see how that goes. As we're going further back in time into like the 30s and 20s, I mean, like last listen we did Webern, which was very out there, but a lot of the music that's happening is a bit more post-tonal, romantic. You know, the transition from the Romantic era to the 20th century is more gradual than I think a lot of people let on. So modernism is always happening at the same time as like romantic stuff. Give this a listen, recommend it to students, and I'll see you in a couple days for the next session. Alright, so today I'm listening to a piece by Carl Orff, Carmina Burana. It's for orchestra and 3 solo voices and chorus. And I can't remember if I just downloaded this PDF for fun or if I downloaded it for a class I was teaching. But I think I found the PDF on like PDF Coffee or something. You can see it's like split up into 23 movements. I guess 25 movements. So it's a very big piece. The complete instrumentation for this one is, ignoring the voices, it's 3-3-3-3, 4-3-3-1, timpani, 5 percussion, celesta, piano, 2 pianos, and strings. And the percussion list, it looks like it's glockenspiel, xylophone, triangles, castanets, 2 cymbals, or suspended cymbals, then 4 regular cymbals, tam-tam, 3 bells on F, C, and F, some tubular bells, and snare drum, bass drum. I'm missing a few things just because I can't translate them offhand, but that's more or less the percussion. And then the voices are, there's 3 really big solo roles for soprano, baritone, and tenor. And then there's some less important solo roles for 2 tenors, baritone, and 2 basses. I guess they have their own movement. And then there are 2 choirs. There's like a small choir and then a grand choir. In terms of like instrument doublings you do need a couple piccolos, an English horn, you need a clarinet in E flat, you need a clarinet in bass and a clarinet in A, and a contra bassoon, and you need trumpets in both B flat and C depending on the movement. Here's the preface in this publication. What is it here? in the Shot publication. Just skimming through it. So there's Latin and German songs and poems that make up this piece. They're from a 13th century manuscript, Benedict Bayern, edited by J.A. Schmeller, which I guess came into the hands of Karl Orff. And it looks like Orff's textual source has this sort of like history to it, dating all the way back to like the Middle Ages. And I guess Orff envisioned a new work from this text of dancing choruses, illustrations, texts. So there's this sort of obsession with antiquity almost, although not quite antiquity, because it's this sort of mix of different ages of like medieval Europe. The poems have a common language, and there's a universality to them, I guess, in Orff's mind. Orff himself notes that the music is all strophic, like the text is strophic, so there's not a lot of room for the music to develop, it just kind of is. And I guess that's an interesting limitation to put on yourself as a composer, to like not think so much about complex forms and just focus on writing things that are memorable. So Karl Orff was a German composer and music educator. He died in 1982, born in 1895. And he's very famous for his like system of children's education, and also for his like works for children, like children's opera, things like that. And of course he's also famous for this piece, Carmina Burana. It was premiered in Frankfurt in 1937. It was very popular in Nazi Germany. It stood out as one of the most important works during the span of the Third Reich. And Orff had a sort of a lack of commercial success before Carmina Burana, which won a prestigious award and had a lot of commercial success. There's some interesting things here about Orff's life. In 1946, he underwent a denazification process at a psychological screening center. I guess he has had some controversy over his claims at helping establish the White Rose resistance movement. This was sort of just a claim that he made after the Second World War. A lot of people still had a strong case for Orff being someone who collaborated with the German authorities, like the Nazi German party. I mean, you can kind of think of Carmina Burana as a cantata, which is a, German vocal/instrumental genre of sacred music, really. And these texts are more secular. There's like a mix of things. Some works that I think are underappreciated of Orff's are his like Greek dramas. Like, I remember looking at this score of his, Antigone, when I was a student at University of Western Ontario. I found the score to this and it was really interesting. I don't think I was like seeking out Orff's music in particular. I was just looking for like dramas, like ancient Greek dramas from the 20th century. This is the stuff he was doing after the Second World War. And to be honest, like I've listened to some of his operas like Der Monde, like his child operas, but I'd never really, like I've listened to Die Klug as well, but I've never really taken the time to really listen all the way through Carmina Burana. So I'm going to try my best here. I think I might take a break after each section, and I guess I'll just record my thoughts at the very end. If you want to listen along today, the Link is in the video description. Bit of a weird one today because normally I cover much lesser known works. This is like an incredibly famous work, so there's probably a lot of material out there where people are maybe doing a better job of introducing it. But you can get my opinions if that interests you, and hopefully it's a nice inclusion to your like orchestra listening experience if you're going through the whole series. It's the only Orff score I have, so I don't think I'm gonna have a lot of like playlists dedicated to him or anything, but certainly it's a interesting contribution to the orchestra series that we're going through right now. Okay, so my thoughts on Carmina Burana. I think I could have done a better job of introducing it. There are 5 main sections, as I alluded to before, and they're actually different like locales. So in spring, in the meadow, in the tavern, court of love, and then Blanchefleur and Helen is the site of just the 24th movement, and then it of course begins and ends with Fortune, Empress of the World. I guess the concept is like Fortune's wheel spinning, and that's why it's kind of cyclical. It ends with this same movement that it begins with, which is a tried and true way of making a very long piece sound complete, especially if, I mean, this, obviously O Fortuna is like the best movement. I think Orff recognized that, and I get why it's the opener and closer. Another moment in the piece that I liked was actually this stretch from movement 18 to movement 20, maybe including movement 21 as well. But I really like the solo choir, or the 6 voices. I like that moment, and I like the minor like one that precedes it and the one that comes after. Obviously the last 3 movements as well are like really, really powerful. The transition from movement 24 back into O Fortuna is like very intense and heavy. Seems like Orff wanted this to be like a dance work as well, but it almost always is just performed as a normal cantata without any sort of movement. I guess Orff was conceiving of like his own sort of like Gesamtkunstwerk or whatever, the Theatrum Mundi. He's looking back in time to antiquity to sort of inform what he's trying to do with his music, and he's thinking big. I guess in terms of like contemporary music, it doesn't sound very modern, but it might. I mean, it does sound minimalistic at times, so it may be a little bit influential in that sense. Like, if you think of sacred minimalists like Gorecki, he probably got a lot of his ideas and sound world, orchestral sound world at least, from Orff. Orff always has interesting like pitched percussion and piano stuff, and that stood out. But what was really striking to me was just how plain it was. Like, so many melodies were like obsessively plain, just stepwise motion, no chromaticism at all. Like quarter notes and eighth notes, and it's kind of not backward, but focused, I guess. I would recommend listening to this, I guess, but I think it's really meant to be heard live. And I think if you try to listen through this on a bad day, it would not be a great experience. I think there's a lot of extra fluff in this that doesn't really need to be there. And an hour and a bit is a long time to be listening to just song after song, some of them repeated 3 times in a row. I had this piece kind of built up in my mind. I thought it was going to be really epic, and it had its moments, but I don't think it was the most difficult listening, or it wasn't very challenging to listen to, or very complex. Just very like kind of plain and I'm sure it has made a lasting impression on like orchestra culture and what concert goers want to see, when they go to the orchestra. But maybe not for the best. I kind of loathe audiences who just cough when it's quiet and cheer when it's loud, and there's no like connection really to the music. We're gonna have another Sylvestre Revueltas piece for the next session, staying on the year 1936. Today I'm going to be listening to Homage to Federico Garcia Lorca by Sylvestre Revueltas. This is an orchestra piece from 1936. Sylvestre Revueltas, we've covered his music before in 2 previous episodes. He's a Mexican composer born in 1899, and he died in the 1940s, I believe, quite young, as stated in this little bio here. The largest portion of his work was produced during the last 10 years of his life. And this is one of those pieces. Homage a Federico Garcia Lorca was first performed on November 14th, 1936 in the Fine Arts Palace in Mexico City, conducted by Revueltas. Before it received this title, it was called 3 Pieces for 10 Instruments. And this event, surrounding its premiere, was organized by the League of Revolutionary Writers and Artists, the Spanish Popular Front, and the Communist Youth of Mexico. It was performed again on December 5th at Guadalajara Degollado Theater at the Congress of National Writers and Artists, and Revueltas attended the Congress as a delegate of LEAR. And it's entirely possible that the work was composed specifically for these events. So this is just based on this, we're talking about Mexican nationalist music, some other composers that you might associate with this movement, and Revueltas, Carlos Chavez, Jose Pablo Moncayo. I've covered both of those composers in other episodes of our orchestra series specifically. So the instrumentation for this thing is 1100 0221 piano, xylophone, and 22001, it looks like. So it's actually more of a chamber orchestra piece, and I should have put it in my chamber orchestra series, but it's too late now. I'm going to give this a listen. It starts with this interesting piano chord and a solo trumpet, muted trumpet note on an F sharp. I forgot to mention that Federico Garcia Lorca is a Spanish poet who died in August of 1936. So Revueltas composed this like a couple months later, and then eventually decided to dedicate it to him. Garcia Lorca suffered from depression and was openly gay, and I guess he had some sort of relationship with Salvador Dali. He was assassinated by nationalist forces at the beginning of the Spanish Civil War. And he was also, in addition to being targeted for being gay, he was also targeted for being a socialist. You can kind of see why this kind of figure would be worth dedicating your piece to, especially if you are like appreciative of what he did for Spanish literature, but also if you are politically sympathetic to his tragic death, which I think Revueltas might have been. Yeah, maybe I could say something on the Like, what do these titles mean? So I think this is I guess you would pronounce it bile, is like a type of dance. There's an asterisk by it, but nothing, no note about what it means. Interestingly, the second movement is called like a duel with Garcia Lorca, or like a fight with Garcia Lorca. And it's dedicated to Raul Martinez Ostos. The first movement is dedicated to Luis Cordova. The last movement is for Lear. It's dedicated to Jose Manquisador. And it's titled Sun. So I have a feeling that these dedicatees for each movement are members of Lear. So I'm just Googling like the League of Revolutionary Artists and Writers and then their names. So first movement, Luis Cordova, poet who lived from 1908 to 1999, also a playwright. And he was, in addition to Lear, he was a member of AEM and the Community of Latin American Writers, and a militant of various revolutionary organizations and the Mexican Movement for Peace. So Raul Martinez Ostos was the Secretary of Organization for a committee within Lear that Revueltas was president of. But I don't know if I can get deep enough into this to properly say the relationship. But yeah, he's definitely a member of this organization who Revueltas knew. Then Jose Mancisador, this guy, lived from 1894 to 1956. Defended Veracruz against the U.S. invasion of 1914, joined the Constitutionalist Army, became a lieutenant colonel, and fought against the rebellion of Adolfo de la Huerta. He directed Lear. So yeah, he's the big name out of the three dedicatees. And he also directed the Society of Friends of the USSR and the Mexican-Russian Cultural Institute. He was a writer of essays, novels, short stories, and chronicles. He's also the author of History of the Mexican Revolution, published in 1957. Alright, so yeah, I really liked these. They kind of flew by, and they're really catchy, but also very colorful, and there's like something kind of sinister and quirky about them, and their the harmonic language. The orchestration, like, choices kind of reminded me a little bit of L'Histoire de Soldat by Igor Stravinsky. It could have also been just like the melodies themselves, but there's a lot of like extreme high register and extreme low register, like very high piccolo, but also a lot of tuba. Interesting use of piano throughout the piece. The second movement is like very different from the other two. I think it's very powerfully distinct in its the way it's orchestrated and its sort of sound world. There were some discrepancies between this score and the one that I have. There might be two different versions of the piece or something, but I think the B section in the second movement was longer in this version. So yeah, I'm not sure exactly what I missed, but this is, I'm assuming, the October 12th, 1936 version. He may have expanded some sections before it was premiered in December or something. Before it was performed in December, I should say. It was premiered in November. Definitely kept my attention more than Senza Maya, which was the last piece we looked at by him, which was more of a tone poem. I think he excels a lot more at these little, like, folksy miniatures, but regardless, a very distinct sound world, and I think it's kind of cool. Okay, so today's piece is Genizio. This is another orchestra piece by Sylvestre Revueltas. If you would like to listen to some more pieces by Revueltas or get his biography, I recommend the episode numbers below. I think this is the fourth piece of his we're looking at. And this piece is another tone poem. It's about 15 minutes long, though, so it's pretty substantial. And it was written in the later part of his life, I think around 1936 or something. The instrumentation is 3-2-2-2, 4-2-2-1, 4 percussionists, at least 4 percussion instruments, and then strings. And it opens with just the brass choir, which is kind of interesting because I think we've seen at least one other piece by a Mexican composer that starts almost exactly like this in terms of orchestration, but it's like a more modernist piece. Yeah, I don't know anything about this piece really, except that Genizio is a small island town, which, like, that in the middle of a lake in Mexico, which predominantly is like a fishing village. That's what it is historically. Revueltas, as we've mentioned in previous episodes, he's a Mexican nationalist composer, also a communist, and I think he had some pretty sarcastic comments about this work, like being sort of like a contribution to the tourism industry in Mexico. My mistake, it was first composed in 1933. But yeah, here's some photos of the village. It has this iconic statue on top. This is a view from the village. It's Lake Pátzcuaro in Michoacán. Yeah, Mexico. Revueltas conducted the premiere of this work. Some sources say it was by Orchestra Sinfónica de Mexico in Mexico City on the 8th of December 1933. But it may have previously been performed at a conservatory, or no, it's at this art center, Palacio del Bellas Artes in Mexico City. Here's the program note I was talking about. Genizio is a small fisherman's island in Lake Pátzcuaro. Lake Pátzcuaro stinks. Romantic travelers have embellished it with verses and music of the picture postcard type. Not to be outdone, I too add my grain of sand. Posterity will undoubtedly reward my contributions to tourism. There's a sort of disdain in the program note for consumerism and capitalism more generally. Kind of like the last piece we looked at of Revueltas, it's in 3 sections with a slow section in the middle. However, it is not a multi-movement work. This is all one movement, I think. So I guess there's no sense in wasting time. Let's give this a listen, and I'll try to give my comments, record my comments on it, and get done before 9 a.m. here. Okay, so first off, this score says that the piece is 15 minutes long, but maybe you're supposed to take it much slower. I don't know. It felt like dotted quarter equals 80. Anyways, any performance I found online is like between 6 and 7 minutes long. So it's for some reason the duration on this score is double what the piece actually is. Yeah, it's sort of I guess I had high expectations for this one because of the size of the ensemble and the fact that it was all in one movement, but it really didn't feel more substantial than other works of Revueltas that we've looked at, and not really that much more interesting. I do like that so it's basically just an ABA thing. I do like that the A section has this waltz-like quality to it. It kind of reminds me of like Mahler 4. So there's something sort of like scherzo-like about it, and there's these very humorous like polytonal moments, which I think would be really good examples of polytonality in like post-romantic music, because it's very seamlessly done. And of course, like the rhythmic things are fun, and the interruption moment that happens both times in the A section. It's right off the bat kind of sophisticated in terms of like part writing. What interested me about the middle section, which was like the slow section, was it was very much just like a simple 2-part writing exercise until the climax in the middle, where you get these chordal harmonies in the brass. They just like come out of nowhere. And that was just a very creative little thing. I'm talking about, you get this 2-part stuff with the clarinet and the bassoon, and then you get the full orchestra doing it, but it's very much just like octaves and unisons. And then it's the trombones and horns just blast these like chordal harmonies. Very strange. That whole section too is like, it kind of just repeats the same melody like 3 or 4 times. And that's one thing I've noticed about Revueltas, is he doesn't do a lot of like developmental stuff in general. So his forms tend to be like, there's an A section and a B section, and you hear a melody like over and over again, but he embellishes it in like creative ways. So both the A section and the B sections in this case are kind of strophic, and that's it. Maybe would have been a good introductory piece to the composer's music, because it's very accessible sounding, and would fit well on a program of other romantic works. So next on the docket, we're getting kind of into the deep, like early 20th century stuff now. So there's a couple big ones that I have scores for. It looks like we're not getting to them quite yet. So the next session is actually going to be a Carlos Chavez piece. Then we're going to have like we're going to have 4 classics back to back, all written between 1900 and 1925. So one more Mexican piece, then we got, The Pines of Rome, Pictures and Exhibition, Rite of Spring, and some Mahler. And that should round off this like first big portion of the orchestra series. And for anyone interested, I think I mentioned this at the beginning of the series, but after that we're getting into like more concerto textures. So we're going into all the pieces that are for instrument and orchestra kind of thing. So yeah, that is Janizio, and our last Revueltas piece for a while. Okay, this morning I'm going to be listening to another piece by Carlos Chavez for orchestra. I'm just going to pull up the score here. So this piece is called The Four Sons. And Chavez is a Mexican composer. This piece is from 1925, early 20th century. It looks like this is a manuscript as well, so it's all in the composer's hand here. This looks like to be the percussion list in the composer's handwriting. It's kind of interesting. And I don't see an instrumentation list. I guess this would suffice. So you can see the instruments listed on the first page. The instrumentation seems to be 3, 3, 3, 2, and then 4, 4, 3, 3, 1. 4 percussionists and strings. First, we have here
a stave just dedicated to the piccolo. Flute 2 has to double on piccolo, it seems. And then third oboes on English horn throughout. The clarinets, we got the third clarinet on E flat, but the second clarinet also has to double on E flat. And then we have a trumpet in E flat, trumpet 3, I guess. The horns are not ordered 1-3 and then 2-4. They're ordered 1-2-3-4. I think that's pretty normal. And then one stave is dedicated to both the bass trombone and tuba. Percussion 1 is on xylophone. I see like Indian drum, claves, suspended cymbal, congas, I guess this would be. Percussion 2, guiro, gong, another suspended cymbal, another Indian drum, another xylophone. Percussion 3, we have some, it looks like some traditional Mexican drums, which I'm struggling to read in cursive here, but they also have their own like guiro and suspended cymbal. And then percussion 4 is the one with tam tam and timbales, Indian drum, and some other instrument. I suppose I could be more thorough, like going through them, but if you can read Spanish, then I think just pause the video here and give yourself the full percussion list. The first thing we hear is actually the basses, and possibly this drum here. Really high bass, kind of interesting little idea. I already have another episode on Carlos Chavez, so if you want his biography, go to that. Let me see if I can find any information on this. It's quite old. I think it's a ballet as well. The Rite of Spring was written in 1913. This was written in 1925. I imagine, since it's a ballet and it's early 20th century ballet, and Carlos Chavez is like a Mexican nationalist composer, sort of like the first one, I have a feeling that it's going to be about sort of the indigenous peoples of Mexico, and it's probably going to be similar to the Rite of Spring, which was about sort of like indigenous Russian peoples, and sort of like prehistory and reimagining sort of that from a modernist lens, you know. So that's my prediction here. I mean, this is here's one of the designs for part of the ballet, so you can kind of get a sense of the aesthetics of it. You know, hopefully you find this interesting. This recording is going to be in the video description, and if I can avoid copyright issues, which I might not be able to since this is only 100 years old, I might show you some parts of the score that I found interesting. So I'll see you in half an hour. Okay, so this was kind of an interesting listen. It's definitely a bit of a messier piece than Sinfonia India, which we looked at a couple weeks ago. And in the sense that it's kind of less structured, it's less obvious what the structure is, but there's clearly a lot of themes that run throughout the piece. It has some really beautiful moments for solo bass and for clarinets and for other like kind of soloistic groupings of instruments. There's some good percussion moments in there. I think I was a little bit off saying that there's a Rite of Spring influence, or guessing that there would be, because it's not really as interesting rhythmically as the Rite of Spring. It doesn't really, everything's in like 2/4 or 4/4 or 6/8. It never really feels interesting metrically. It sort of misses, if you were comparing it to the Rite of Spring, it kind of misses the mark in a similar way to like the Scythian Suite by Prokofiev. Doesn't really, so I don't think it's a fair comparison. Some moments that I really liked. I should also mention that a lot of orchestration was different between this manuscript and this recording. For the most part, a lot of things were added in this recording that weren't present in the original score. And all of the stuff from when the voices enter onward is not present in this score. So he must have added the choir and voice ending at a later date. So, for example, this opening is really gorgeous. There's almost no percussion notated in this manuscript. But in the recording, there's actually a lot of percussion going on. It's a very striking opening. We get a couple more moments where we drop down to just the basses, and it's really effective. And it's just these sort of like meandering pentatonic melodies, and then he throws in these sharps and flats to make things a bit more like polymodal or polytonal. And that's sort of characteristic of the whole piece. It's often like 2 and 3 part writing with weird polytonal moments. There was one moment with the percussion that I found really striking. There's just like a solo bass drum moment at fortissimo, and it's really incredible. And I guess this is the beginning of an interlude. You get a huge like trumpet solo thereafter, and then the basses start playing the same melody from the opening of the piece. In this version, it's just the basses for the duration of this, but I think in this recording, there's an oboe entrance and then a clarinet entrance, which sort of start to end this section. Another cool textural moment was like in this dance, you get this really fast like eighth note stuff, like eighth note pentatonic stuff leaping around, and then you get these glissandi in the trombones with like these percussion tremolos. And it's just a very weird like texture that pops out, and then I think it gets eventually you hear some glissandi in the strings much later. But yeah, that sort of stuff was cool. I liked this build up of the low strings. I like all the low string stuff. That's what I'm talking about, the glissandi in the violins. What I didn't like about the piece was it kind of like often would rise to a climax and then completely cut everything off, and it felt a little bit repetitive in that way. It was just a lot of like building, and we didn't stay on our climaxes for very long. But yeah, it's very like rich with ideas, and I think it's a lot more fun to listen to than Sinfonia India was, and there's like really extreme uses of register and all of the instruments, and it just, I think it would be a lot of fun to hear on its own live, and I'd be curious to see what the ballet itself looks like. In the scope of like things going on in classical music in the 20s, I think it is kind of interesting, and it sets the stage for all this like Mexican nationalist music we've been listening to, and for sure this would go on to influence Aaron Copland. Like, I think if you were to compare this to any famous composer, it would be Aaron Copland. I think he kind of ripped off this style and when he transitioned out of his serial period. I think Chavez is, although I don't find his music as interesting as like Revueltas, I think it is very original. Maybe we wouldn't have these other nationalist composers without what Chavez did. Next session, I think we're going to be listening to The Pines of Rome, and that's just going to be like a straight tonal.
Okay, today I'm listening to The Pines of Rome by Ottorino Respighi, written in 1924. This is a tone poem for orchestra, and as you can see, this score is nothing special. It's just downloaded off of IMSLP. I think I downloaded it at one point, looking for like excerpts to share with my orchestration class at the time. But I think I've only listened through the thing once on my own, and today I'm going to be listening to it again. So this piece is part of a trilogy of orchestra pieces. The first one being Fontaine de Roma, 1916, and after The Pines of Rome is Festa Romane, 1928. Yeah, each movement of this piece depicts a setting of a Roman city with pine trees. So pine trees near a catacomb on the Januculum Hill and along the Appian Way and in the Villa Borghese gardens. So these are all specific sites in Rome. It was premiered on the 19th of December, the 14th of December, 1924, conducted by Bernardino Molinari, and it was published a year later in 1925. The instrumentation is 3-3-3-3, so triple winds, and then 4-4-3-1 for the brass, and 6 Bucin. These are, I guess, natural horns or natural trumpets that were used by the ancient Roman army. And they come in different sizes, so you could, for this piece, you would want 2 sopranos, 2 tenors, 2 basses. And then they could be alternatively played with flugelhorns or sax horns. So that tells me that they are like still a cylindrical brass instrument, but with a little bit more of a flared bell. So just a little bit more of a mellow sound than like a trumpet or a trombone. Yeah, the percussion has timpani, bass, drum, snare drum, cymbals, tam-tam, triangle, ratchet, tambourine, glock, organ, piano, and then in addition to the percussion, we got organ, piano, celesta, harp, gramophone, and strings. I don't know where the gramophone comes in here, but you can see on the first page alone there's a lot of percussion. We have the triangle, bells, celesta, harp, and piano. So you do need separate keyboardists for the celesta and piano. I kind of wish this article told us how many percussionists. That would be nice to know. But yeah, it's a very large orchestra. You can see like with the doublings, third flute doubles piccolo, third oboe's on English horn, third clarinet is on bass, third bassoon's on contra. In addition to the 3 trumpets in B flat, there's an offstage trumpet in C, third trombone's on bass. You get the idea. An edited version of the piece was used in Fantasia 2000, if you remember the humpback whale animation. Respighi was an Italian composer born in 1879. He died in 1936. He was also a violinist, teacher, and musicologist. He wrote operas, ballets, orchestra suites, choir pieces, chamber music. He transcribed Italian compositions from the 1500s to 1700s. And his 3 tone poems about Rome are by far his most performed work, this being maybe even the most performed of the 3. He died quite young at the age of 56, and his then wife outlived him for about 60 years, championing a lot of his work until her death in the 1990s. He caught his big break in 1918. Conductor Arturo Toscanini approached him, asking for a composition for orchestra. He had just premiered Fountains of Rome the year prior, and gave that to the conductor, and this was a huge success when it was performed under Toscanini's baton. So at this point, the composer would have been just a bit over 40 years old. So that's quite late to be building your composition career, I think. In the 20s, he toured the world, including America. So this is sort of, this gap between the two world wars. A lot of composers from Europe sort of toured America. Like, I'm thinking Rachmaninoff, Prokofiev, and Respighi was one of those types of composers who was at a good age to take advantage of this like booming decade before, of course, Europe was plunged into war. I guess because he died in 1936, he was never really a post-war composer. So his sort of like legacy is sort of trapped in this sort of like era before the atomic age. It's quite late to still be writing romantic music, but it's not so strange, Hopefully that's enough background for you and piques your interest. There's not a lot of 20th century Italian romantic composers, but Respighi is one of them. I guess this recording is going to be Fritz Reiner conducting the Chicago Symphony Orchestra in 1959. Okay, yeah. So I apologize if I don't have much to say about this one. I'm recording quite tired, and I should probably have just been taking a nap and done this later. But it's obviously a very attractive score to look through. I highly recommend looking through the score. It's very easy to get a PDF, as I mentioned. And it's very easy to follow because the last three movements are quite slow. There's so many big climactic moments that you really get a lot of just brass melodies, which you can follow easily in the score as you listen. There's, of course, that giant clarinet excerpt at the beginning of the third movement. I think the third movement was my favorite. I liked I guess there was an inclusion of gramophone with the bird calls at the end. I think you could do just as well with magnetic tape in the 1950s, or I guess nowadays you would probably just use like some digitally recorded bird song. But that was a nice, like, weird, otherworldly thing that happened. And I really like how long that clarinet solo is at the beginning of that movement. The opening movement is also probably the most extreme section of the piece. Like, it's very high, and it's all in the treble register of the orchestra for a good almost 3 minutes. And I think this has some really gnarly, like, celesta excerpts and glockenspiel excerpts. If you're looking to write, like, film music or anything else that's influenced by romantic orchestral music, this is a really good go-to score just for, like, orchestration ideas. It's just very well orchestrated, and it's almost like textbook stuff, tried and true things that work just throughout the whole piece. That being said, it's not a terribly original piece. Like, I think there was a lot of other things being written in the 20s that were a bit more distinctive. Respighi's voice, I don't know what to compare it to, really. It's just very kind of like kind of French, a little bit more operatic, maybe. He writes good melodies. They're a little bit square, but they're always very nice. There's a lot of dotted rhythm stuff in this, which has this big, grand, like, French overture sound kind of thing. All the comments seem to love it, so it's clearly a very successful piece. And And yeah, it's only 20 minutes long. These movements fly by, they're not really that long. So, yeah, a nice little tone poem. If you have a large orchestra, I think this would be a really good one to program. It's like kind of a no-brainer. It's gives the percussion all kinds of stuff to do. It's fun. It gets the last movement will get your audience all riled up, and I think it could be a really good closer on any sort of like romantic program. Next up is going to be Pictures at an Exhibition. So this is a piece by Mussorgsky, obviously. We're going to be looking at the Ravel orchestration, I believe. And it's going to be another sort of like classic orchestration class. Write an essay about a passage from it kind of piece. We'll continue with that in a couple of days.
Okay, so I said last episode that I was going to do pictures at an exhibition, but it's not really a 20th century work. I know, like, I was thinking that maybe because the orchestration by Ravel is like from the 20s, that maybe it would be worth looking at, but I think I should just firmly leave it in the 19th century and instead talk about the Rite of Spring. Okay, yeah, so this is my Dover miniature score of the Rite of Spring. I bought this in 2013, I believe. I would have been in my undergrad in Toronto. And you can see it's not a pocket score. It's like, I don't know, 5.5 inches by 8 inches. I guess I was attracted to the Dover scores at the time because they came in all of these nice colors. 2013 was a big Stravinsky year, so I think I was trying to get into his music because my teachers were advising I should. There was going to be like a big performance of the Rite of Spring in Toronto, I think, by the Esprit Orchestra that year. So, yeah, I wanted to get to know it a little bit at least at the time. Yeah, so this edition was published in 2000, and it looks like it has a foreword by Boris Mikhailovich Yarostovsky. This is a very big piece, like it's a very important piece in music history. It was very controversial, and it was a huge production by Ballet Russe under the direction of Sergei Diaghilev. And at the time, Stravinsky was like an up-and-comer being commissioned to write this huge modernist ballet kind of thing. He got to work with these huge forces, so whenever someone has to mount this piece, it is really a lot. It looks like it's 4, 5, 5, 5, and then for the brass it's 8, 5, 3, 2. There's 2 timpani. I'm not sure if that's 2 timpani drums or 2 actual timpani parts. And then a bunch of percussion, triangle, tambourine, guiro, crotals, cymbals, bass drum, tam-tam, and strings. Some of the doublings here. So flute 3 has to double on piccolo, flute 4 is on alto. And then oboe 4 is doubling on English horn, oboe 5 is only on English horn. I guess clarinet 2 has to double on bass. Clarinet 3 is only clarinet 4 is only bass, and clarinet 3 is only E flat or D. So high clarinets. And then the 4th bassoon doubles on contrabassoon. 5th bassoon is only contrabassoon. And horns 7 and 8 double on tenor tuba. That's kind of like euphonium. The fifth trumpet is on piccolo trumpet in D, and the fourth trumpet doubles on trumpet in E flat, but bass trumpet in E flat, which is even more obscure than a piccolo trumpet in E flat. The two tubas is extravagant. That's a lot of brass. The 8 horns obviously is pretty crazy too. And yeah, this is a ballet, but it's mostly performed as a orchestral suite, like a ballet suite without, like, it's become better known as a instrumental work, I would say. It's influenced a huge number of composers, many of which we've looked at on this channel already, and it was a very controversial piece. It's quite dissonant, uses the octatonic scale throughout, and it's rhythmically very interesting and extravagant. It opens with this famous high bassoon solo. You may have seen the work used in Fantasia to set like dinosaurs, the dinosaur animation. Stravinsky famously hated the use of it in Fantasia, and he obviously wanted it to be appreciated just as an abstract piece of instrumental music. You know, if you want to get to know Stravinsky's bio, I've already covered it on the channel in this episode from way back in our string quartet series. The introduction, The Kiss of the Earth, is probably the most famous movement in terms of like what composers were inspired by. It's this long, slow build with layers and layers of wind instruments, and it's quite something to behold. So I would really recommend just looking at that if you can get your hands on a score. And you know, there's many other famous parts, but I won't bore you going through all of them. And yeah, I'll see you in just over half an hour, I think. It's about how long the suite runs, and I'll let you know my thoughts. Haven't listened to it in a really long time. Obviously, I've listened to it dozens of times and know it quite well, but maybe there's something I can pull from it now that I wouldn't have been able to 7 or 8 years ago. If you want to listen to the same recording I'm listening to, it's in the video description. And hopefully this is a good experience for you if it's your first time hearing it. It's a very old piece at this point. It's over 100 years old, and it is, I think, a part of the classical canon. Even though it's 20th century music, it is classical music at this point, and something that anyone who wants to know the classical canon should know. Okay, yeah, so this was really fun to revisit. I don't know why I don't listen to this more often. If you aren't aware, the premise of the ballet is that a young woman in some ritualistic like religious ceremony dances herself to death, and it's very metal concept, obviously, and I think Stravinsky really delivers. Like, by the end of this, I was really thinking, like, yeah, that girl is dead, very dead. Like, it just keeps getting heavier, you know, like the finale to the second half is much more intense than the finale to the first half. And yeah, it's pretty impressive in that way. I also think that on this listen, I was noticing a lot of like little strange counter melody things or like textural things that really add to the piece. Like occasionally I would see in the score like strange use of wind instrument to like color, like just for example, like muted trumpet to color some other wind choir, just with a tiny little counter melody, or like towards the beginning there's this moment where you have like this rapid figuration in the alto flute underpinning some slower melodies in the winds, just stuff like that. I think my favorite part, and this has always been my favorite part of the piece, is the start of the second half,
where we finally get some slow tempi and we get these really gorgeous like high string sounds. To put this piece in context, I think it would be important to listen to Debussy as well. Like Prelude to the Afternoon of a Faun was 1890s, I think, so 20 years before this was written. And if I'm trying to like get in Stravinsky's headspace, I think he probably was drawing a lot from Debussy in his orchestration and like his general approach to harmony, because Debussy was already doing the whole tone scale thing, and this is all octatonic scale. So it's really unclear what the tonal center is, but you do get these like gorgeous sort of like harmonies and tonal moments out of it. Obviously went on to influence a lot of other composers. I remember the first time I listened to some of Varèse's early works, I was surprised how much it sounded like The Rite of Spring. It's almost like he was solely influenced by this piece at the start of his career, and the high string sounds and harmonics have definitely, like, there's one moment where there's like these clarinet flourishes. You probably can think of the moment, like these upward clarinet flourishes into high flutes and string harmonics, and it really reminded me of this early piece by Berio called Capriccio, I think, for like clarinet and ensemble. It opens with sound that's almost identical to that, or it's like close to the opening. And I just think a lot of composers in the 20th century, like their early work is influenced deeply by this piece. And it's a really fantastic listen on its own here. I think next we're going to listen to a little bit of Mahler 6, because technically it is composed in the 20th century. And then we'll keep going from there. But we are